You're the rainbow of my life. 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 You're the rainbow. You're the rainbow. You're the rainbow.
Like a rainbow after the rain, you appeared on the stormy horizons of my life, with a paintbrush to inflame my days with color. And now, like a movie series, every dawn comes with a lyric to announce a new season of love. You are the rainbow that resets the skies after each storm, erasing memories of songless days when beauty hid behind pregnant clouds. And my earth is out of rhythm with the Milky Way. Now, your smile has set the sky ablaze with celestial melodies. And each hymnal concerto, each movement in the contralto, each fragment of mezzo-soprano reminds me of the harmony in a rainbow. You walk through the door to my heart when bougainvilleas laugh the sun awake, dropping dewy petals on the floor to form a red carpet for your dainty feet. And our love has been a lunar eclipse, my love. Our bodies aligning in perfect symmetry to the prosody of songs that have no need for voices. I am the moon in this silhouette of dreams, and you are the earth whose shadow must gather and fold me in her arms. Like radiant mentors, aflame in the palms of a goddess. Beloved, this love is celestial, and your penumbrous softness is my only chance to breathe. For when the earth locks lips with the moon, and the sun blushes in envy, our bodies tremble with the guilt of knowing. So let these fleeting moments between the earth and the moon inflict the billows in the sleepy of our hearts, fan indigo flames to make the rainbow blink in wonder. You are my rainbow, baby. You are my rainbow. I love you.
p.m. in Accra, Ghana, 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rilo Fokonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Our guest today is Mr. James Eze. He started his career in journalism at This Day Newspapers, and then later on moved on to the Sun newspapers in Lagos. He's the author of the 2020 poetry collection called Dispossessed, which won the Anna Poetry Prize and was longlisted for the Nigerian Prize for Literature in 2022. As the head of external communications at Fidelity Bank, James Eze coordinated the Fidelity Bank International Creative Writing Workshop Series, which Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie taught. For 8 years, James Eze served as the Chief Press Secretary and speechwriter to the former governor of Anambra State, Chief Willie Obiano. He joins us to discuss Anambra State politics and life and answer questions like, is Governor Charles Soludo losing control of P2B and Willie Obiano's legacies? James, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. I'm delighted to be a part of this great movement, a part of this heritage, which you and Chido have, placed before us and the entire world. So I'm happy to be part of it today. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to have you. I didn't know a lot about you until a few hours ago. I didn't know your poetry. I mean, I'm amazed at what that video that we
Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
thing. I like that. So
Thank you.
we're going to cover a lot of things on this program, this conversation today, but I want to start with the stories in the news. The first one was 2 days ago, Senator Ifeanyi Uba was buried in Nnewi. How was that burial in Anambra State? There were some people threatening that it would not happen. So there was tension around the state. So can you tell us a little bit about what happened?
I think essentially Ifeanyi Uba led a momentous life, and he went out in a blaze. Even his burial was not without momentum, was not without controversy, was not without event. I mean, Nigeria, the entire Nigeria knew that a great personage had moved on to the celestial spheres and was laid to rest in Nnewi at the weekend. But I would like to recall that prior to the Ifeanyi Uba's burial, there were threats by, some groups, to disrupt the burial ceremonies. And it created a lot of panic, a lot of apprehension, and amongst the people, especially people who would have ordinarily turned out to bid Ifeanyi Uba farewell, because we are living in a situation where it's like walking on broken bottles. You are so careful about the way you step. So sometimes when you have threats, people get apprehensive, and not everyone who did not make private arrangements, security arrangement, was able to attend Ifeanyi Uba's burial. But on the whole, it turned out to be a very peaceful ceremony. I must recall that the incident, the shootout between the police and some members of the vigilante that had taken place a day to the burial, created a lot of apprehension and worsened, the feeling of concern by, well-meaning the Anambra that would have honored Ifeanyi Uba on his final day on earth. But regardless, Ifeanyi was not given to half measures, even as in life, as he was even in death. So Ifeanyi's passing really such a bitter pill to swallow amongst all of us. I wept silently in my private moment when I learned that Ifeanyi Uba had passed, because no matter what anybody thinks, Ifeanyi Uba blazed a massive trail. It touched so many people. It touched me. I remember that some time ago when he took about 20 to 30 Anambra youth to the World Cup in Russia in 2018. I thought that was something very remarkable. I have not had a World Cup experience, and it is one experience as a football lover that I would like to have before I leave the planet Earth. But Ifeanyi Uba made it possible for these youngsters, took them to Russia for as long as the World Cup lasted. They were there. I thought that was a great exposure to those youths that were taking the Anambra youths. And I also know he worked with quite a number of them. I have friends who worked with him. I also have friends who benefited from his generosity and his philanthropy, whose school fees, he took care of. And so many other things that Ifeanyi Uba did. So losing Ifeanyi Uba was enough bitterness to swallow. and then having to be denied a chance to go there and pay one's last respect was also, another deep cut that we have to deal with. But then we have to live with the circumstances and the demands of our time in Anambra State at the moment.
Does his passing change the political calculations in Anambra State?
Of course, it does to a very large extent, because Ifeanyi was a deep pocket, and someone who had invested in so many. There was hardly any place that Ifeanyi did not stamp his presence. I mean, he has a media house, Authority newspaper, Authority radio, and he had a stadium. And then he had been there over time. You remember, he had run for governorship quite a number of times in the past. So he also has that experience, because politics in Nigeria, especially in Anambra State, is, how am I going to describe it? Because it's not something, it's so deeply nuanced that the possession of some qualities that would have given someone a clear edge in other less gifted states does not necessarily give you any advantages in Anambra State. The fact that you are a billionaire doesn't give you an instant foot on the door. The fact that you are a professor, you have chains of certificates and degrees, and you have international exposure, does not cut it either. So a man has to be one and many things to appeal to the Anambra, because we are talking about a very sophisticated and enlightened people. You can't lead them by the loose. So if having been consistent on the local turf, and to a very large extent proven himself, because Ifeanyi had so many inadequacies, when you look at his background, as a trader, and the way he was able to spruce himself up, brush himself up, and run for Senate, and he won. He won, even not on any of the popular platforms, but what you would almost call his own political party, the YPP, that doesn't seem to exist anywhere except in Nnewi. And Ifeanyi won a senatorial seat, someone with his disadvantages. So he had everything going for him. And you realize that his recent quest that ended abruptly was coming against the background where Anambra has had a professor. Finally, we have a professor in power, and we are all seeing what difference that has made. So it would have been, had Ifeanyi lived, the contest would have been very keen, I dare say, because I also understand he was already, in the ruling party, so to speak, before he died. So he was in the ruling party, he was in the APC, and he had structures, he had loyalists, he had people willing to go suicidal for him. So, and then suddenly the reed we were playing broke, and we lost the music, and it affected our dance step. So Anambra is recalibrating, and then we are still looking at the scenario to know who will, in order for the coming dispensation to be democratic enough. It would be amazing to have a formidable opposition, the nature, the kind that Ifeanyi would have provided if he had been alive, so that there will be something of a contest, so that the ruling party in Anambra State will be, jolted to reality. They will be made to realize that, democracy is a transaction that goes in two ways. If you do well, while you are in power, you'll be rewarded with a second term. But if you don't do well enough, you have to renegotiate that contract. You have to renegotiate your way into the people's, acceptance. And that would have been a very keen contest if we had a very strong opposition. I'm not ruling out the likelihood of a formidable opposition still coming, because we still have about how many months to the next elections. The next elections won't be due until November 2025. So we're barely maybe 10 to 11 months to the next elections. And we are talking about Anambra State is morning yet on Creation Day.
All right, thank you. But it sounded as if there is less of hope now, because I'm hearing from the Soludo people, they're essentially saying that there's no reasonable or strong opposition anymore without Ifeanyuba. So do you agree with that?
No, I don't. I would like to say that that will be a grave error. A serious oversimplification of the challenge that the administration will face in a matter of months, because the opposition parties in Anambra State are already beginning to build up. I am aware of the fortification that is going on in the APC. A gentleman known as Sir Paul Chukwuma is gearing up. I mean, his publicity is almost everywhere. He has been giving media interviews, and I'm aware that just last weekend he spoke to the media and spoke to the issues in Anambra State. And I understand he is the one who has risen to fill the vacuum that Ifeanyuba has left. And now, the interesting thing about Paul Chukwuma is that when it comes to exposure in terms of academic background, he made first class all through his university education, first class in philosophy from the University of Nigeria at Nsukka, first class in one university in the UK where he studied, I think, international something, or it has to do with copyright and something like that. And then he made first class studying law. So he seems to have a great profile, and I know that in time, the Anambra, we get to meet him, to know him, to assess him, and then make up their mind whether he fits the bill. But as far as I know, he looks like someone who can challenge effectively. If it comes to putting down the financial resources that might be required to prosecute an election. I understand he has a big war chest too. So, but then I know that there might be other things that a candidate, there are certainly other things that a candidate in Anambra State requires to garner the popular appeal that he needs to win an election. But the only thing, I think that the veneer of hope that lingers is what I consider to be a somewhat unconvincing performance of the party in power so far.
We'll get into that in details about what's going on. But first, let me ask you about the news. How did you receive, or people in Anambra State receive the news that Simon Ekpa was arrested in Finland? How did you receive it, and what was the reaction of people there?
I think people heaved a long sigh of relief. I personally felt a little bit relieved, because he had looked like an incubus hovering over us for so long. Make no mistakes about it. Let's not conflate issues at all. Simon Ekpa is not Nnamdi Kanu. Okay? Nnamdi Kanu is popular amongst almost the entire spectrum in Igbo land, apart from a few elites who feel that his strategy, his approach to the quest could have been better handled, because there are rough edges to Nnamdi's quest for self-determination, which is, guaranteed by the United Nations Charter on people and human rights. So there are people who feel he should have handled it better. But there are people who believe that if we could look away from the rough edges of Nnamdi Kanu's strategy, that he is actually pointing at a direction that should interest anybody from the southeast of Nigeria. Because if you look at what's happening in our federation at the moment, I'll give you an instance. Ruben Abati, my friend and TV host, made one unacceptable comment about Igbo not selling land to strangers and stuff. And then out of that comment, many rejoinders had come. Like some people had observed that maybe there was nothing attractive enough in Igbo land to bring strangers to come even asking for the land in question, because the federal government had not looked in our direction in any positive way, because we don't have investments in Igbo land that would attract the kind of population that you see in Lagos, that leads to the quest for land, the desire to buy and develop and build, and Lagos has benefited from that advantage so much. We don't have such advantages in the southeast. And then Nnamdi Kanu, in his own way, apart from saying, oh, we want an outright republic of our own, some of us see it as, okay, he is actually drawing attention to some of these obvious inadequacies, this lack in our society, the need for the federal government to, maybe take a second look at the way we have been treated. Until recently, it was difficult to travel from Awka to Enugu, and from Awka to Onitsha, the road is just deplorable. But for the intervention of MTN that struck a partnership with the federal government, I'm sure if MTN had not moved in, it would have been almost impossible to travel between two cities that are in a location that used to be one state only some years ago. You can imagine, the absurdity of someone who lives in Awka not being able to get to Enugu. There was a time when because of the state of the road, this road I'm talking about, I personally wanted to go to Enugu from Awka, and I had to take, it took me about 3 hours, because I had to negotiate my way through Orumba to Umunze to a location in Abia State. And then before I could get to Ogu, and then finally into Enugu, it took almost 3 hours because the road was bad. And I personally felt that if Nnamdi Kanu's agitation ends up drawing the federal government's attention to fixing some of these things, these obvious inadequacies we have within the geographical space known as the southeast of Nigeria, that it would have been meaningful. Because a certain philosopher says, shoot for the stars. If you miss it, you land on the moon. So you can't lose completely if you are consistent with your agitation and resolute. And I know that there had been serious attempts to make him abandon the struggle, but he held forth, which is indicative of the strength of his moral fiber. So now that is Nnamdi Kanu. Simon Ekpa is a different personality altogether. And his approach to the struggle has been it has left most of us perplexed, because you can't claim to be struggling to liberate us from a presumed internal colonizer, and you are okay with the wanton destruction of lives and the killing of the people that you want to liberate. So if we are all dead, who are you rescuing from Nigeria? Who will you rescue? So there are some, the rough edges are way too unacceptable for anyone not to feel relieved that at least, we had held our breath waiting for something to happen. And finally, something is happening. So maybe it will lead to a peaceful resolution. And then eventually we will be able to breathe again in Southeast Nigeria. Because at this moment, I cannot tell you that all is well. When on Mondays, there are places where people don't move around. Enugu is relatively peaceful, and life has started coming back, but it has not acquired full vigor. Anambra, you can't really be sure. So some people who are security conscious would rather stay indoors on Monday, even if no one is out there to harass and intimidate them, because they don't want to take chances. That is not living, my brother. I think we deserve better.
Right. One more question about politics outside, then we can come back in. Tinubu's government appointed Bianca Ojukwu as a minister. How did you receive the news?
I think I was excited for Bianca because Bianca is a phenomenal woman. And although it surprises me how many Nigerians can only see the beauty. Bianca's beauty is just a cover for a very brilliant woman. Super brilliant. I began to take Bianca seriously when I read her eulogy to her husband when Ojukwu passed. It was Bianca Ojukwu's tribute to her husband that made me realize that you had lost a great man. And it took a lot of the power of the intellect and the gift of the imagination to bring Ojukwu back to life. For me to now, meet Ojukwu through Bianca's eyes, and then mourn Ojukwu through Bianca's tears. And that's Bianca Ojukwu for you, a very phenomenal woman. If she were not a woman, she would probably have served Nigeria even on a higher plane than being appointed a minister. So Nigeria belongs to us. So I was excited about Bianca's appointment. So because we cannot all avoid service to our motherland, Nigeria belongs to us. If they give someone like Bianca a chance, Bianca is someone, incidentally, that we also know. I personally believe that there is no room for compromise as far as Bianca is concerned. She is well equipped and astute and carries herself well enough to know that everything cannot be traded away. She knows our expectations of her, and she will represent us well. In any case, what are we expecting from Bianca as a minister of state? So I'm happy for her because she deserves it, and she got it. I even expect I expect Bianca to be challenged with a higher office. Let's see whether our women can make a difference. Because in all sincerity, Rudolph Okonkwo, I don't think our men have actually lived to expectations in the political sphere so far. We can only count a few of them, and that is not a good scorecard.
All right. Talking about men, you worked for former Governor Willie Obiano as press secretary, chief press secretary, and speechwriter.
Yes.
And you were you there for 8 years?
Yes, I worked with him for 8 years.
For 8 years. Okay.
Yeah.
So last few weeks ago, we had the current Commissioner for Information, Dr. Law Mefo, on the program here. And he talked about the situation in Anambra State. And he blamed the situation on past administrations, of which you are one of those that worked under Willie. Let me play the video of him and then get your reaction.
Okay, fine.
We are saying, how did the governor let it get bad, this bad? Because Anambra used to be one of the safest states in the southeast.
I'll tell you what went wrong. I'll tell you what went wrong. You know, there were policies run by the past administrations that didn't go well, right? And you see, if you kill a cow for your enemy as a way of buying peace, what you have bought is piece of the graveyard. Soludo doesn't want to continue along that path. So that is part of the problem. And you don't pay blackmailers. And you don't also pay people who don't want peace. And you're paying them only for them to kit up, feed well, arm themselves, recruit more stranded youth to unleash greater insecurity. Don't forget that the policy already failed even before Soludo came in. And that was why the last gubernatorial election, the election couldn't hold in many parts of Anambra South. Why? Because the criminals had already built camps. And these are camps that Soludo has been trying to uproot. And they have to be fully uprooted. Anambra made fully unsafe for them. We cannot continue this way. Politics aside, we need to recover our state. And because they followed our route, they bought peace, like I said, of the graveyard. And that was why even they couldn't even respect some of the agreements they had with the past government. And they couldn't allow election to hold in many parts of the south of Anambra South. And eventually it indicated one thing, that it was piece of the graveyard. You don't empower criminals. They will come back for you.
So did Willie Obiano empower criminals? Did your government, the one you stabbed, did you guys pay people to keep quiet? And
I wonder. I think Rudy, you probably should have asked him to name the criminals that were empowered, because my understanding of a criminal is that he's an outlaw. He lives on his own terms and by his own rules. It's a criminal is an enemy of the state and not a friend of the state. So now the idea of empowering criminals is perplexing and to me. And for a commissioner for information to open his mouth and instead of trying to explain the difficulties, the challenges that they are obviously having, begins to pass buck and begin to blame the previous administrations, not even one, but Obiano and P2B, where he indicted both of them and said, I would like to take him on this, maybe on a live debate someday, because I have the record of Obiano's achievement as governor of Anambra State in the area of security. I'm not out to defend Obiano because it doesn't make any difference anymore. He has served Anambra, and there are aspects where he excelled and some places where he naturally would have done better. But unfortunately, or rather fortunately, security is one of the areas that one of the aspects of Obiano's administration that he came out sparkling from. You know, because I was there. Obiano happened to be the first governor in Nigeria to convene an international summit on security, and flew an Israeli security expert known as Moshe Koinen to Oka in Anambra State. It was Moshe Koinen that drafted what turned out to be Obiano's security architecture. And in less than a month of Obiano being in office, Anambra experienced a crime-free Easter for the first time. I was there. And what did Obiano do to guarantee that? He set up security tents. We don't have security tents anywhere today in Anambra State. And you need to ask yourself why. Why you have to change a winning formula. There were security tents in all the flash points. Anyone in Anambra, including people in, in the underworld, they know areas where there are flash points. These areas, there are strategic locations across the state. What Obiano did was to set up security tents there and put policemen, fully armed policemen there for 24 hours. They were on 24 hours there and set up a command and control center that made it possible for, the police structures across the state to reach each other. No particular segment of that security structure was cut off from the mains. So it worked like magic. Need I talk about the occasional helicopter patrol? I flew a number of such missions. I have an area, if I were the black guy from the UK, who painted New York City after flying over New York in a matter of hours. I have forgotten his name, but I know you remember him. If I had his kind of gift of the imagination, I could give you a printout of Anambra State from the skies, from those patrols that the police did, especially when it was close to Christmas like now. What Obiano would have done if he were still in power, he would have launched area surveillance. Police helicopters will be flying all over Anambra, combing all the forests, all the bushes, all the outliers where outlaws would naturally hide to unleash havoc on the population. So, unfortunately, MEFOR should tell us why that is no longer the case. Because I understand that I don't want to go too far, but this was something they had. I also remember, Rudolph, you remember, there was a time Obiano came to Boston, Massachusetts. That was the first time I ever met you and Okendibe at, is it DoubleTree or something, the hotel in Boston, Massachusetts. And he came for, a different purpose. He was a guest of Nigerians in New England. But he used the opportunity to shop for security equipment and bought some of the most sophisticated security cameras ever, because he followed, the trail of the security company that dug up and arrested the Boston Marathon bomber. The security company that brought the surveillance equipment that captured him, Obiano, I was in that entourage. We visited them and bought security equipment. And they were shipped to Anambra State and formally presented to the Nigerian police and mounted in some strategic locations. That is how you show seriousness about combating security. It's not about sitting in one place and saying you are not buying over criminals. And the idea of coming to the open, a commissioner of information coming to the open to say that, a former administration of your state was busy buying, criminals over. It sounds ridiculous to me, because it's only when you are out of ideas that you begin to look at the strategy that the previous occupant of the state house had deployed that gave the Anambra a new lease of life that they don't have now, incidentally. So I am also aware that Obiano did not just stop at buying security cameras. He also brought the 5 southeastern states, the governors, to a regional conference, 5 southeastern states and Delta, because of boundary criminals. Because, the contiguous nature of the 5 southeastern states and the Delta, a criminal can easily strike in Onitsha and escape into Owerri. So he did that, and it also worked. These are verifiable facts. So at least you could see consistent efforts to make it a difference. And then in the Obiano days, every Christmas, there was a specific security operation by the police. I remember Operation Udoka. Obiano would naturally launch Anambra into the Christmas mood with one security arrangement or the other. We had Operation Udoka. We had Operation Pochap 1 and 2. And these were efforts. Then there was a regular show of force. It doesn't exist now anymore. A regular show of force by a combination of the police, the army, the navy, and civil defense, and even a Federal Road Safety Commission. They will come out and demonstrate raw power on a march from Oka to Onitsha. They will march, and drive, instill fear in the criminals and say, look, dare us if you can. That was restraint. And restraint is a devastating weapon of war. If your opponent knows how prepared you are, he would have a second thought before engaging you. I was at SARS office when what is that his name? Somebody Ngu, who was from Oji River, but the #1 arms dealer in Onitsha, who was supplying arms to criminals in Onitsha, was arrested. I interviewed him personally. I don't know why his first name eludes me, but his surname is Ngu. Obiano's efficiency was so devastating that one Okechukwu Naibo from Aguku, who was a kidnap kingpin, escaped from Anambra State and wanted to jet off to South Africa. And they trailed him to Lagos airport and apprehended him right on the tarmac when the plane was taxiing off and brought him back to justice. We need to see some of these wins, because they also give the people some moral victory. They give you psychological boosts. You now begin to think, okay, the chief executive, who is also the commander-in-chief, so to speak, or the chief security officer in our state, is at least making an effort. And I don't know whether we have seen such, even no matter how theoric, no matter how symbolic, some of those little wins are. Can we see them? Can Mefo brandish such records? I think he went over the top. Rudolph, there were so many such efforts, so many such initiatives. Need I talk about the Navy, what do you call this, speedboats that Obiano deployed in the riverine areas? Cutting off, there were regular patrols by security on all the riverine areas, including River Niger, Omambala River, Ezu River, all of those places, because illicit arms were coming into Anambra through those routes into Onitsha. But the patrol by the Nigerian Navy along those waters puts a stop to that. And that was very strategic. That was, highly effective. So I don't know why anyone who has not even done the simplest task, and what I would consider the simplest task was that Obiano inherited, the practice of taking over property that had been used by, or where people were held hostage by kidnappers. It was something P2B started, but Obiano took it over. And I was in the in the team. I was in the police team when we went to so many locations. Obiano started the destruction of facilities used by kidnappers from his own village, from his hometown, Aguleri. And from there, he took the battle, to every part of Anambra State where criminals or where kidnappers had held people hostage in any specific building, any building that had ever harbored victims of kidnapping was pulled down, because that also needed to let people know that criminals were not ghosts. They were people who lived among the populace, and many residents knew who these guys are. So if you are a landlord and you allow your house to be used for such purposes, you risked getting it destroyed by the authorities. Now that practice has stopped. So what are we really talking about? Is it that someone does not want to accept responsibility and is just looking behind his back to say, if this person had not wrong-footed me, I would have been doing better? I mean, that's begging the issue.
So does it mean that your former principal, Obiano, is not talking to Soludo, that they don't communicate, and they are in the same party? Are they not?
Yeah, they are supposedly in the same party, but I am not very familiar with what is going on between them. They are my bosses. I have also met Soludo in the past, and he's a man I hold in high esteem. I campaigned for him. I wrote some of my finest essays on Soludo and the reason in the Anambra should vote for Soludo. So I still hold him in high esteem, because I wouldn't say Soludo has failed, because he still has some years left. People who were there, who witnessed P2B's time in office, recall that he didn't hit the ground running. So some people might have delayed a reaction to a challenge. And I think I would like to believe that that's probably what is happening now. I understand he's doing well in the aspect of road construction, and people point at so many areas where he has excelled, especially in the south. Roads, the most iconic being the Ekulobia flyover, and the one that is currently constructing to link Amobia to Newi, dualizing that road. That's a very important road, and I pray he completes it. I think on the whole, I would advise that we take it easy with Professor Soludo. I know he will, and I pray that he will justify our collective confidence in him and restore hope in academics who aspire to provide political leadership to their people, because there's so much at stake. Rudolph, you and I, who are known as Ndi Ogonogo Ibo, we belong to that constituency. So if he doesn't, do well, it will affect us. So we should all pray and hope that he begins to really live up to the promises he made. And I think where the issue lies is the promise of Dubai, Taiwan, which may have been metaphorical, but you don't speak in metaphors to, because metaphor is poetry, and poetry is not an everyday language. So you don't expect everyday people to understand poetry. So I think that's probably where the problem came, because I think most people, he had planted a mental picture in their head. Okay, if you give me 2 years, 3 years, we'll probably begin to see high-rise buildings all over Anambra, and things that will remind us of Dubai. I don't know if that is the case, but I'm just hazarding a guess.
Did you follow his reaction to that? What you are just talking about? He reacted to that, the expectations of people, and why people didn't get it. Did you follow his reaction?
I followed his reaction, and I think he didn't handle it well, because he would have, if he had asked me, perhaps I would have suggested a little more diplomatic approach, because you know that there is a language that leadership deploys. Leadership does not speak like you and I. Leadership does not show emotion or contempt or immediate disapproval. There's a video of the French president, I think his visit, was it to Canada or where people were hurling insults at him. And he stood there firmly unruffled, because the leader is the best amongst us, the very best. So he should not show emotion. He should not show impatience. And that's probably what I would have expected a Professor Soludo to do in a circumstance where he felt heckled by people who built castles in the air based on his promise, not impatience and outright, disapproval. You have to rise above the crest. The language of leadership. Napoleon Bonaparte said that a leader is a dealer in hope. When a leader speaks, people should find a reason to look forward to another day, not go to bed disheveled and dissatisfied.
Get to the issue of Labour Party in Anambra State. Are they still there?
Yeah, I think Labour Party is there. I think Labour Party is mutating, and I think Labour Party is trying to answer the question of whether Labour Party is the obedient movement or a party that rode on the crest of the popularity of the obedient movement, and as soon as the election ended, has started looking for the woods for its trees, so to speak. Yeah, if you are a chief with no Indians, there is a problem there. If you run a popular campaign and like a whirlwind is swept everywhere, and there are no strong beams supporting the building, then you have to come back and set up those pillars, because Nigerian politics is not sustained by emotions, and Nigerians are fickle. Just one little thing and they switch loyalties. So there has to be a support base. Like we had spoken about Ifeanyi Ubah earlier, and what he was able to do, and how he had been consistent, and how he had set up a structure that kept his ambition going. I expect Labour Party to, follow the same trajectory. Now we have enough notice, enough time to 2027. You don't need to leave the people in doubt at the moment.
I was actually thinking about the election for governor coming next year. Do they have any structure? Do you think there will be a factor in that election?
Labour Party at the moment, they are not showing any signs. It's only APC. I don't know whether Valentine Ozigbo, who is a great candidate, by the way, a great politician, and one that a lot of people respect. I don't know which party. I don't know if he's going to run. I've only seen one material from him, a viral video where he was analyzing Soludo's performance. That's the only thing I've seen from him so far. And I don't know if he's running on the platform of Labour or on the platform of the PDP or YPP. So at the moment, the only sign of life from the opposition camp is coming from the APC, powered by Sir Paul Chukwuma. Apart from him, others are not, if maybe they are still trying to put their houses in order. Until they come out, you cannot really rule out anybody. All I know is that they also have there are quite a number of credible candidates that can challenge. The only difficulty is that and I think our politicians should learn this. If you want to challenge for a position as difficult as a governorship of Anambra State, you don't wait until the 11th hour. You have to start showing signs. It is important. We should learn from P2B's experience. He didn't have enough time to prepare for the presidency, to challenge for the presidency. I think other people should learn from that and begin early to gather the straws, that will help you build the perfect nest, and that's it. That's what strategic thinkers do. You have to plan. You don't rush into a storm. Nigerian politics is a blaze creek, a comprehensive blizzard. If you rush into it without adequate shelter, you'll be drenched in the rain.
Yeah. We have a few more questions before we get our audience to join us. But
okay.
Let me clear one. The letter that Charles Soludo, Governor Soludo, wrote during that election, what did you make of it? I don't think we've talked about that.
No, we haven't. I think it was one of those miscalculations on his part. Whatever informed his decision to come out with such an insidious letter at that time, whoever advised him did not advise him well. If he was not advised and he chose to come out the way he did, it was a wrong move because he didn't have to. Maybe I'm not politically minded enough to know that he had a dog in the fight, but I didn't see any dog in the fight for him. So why come out and, why would you even write such a thing? Even if you had a contrary opinion about Obi's candidacy, as I know that some people had, did you have to come out the way he did and oppose him? And, the tragedy is that we're all familiar with Soludo's letters. Soludo's letters are devastating, and I'm sure Goodluck Jonathan can testify to it, because he wrote a 2-part letter when Goodluck was president, and before everybody knew or anybody knew what was going on, the carpet had been swept from under Goodluck Jonathan's feet. So, because Soludo is a brilliant man, he's a bright mind, no matter what he does, you can't take that away from him. You can't be niggardly with praises for him when it comes to showcasing, products of the mind. God gave him that aplenty. But the only thing is, the wisdom of deploying it, there might be a need to take a second look at it, because writing that letter, at the time he released the letter, I'm not sure he weighed the consequences, because at that moment in time, anybody, any politician, any leader that stood in the way of P2B in Igbo land was practically committing suicide. It was social suicide at its best. And one would have expected a Chukwuma Soludo, a professor of note, renowned, accomplished, to have realized that he was walking into a maelstrom. And that's what happened. And I think his rating began to decline afterwards. The public affection for him began to decline. People began to be more critical in their appraisal of his performance. Because, Obi's classic response, I'm a trader. What do I know? You are the professor. Shebi, you don't enter. Okay, show us how professors do this thing. That's it. And that was a clever way of setting him up. He drew people's attention to Soludo's performance. Okay, now let's be watching Mr. Professor, prove himself a far superior administrator than the trader. And that's where we are, Ogochukwu.
Thank you so much. One last thing about your time with the government. During the
Okay.
last, I believe it's the last days of that administration, the wife of the
Yeah.
governor, Ebele Chukwu Obiano, the wife of Obiano, had
Yeah.
this altercation with Bianca Ojukwu. Were you there
Yeah.
when it happened?
No, I was not, because we had left the administration a day or two earlier, and I didn't see, there was no need for me to go there, and so I wasn't there. I just watched it, like everybody else, and it was unfortunate, but that is behind us now.
Were you surprised by any of the people
Yes,
that participated?
yes, I was surprised because I didn't think I didn't think there was any need for that. I mean, um, maybe I should just say I was heartbroken because I had looked forward to my former boss exiting in a blaze of glory. Whatever his inadequacies, whatever his accomplishments were, whatever people's expectations were, his tenure had ended. 2 terms in office. It takes the special grace of God Almighty for any singular individual to rise in a state as loaded and incredibly gifted as Anambra to lead in the Anambra for 8 years. That in itself is an achievement. And this man had led Anambra for 8 years and left monuments. He left some visible signs, things by which the society would remember him. I don't want to go into all of that because I should assume that people know. Because it wasn't until Obiano came to power that the landscape of Oka changed with the 3 flyovers that stand out as a very strong tribute to the genus of Ndi Anambra, as it were. And then the Chinua Achebe Airport. Until Obiano, built an airport, there was really nothing worth putting Achebe's name on in Anambra State. Achebe is a renowned philosopher worldwide. I regard Chinua Achebe as my literary father. I adore him. I just on the 16th, I actually recited one of my tribute poems to Chinua Achebe. And almost every year I celebrate Achebe privately because if it wasn't for Chinua Achebe, I would not have discovered literature and I would not have been the man I am today. So, but until the airport was built, it was nothing in Anambra could actually, carry that name. Now, an airport, Obiano designed it to be an international airport. If it had become an international airport and, became a busy international airport, wouldn't it have been just the perfect ending for, any foreigner that touches foot on Anambra soil and he sees Chinua Achebe International Airport, he would know that he has stepped into the land of greatness. And that's the symbolism. Advanced societies look at our time on earth in terms of the symbolisms, the monuments, the icons, iconographies, things that remind people, the people that will come tomorrow, about our existence. Those are the things that people take away. And Obiano gifted Anambra something that if successive leaders were to improve upon, to work on, would become, a symbol that reminds people that this man who wrote a book at the age of 28 that has been adjudged, amongst the 50 greatest books ever written, actually came from this neck of the wood. And that's what it means. So for everything to end up the way it ended, and at the end of Obiano's tenure, what everybody was given to take away from the venue where power transited was a squabble between two women. People we expected much higher standards from. It didn't leave a good taste in the mouth, and it's still regretted today because most of us left feeling bad. We couldn't really, we weren't proud of what happened, so to speak.
All right, 2 more questions and then we take a break. During your time in the government house, you had some events recognizing some old musicians from Anambra State, or from, I think, more than Anambra State. There were things about the arts, writers and artists. And is something like that still going on in Anambra State, or did it end with the administration of Obiano?
I regret to say that it ended because Obiano's time in office witnessed some level of renaissance, and to the grace of God, I was
all right. For our guest,
part of the movement.
Okay, go ahead. You were
sorry. Myself and my good friend Odili Ujubong.
Right. We lost our guest. I think the internet is a problem. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we will continue the conversation, and we are going to involve you guys watching. Thank you so much for staying with us.
It's actually almost trite for Casey to begin to really stand up to Flavor when it comes to representing Igbo culture. Flavor has appropriated the title rightly of Ijele to himself. Yeah. When Ijele comes out, every other masquerade pays into the background. They become
could that be the problem? Could that Ijele title be the problem? Yeah. Because I'm not quite sure there's any other masquerade that towers above the Ijele.
None.
I mean, you could have some other masquerades that look deadlier, that act deadlier.
When you're Mazolobio, Aqua Mazolobio, Max, if you're Bunyego Panumo, no Fube, Nazo, Olaga, ni Piazugo, Mamulaga, Doni Piazugo, Aqua Wilochio, Bico Rapuzo, Conavazia. When you're Mazoro, because Abamba water the sorry. If you're gonna move, Lagadoni Piazigo, Lagadoni Piazigo, Abamba will China, bigger Abuzoro. Mazi welcome up. Odoguna Peresunaka. Onyomani Gadelemo. Mazi ni Mazi. Ibu go with the melody. Is he one them nigga dilemma? Olagadoni Pesigo, Olagadoni Pesigo, Mama will chilo, Nicaragua, benaro Ulaga doni piasugo Nazaboy Ulaga doni piasugo Amama wilo chilo Biko rapuzero Anabanzi Odogu kenano bikechofo Ama kwa mnika gogogia Waligwe kwelo Ikejobo bele bege Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene Omogo ndinso Chukwe mekalumo Ike chukwu negaje Esi nwanne mekene dị Ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa Nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Abamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ Nabasị ya Zoro, 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 zoro Geduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We're having a conversation with Mr. James as a poet, former chief press secretary to the former governor of Anambra State, Mr. Obiano. So when you left off, you were talking about the state of creative industry and the government support for that industry in the present administration. Go ahead.
Yes, I was actually trying to say that there was a renaissance of sorts, an attempt to recreate the cultural space, a literary landscape, and a partnership between my friend and I, Tony Odili Ujubonwu, who is a novelist, led to the initiation of a project that eventually turned out to be a poetry festival in honor of Christopher Kibo, who died in the Biafran War, whose poetry has been widely adjudged as some of the finest modernist poems out of Africa in the tradition of T.S. Eliot and other modernist poets. So we began to, we hosted the first festival, which attracted some of the finest poets. Nduko came all the way from Canada. Chijoka Munade, Tade Padola, amazing poets, and we had a feast in Ojoto, right in the Okibo compound itself. So, and then my dear friend and mentor, Chief Willie Nwokoye, came up with a night of nostalgia, which attempted to honor all the artists and musicians, whose gift of creativity supported our people's survival, aided our survival and healing from the Biafran War. Artists of the late 60s and 70s, and there were many of them. So we called it a night of nostalgia. And those artists came to perform in one massive show at the Alex Ekweme Square in Oka. And it was supported by the Obiano administration. Our poetry festival was also supported by the Obiano administration. And there were so many other shows. I recall that within that period, Okendibe, also we hosted Okendibe to an evening of reading, somewhere in a location in Oka. And there was this ferment, people with diverse gifts of the imagination had enough opportunity to express them. It was at that period that I must tell you, Ogochukwu Okonkwo, that my poetry found the highest expression within that atmosphere. Challenging as my time was working, with Obiano, I still was able to create, much to my surprise. And it was because the environment was okay. On my own part, I had a personal initiative known as, a flutter in the woods, which was an evening of poetry and songs in Oka. And almost every Valentine Eve, we would come together, and under the blaze of the setting sun, we would have a feast of poetry and songs. People, artists, singers, poets, young aspiring poets, everybody gathered. I did it for a number of years in Oka. And we also had some open mic sessions, and it was all amazing, because the atmosphere was magnificent. There was enough security. Nollywood, producers came to Aroma Flyover to shoot some of their movies. There was a specific night I was going home, and that was around 2 a.m. I was surprised to point and see, television crew with cameras and, cast. They were shooting a movie that late in the night. And that was because there was security. And it boils down to what we are talking about, the present administration not really doing enough to provide the environment for people to flourish in Anambra State. So that was an amazing time. And regrettably, we now look, it has become a part of our nostalgia,
All right. One last question on politics. We'll talk about your work. Were you surprised that after your time in office, the administration of Obiano, that he had to answer to the EFCC? And has that case been resolved?
No, incidentally, the case has not been resolved. He appeared in the court 2 weeks ago. Incidentally, I was in Abuja, and I also went to witness the court proceeding, because no matter what anybody thinks, no matter how we all see it, no matter our individual interpretations of what has happened, until the court pronounces him guilty, he's still innocent. And I think we should be kind enough to treat him as such, because heavy allegations were leveled against him. And it seems like his is a standout case in all of this. Never before have I heard about a governor standing trial for spending his security votes. I'm not a lawyer, but as a layman, I can't remember any Nigerian governor being tried for spending his security votes. So I don't know what is afoot, but the legal experts know, And incidentally, Obiano has a very strong legal team led by Onyechi Ikpazu's son, his son, so to speak, so SAN, and some other very competent lawyers in his team. They will be able to put up, enough representation that will, leaves no one in doubt. If Obiano is guilty as charged, well, too bad. He will go in for it. But if it is a trumped-up charge, or if it is an attempt to give a dog a bad name to hang it, then the court will determine as the court pleases.
I don't know if you know this answer to this question. Do you know how much security votes he was getting every month?
No. I never really looked at that. The only thing, we were all excited that Anambra was a better place and was highly rated when Obiano was in power. He even went on to win the most, security, security conscious governor or administrator in sub-Saharan Africa. He was given that award in Dubai. That was in addition to winning every award, on security back to back in Nigeria. If you speak to, don't take my word for it, ask any officer of the Nigerian police who knew about Obiano's time in office. They will tell you that he did his best. He motivated the men and officers of the Nigerian police who were posted to Anambra. He worked with them. It was like a close partnership. As I told you, there were helicopter patrols. Not every state does that. Obiano will bring in a police helicopter and they will fly over Anambra skies for weeks. I remember when, what are they called? The herdsmen were disturbing parts of the Anambra North axis, very close to the Benue borders. I was in a police helicopter that flew to that region to survey that place and figure out where those herdsmen were located. The murderous type, not the regular herdsmen, but those ones who wanted holy blood. So, and I remember also when I remember flying to Oguipele. Oguipele is at the furthest, that's the place where Anambra has oil reserves, and the place where they are mining oil in Anambra State. It's very, very close, very far from Onitsha, at the end of Ogbaro. When we got there, the helicopter came down because we saw some illegal mining activities going on in the thick forest there. That was before Anambra was adjudged and accepted into the committee of oil producing states in Nigeria. There had been illegal mining going on.
Yeah. That reminds me, how much do you know how much we were getting, Anambra State was getting as from the federal government when they became part of the oil producing states?
No, I wouldn't know. I think that happened after, because Obiano fought to get Anambra, accepted, and the federal government to recognize Anambra, so you will be getting the 13% derivation from the federal government. But incidentally, he didn't. That was when he was exiting office. The first tranche of such payment came about 2 or 3 months after Obiano had left. And speculations put it at about 400 million or less or more. I can't be specific, but they have a way of calculating it. All I know is that a sizable chunk of oil revenue comes in from that, and we are just at this moment. Exploration and oil exploitation is going on in Ogbaru alone. It hasn't started in Aguleri, because there are also oil wells there. So whatever the case may be, I expect that that revenue window, we continue to grow and expand as mining activities commence on more locations, more sites.
Have to get to our viewers, but one last thing. Your poetry. You talked about that you continue to write and while you were serving the government. And your poem, Dispossessed, the collection, won an Association of Nigerian Authors Award and was shortlisted and listed for the Nigerian Literature Prize. How is the life of a poet today in Nigeria? How does that what is it like? Is this something that is respected like the way novelists are respected? Are people reading the works? How is it going?
Well, the life of a poet in Nigeria under the present circumstances is really, should I say, deplorable, but it is also inspiring to a lot of poets because when the condition becomes very uncomfortable, it excites and ignites creativity in some people. I remember my poem on Sit at Home, which was a response to the phenomenon in the Southeast. The sit-at-home phenomenon. I had to look at the various ways that it affects us and how, we are not able to sit down and iron out our differences, and how the feelings and bruises of the Southeast have often been neglected by Nigeria, and the likes. And that's how I tried to bury the scars of the sit-at-home phenomenon in my heart. A poetry sheds his tears on paper, and that's how I shed mine. But the point is that you ask whether a poet has as much recognition as a novelist in Nigeria. I say not exactly. They are not neglected either, but of course, because of the recondite nature of the poetic craft, a poet doesn't have as much, acceptance, and the audience of poetry is not really as huge as the audience of fiction and prose. But we are not complaining. In fact, one of my, should I say, strongest influences in the poetic craft, the late Christopher Kibo, at a point said he did not write his poems for non-poets. So I think that any poet, worth his salt, who is actually, passionate about the poetic craft, we not set out to write for popularity. I don't write to be liked. I don't write to appeal to the mass audience. I write because I feel either pain or pleasure in overwhelming measures. Like when I write about love, it is actually an internal explosion of exhilarating feelings. I feel excited. I am enamored by, what I have seen or what I have experienced, and I go in a rhapsody, and I write about that and use words that best approximate the feeling that wells up inside me. And I think that is the nature of poetry, because of the intensity of the feeling that produces quality poetry. The writer does not always sing for an audience. He just creates. I remember that when I spent time with the late Professor Ben Obumselo, a foremost critic and an Okibo ally, and Chinua Achebe contemporary, because they were all at the University of Ibadan at the time, or the University College as it was called then. I was trying to understand, the inner layers of the Okibo poetic craft, and Obum Selu told me that Okibo said he did not write to convey meaning, but to share experience, so that if the reader who becomes a partaker in the feast he is preparing, is not even able to make any meaning out of what he is sharing, but is able to experience it, to partake in the experience. That is enough. That might be all that you need to take away. So poetry, to my mind, the kind of poetry that I don't write poetry that, gives you so much ease of access, or the kind of poetry that is a poetry of the public square, except when I am writing a song. And I have written many and recorded many too.
Yeah, we are going to listen to one of those songs as we invite our audience to join us. So while we listen to that song, I will bring in the audience who will ask.
Okay. Yeah, fine.
You're the rainbow of my life. You're the rainbow of my life. Rainbow of my life. You're the rainbow of my life. You're the rainbow. You're the rainbow. You're the rainbow.
Like a rainbow after the rain, you appeared on the stormy horizons of my life, with a paintbrush to inflame my days with color. And now, like a movie series, every dawn comes with a lyric to announce a new season of love. You are the rainbow that resets the skies after each storm, erasing memories of songless days when beauty hid behind pregnant clouds. And my earth is out of rhythm with the Milky Way. Now, your smile has set the sky ablaze with celestial melodies. And each hymnal concerto, each movement in the contralto, each fragment of mezzo-soprano reminds me of the harmony in a rainbow. You walk through the door to my heart when bougainvilleas laugh the sun awake, dropping dewy petals on the floor to form a red carpet for your dainty feet. And our love has been a lunar eclipse, my love. Our bodies aligning in perfect symmetry to the prosody of songs that have no need for voices. I am the moon in this silhouette of dreams, and you are the earth whose shadow must gather and fold me in her arms. Like radiant mentors, aflame in the palms of the goddess. Beloved, this love is celestial, and your penumbral softness is my only chance to breathe. But when the earth locks lips with the moon, and the sun blushes in envy, our bodies tremble with the guilt of knowing. So let these fleeting moments between the earth and the moon inflict the billows in the smithy of our hearts, and fan indigo flames to make the rainbow blink in wonder. You are my rainbow, baby. You are my rainbow. I love you.
All right. That was beautiful. So we're having a conversation with James Says, a poet, writer, former chief press secretary to the former governor of Anambra State, Mr. Willie Obiano. We have people joining us. When I call you, please find your best question or comment, and then you'll have a minute to do that. Jefferson, you're first.
Yeah, good morning. Nice poetry. So I believe you are familiar with D.K. Chukwumerije. Is another good poet too that is waking the minds of Nigerians. So my question goes like this, James. I want to know, because there are so many speculations. Peter has been called all manner of names. Okute has been called all manner of names that he said he didn't save money. So I just want to ask you that can you confirm under Obiano's administration that Peter Obi actually saved those monies, and part of those monies were they actually used to build the international airport? Because last I checked, the former governor of Taraba State actually spoke of the fact that he had a conversation with Obiano, and he said that the money that was saved by his predecessor was actually used to build the Anambra State airport. I want to know, and was there so many work or legacy that was done and was acknowledged? Because again, I could also remember that Obiano, when he was governor too, equally politically accused Obi that he didn't save any money. So I want to know from you.
James, you are muted. Let me unmute you.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Jefferson. I am here not to speak like a politician would, because I am not one. I am a poet, and poets bear witness to truth. What I do know for a fact is that P2B saved money. Okay? That is not in doubt. Now, as for whether that money was specifically spent on building the Anambra Airport, I can only say maybe a part of it, because I believe that the Anambra Airport, a lot of funds went into the construction of the airport. But we must also remember that P2B's contribution to the building of Anambra Airport goes beyond saving money. The land on which the airport stands was also part of P2B's legacy. You know, but because government is a continuum, I wonder why we want to separate some projects, you know, like split. There are projects that government, a particular administration hands over to his successor, and the successor is expected to continue and complete that project, because the project belongs, whatever project a particular government builds or builds halfway belongs to the people and not the initiator of the project. What is going on in Enugu State today, for which a lot of people are happy and excited, is the fact that the International Conference Center that Governor Chimaroke Nnamani began to build and left uncompleted 16 years ago, Governor Pitamba has not only began work on it, but is at the verge of completing it, and people are seeing what a beautiful initiative it was in the beginning. Now we are all clapping for Pitamba and saying he's done an excellent work, but it was actually begun by Chimaroke Nnamani. Now, there is no division whatsoever, because the project is there to serve the people and not the political gladiators who may have initiated it. And I do not think that it serves any useful purpose for people to get into heated argument, over government projects initiated by people that we elected and empowered with our collective resources and revenue to act on our behalf. So why we dissipate energy, arguing about who did what and how it was done, it leaves me a little baffled. I think it's not consequential.
All right.
And
James, sorry, Rudolph.
Yes,
James,
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay. Sorry, I'm happy that you acknowledged that at least there was a consensus, because I'm not against the fact that there is continuum. I mean, I'm equally happy that Obiano actually did the airport. It was a good one. So really for Anambra people, and government is obviously a continuum. But what I don't really like in general is the fact that, once a new governor, a new administration comes in, sometimes they not acknowledge succession plan, which you actually stated, because there's always back and forth. There's always back and forth on who does what, who doesn't do what. And so, and these kind of things actually breeds confusion amongst the commoners, that are not in government coffers, that are not running in political offices. So once people are informed of this, it is good for us to know. And there, because there have been so many lies, so many things. Even one that they said that even Obi went and before he left, he opened a beer company for himself and all that. People spread all manner of lies, and it is good we actually look into all these things and say them as they are. So I want to appreciate you on this. Let me stop there because other people are in the house. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jefferson. If I might add a little more, Obiano run on the continuity mantra. He said he would continue. I think he had the 4 C's. Continue, commence, continue, complete, and commission obese projects. And part of what Obiano inherited that he completed is the Golden Tulip Hotel in Agolo, formerly known as Agulu Lake. Is easily the best hotel in Anambra State today. Obiano inherited that structure as a carcass. I was there on the first day that he went to inspect that hotel, and he completed it. Soludo was the board, the chairman of the board before he became governor. There was also the Onitsha, the ShopRite in Onitsha. It was P2B that began it, and Obiano completed it. There were so many other things, even some aspects of the Odumegwu Ojukwu University. There were so many courses that were not accredited when P2B left. But Obiano fought, especially medical students in that university were there for 10 years before accreditation came under Obiano. Now, this is how government should work, and we should see it as our collective success. And we are a developing society, and we can actually do with less bitterness in the way we approach some of these things. Because as the Holy Bible says, was it Apollos planted and which other Peter watered? It is all for the furtherance of the scripture and the kingdom of God. So there is no star performer, so to speak. Every performer in a football field is essential, for the success of the team. As we continue our quest for growth and for a repositioning of Southeast Nigeria, and to actually prove to ourselves first, before we begin to prove to our neighbors, that we are direct heirs to our ancestors, the people who fought the Biafran War, the people who gifted Black Africa its first weapon of mass destruction, the genius of Biafra, the Ogbunigwe, and all the great inventions of our fathers and great forefathers. We have not lived up to that billing, apart from the signs of resurrection that I see in Innocent Chukwuma's factory at Newi in the auto industry. We have nothing else that stands our generation out as true heirs to our fathers. I think we should ask ourselves those questions, because we cannot go on like this. I live in Nigeria and I know what it means to come from the southeast of Nigeria. And we cannot, a people with our different creative gifts and diversity of talent, we cannot go on waiting for a federation that has since moved on. So we need to challenge ourselves and come out with our best game ever. I don't know. You look at our people in the diaspora. Which society are we not playing to the fullness of our strengths? Which advanced society is an Igbo man not making his mark? Gabo Keye won his second term in the House of Representatives the other time when the American elections took place. If he wasn't good enough, America is a society that is driven by merit, essentially. He was good enough, and that's why he won a second term. So why is it that we have remained a people that best typifies the metaphor of a tree with roots in the skies? Why is Igbo's success only manifest overseas? Why can't we bring our success stories home?
Can I answer that question? Can I answer that question? I can.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. James.
Thank you.
Ndị Igbo perform excellently well outside the shores of Nigeria because merit counts. In Nigeria, there's a ceiling, there's a stunted growth for us. That's just a simple thing. If you take the worst Igbo man in Nigeria and put him in America, he becomes excellent. If you bring Gabe Okoye from Atlanta, Georgia, to come and contest in his village, if he's not of APC, he will be rigged out. I mean, we know these things. If you bring hold on, please, excuse me, please. Excuse me, I don't want to look at people. Please, excuse me, just behave yourself. If you bring a country while from what sort of discussion to be in Nigeria and then to contest with other Nigerians, she will be rigged out. They will tell you that are Igbo. No, let them bring another person to go and represent. That was why when the likes of Daddy Onyama, we are representing Nigeria at the World Court in those days of merit. They have to bring one Yeye Salami to go and represent, and the World Court threw him back. That is Nigeria for you. So we know all these things.
All right, thank you, CM. Let's continue. Chinon, so you're next.
Yeah, good evening, sir Ogeze.
Good evening.
Greet you in a special way.
Thank you so much.
I greet you and the Gene of Willie Obiano. I am part of a living testimony and witness things that happened then. This is me saying the truth, no matter that I believe in that thing for now. In Willie Obiano, all the MDG work was completed. And I am one of the person who built one of the MDG primary school in Willie. So when I said that he did well, Willie Obiano is the best governor I have witnessed in my life in Anambra State. So far, so good. And nobody changed from my mind. Despite that, he's the first governor who is calling meeting for all the armies, every security apparatus. He's calling meeting every 6 months. He did not owe me until I left Nigeria. And he's the governor who come ask all of us to submit our accounts that he will be paid. And once months end, you will get your alert. No matter the stipend is too small, but you get it. This is Willie Obiano for me. So I believe that Willie Obiano, who is a governor who come to Anambra, finish all the legacies that Peter Obi left. And to finish all these things, they acquired money. Because I remember that one of the smallest MDG work is over 5 million naira then. For you to finish it. Me who finished my own and primary school, once I finished, he paid my money, not to leave it like other governors who did not pay their own. Because I am an engineer then, so I got my own job and he delivered it to me and I delivered the job. He paid me everything. When I come into security, like I said, he's not owing me. So till tomorrow, anybody who asks me about Willie Obiano, I will gladly say weird things that he done good to me. And the way Willie Obiano is in the seat, the killing, the bad boys in Anambra right now, it's not like that way before. When he left the office, a lot has happened. And that is when Soludo, for me, Soludo is going to be the worst guy in Anambra State. I don't look at any human being. I say the way it is in my mind. That's what makes me Chinonso. I am a son of my father. Soludo is going to mess things up. It's not all about gragra. It's not all about speaking grammar. It's not about being professor. But it's all about asking yourself, what my people want. Soludo, Willie Obiano come give us primary schools here and there, build complete hospitals, give toilet to the areas of schools in Anambra State, and he completed all of them. If you did not complete your own, the last time they come inspection, who did not complete his own, he makes sure he complete it and he's getting his money. So nobody will say in the MDG work and civil apparatus that Willie Obiano owe. So if there are no other thing, let nobody spoil his name. Only for these two, I give him credit. Then, I want to say this at last. He's also a governor who honored our hero and heroes of Biafras. He never interjected on that particular days of our hero and heroes. Him himself, you will see him carry flowers, go to their grave and decorate something and said, it's our heroic days. I cited him for these 3 points. But my question is, after he left, what is going on in Anambra right now? Is my question to you, because you are in the house.
Okay. Thank you, Chinonso, for your nostalgia about the Obiano years. But I think that our best days are still ahead of us. Because as I stated earlier, sometimes we must always remember that it's not always about how we start, but how we end the race. Soludo still has some years ahead, and he might still surprise us. It is not like anything has actually gone completely bad. He's battling the situation. And to answer your question directly, what is going on in Anambra State is that the state has unwittingly, walked into a security maelstrom, like a thunderstorm, and we do not know how long it will last. The state is responding the best way that it can. And, sometimes, if you try a particular strategy and it's not working, you will have to take a second look at it and then retool your strategy. And we just saw that happen recently when Kenema Kai was appointed to head Homeland Security or something like that. And he's a man who is known to have done well in offering a similar service to Okija community. Now, Okija is one of the massive communities in Anambra State with some of the most prominent billionaires that Anambra has. So expectedly, Okija should be very attractive to criminals. But I understand that because Ken Emakai headed the security structure in Okija, that Okija has witnessed relative peace and security so far. So I think his performance on that particular assignment recommended him strongly to Professor Soludo, the governor of Anambra State. And he has just taken over that responsibility. It's not going to be easy for him in the beginning, but we expect him to weigh in and impose himself on the situation as time goes on, as he begins to get familiar with what is going on, the undercurrents and the landmines that have turned into nightmares to Anambra so far. So I don't think it's a hopeless situation, because it's an evolving scenario. If you try one approach and it's not working, you try another. And that's exactly what is going on. There have been killings, there have been kidnappings, but our best days are ahead of us.
All right. Thank you so much, Chini. So let's go to Eagles Air.
Yeah, Rudolph Okonkwo. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Rudolph. The purpose of this platform is manifesting a place that we are the truth we must say out. So thank you. God will bless you for that. Mr. James Eze, I throw my cap to you. This is why I throw a cap that you start firmly by saying the truth. It did not work according to a politician or people who serve under a government. So I have to throw my cap to you. You are straightforward.
Thank you, my brother.
I commend you for that. But I want to ask you a question, because sometimes there are some things that will be happening. If you don't get somebody that is in government or part of that regime, you will not get the full details or the truth about it. Willie Obiano inherited the government from Peter Obi directly. And there's one certain man who make himself a bigger enemy of Peter Obi, who hand over to Willie Obiano. I don't want to call his name, but they have been going on net, especially on S, said that Willie Obiano inherited a bad government from Peter Obi, especially insecurity, that Anambra State was not secured. And he go ahead again, was saying that the same Peter Obi was held in Lagos State with some vehicles that carry a lot of money. Now, I'll need a clarity on this thing, whether such a thing exists, because as we are saying this thing, a lot of us here in diaspora, and this video you are seeing right now, go very viral everywhere, so that we get the clarity and the truth about it, because we are the part of government that he handed over to. Please, we need the clarity on this. Thank you.
Hold on, James. I muted you because of a feed, audio feed we are getting from your end. So you can go ahead now.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Your question is well taken. I think we should be able to know when politicians are talking, because politicians are in the habit of creating confusion, of engaging, one another in senseless brinkmanship, which I don't think we need, especially in the Southeast, because our situation is peculiar. The South, we people in the Southeast, we need to understand the peculiarity of our position in Nigeria and play less politics, especially of the bitter type, and you see one another as partners in progress, even if we don't see one another as brothers, because we either have to think and work together as wise men, or perish together as fools. So all this pulling apart, Peter Obi did this, Peter Obi did that, for someone who had served the state creditably. It was Peter Obi, as I referenced earlier, that began the practice of confiscating property used in holding people as holding facilities by kidnappers. He went to the House of Assembly and got a law that mandates government to seize property, any building whatsoever that has been used in holding people, while the ransom seekers moved around looking for money. Once they detect such a property, they mark it like this and they pull it down. It was started by Peter Obi. Nobody can take that away from him. It was Peter Obi also who threw away the decadent system of Bakassi boys, taking charge of security in Anambra State, and the open barbarism of public execution by the mob that had taken firm roots in Onitsha. And Peter said no. He deployed Nigerian police to do their jobs, and they did it well under him. The much that he could, because no government can guarantee 100% security. It doesn't even exist in America. There are crimes in America, gun crimes. So no matter how good a particular administration might be, there will still be elements, there will still be pockets of criminality going on. The question is, how has the leader responded to it? Now, the problem we have had in Anambra State is that for the most part of the Soludo administration, the government has not responded to incidents of crime and criminality. Killings, no broadcasts. The government has not addressed some of the killings, and people are angry. I wrote most of Obiano's speeches, and I know how many broadcasts I wrote for Obiano. I know that when COVID-19 was going on, we were briefing in Anambra on a weekly basis, and on a weekly basis, I had to write a new situation so that people will know how the state government was reacting to the pandemic. That's how a state works. You don't leave people in the dark, because once you leave too much doubt, too much, gap in communication, then, speculations will take over. And that's why the situation in Anambra seems exaggerated, seems blown out of proportion, because the government is not communicating, it's not telling the people what's going on. A television crew that was headed to Uyo in Akwa Ibom State to cover the Nigerian Super Eagles game was waylaid somewhere between Anambra and Imo State, but the news reports claimed that it happened on the Anambra side of the boundary, and there was no official statement. There was no address for a crime of that magnitude involving people who were not even Nigerians, because the Super Sports crew, actually, these are South Africans. Super Sports is a South African broadcast station. So, and they were going to Uyo to cover an international match. That sort of crime, you ought to speak out and say what happened, and then tell the people what the government is doing. The killing at, there have been so many such incidents that they failed to address. And that is what the issue is. Carry the people along, let them know what efforts you are making, let them know how you are responding to challenges that are thrown to you, because when you accepted the mandates that people bestowed on you to think for us, to work for us, to stay awake so that we will sleep peacefully, you should have known that you owe us speech, not silence, at the crucial moments. And that's why we have these challenges. So I am surprised that anyone would say that P2B left Obiano with a security nightmare. I'm not aware of that. Then, as for what is the second part of your question now?
But he was held in Lagos with a convoy.
No, there is no such incident, to the best of my knowledge, involving P2B as an individual. Now, I wouldn't know if any of his aides may have been involved in anything of that nature. It's not for me to say. But as far as P2B as an individual is concerned, he was never heard, and I have not even heard anywhere that a sitting governor can be heard by any security apparatchik. It's not. Governors are given immunity. No one can arrest or apprehend a governor until he exits office in Nigeria. That's standard. So for people to even begin to speculate, things like that, it shows that they don't really understand how the system works. I would advise you to disregard such claims, because there is no truth to them.
All right. Thank you, James. Thank you, Eagles. CM, you're next.
Okay. Well, sorry for the, or let me say, though I've intervened earlier. So Mr. James says, thank you very much for being our
All
guest
right.
today. I've read
Okay.
I've read your poems and everything. You are quite
Well,
artistic,
thank you.
no doubt.
Thank you. Thank you.
Through my teacher, Ozo Maxim Ozato, who taught me history in school. So he's a friend and a teacher from Umuchu. So I know your activity with him. See, I won't be drawn into this. Let me say maybe to feel good factor to start to compare a sitting governor with previous one. Obiano did 8 years. Peter Obi did 8 years. God help Soludo, let him do 8 years. After that, we compare. It's good you compare people on equal pegging. That's mean of merit. That's why they say sit for exam, the same exam condition, so that who comes first will not be the who comes first. If you are playing a match, the same condition, when you finish, then we now consider. That is the way to do it. But that is by the way. So you served Obiano's government as the chief press secretary. I want to ask, I want to know, you are quite an honest person. When Obiano came in, there was this video making the round. P2B, the inconsistency of man. You know what it, if you know about it, you know what it contains. Do you really think that whatever they said there is it really true, or was it just pure politics?
Yeah, I remember that video very well. And I remember it was released by APGA. It wasn't really any video released by the Obiano administration directly must have come from me. Blame me for it. I wrote lots of documentary scripts trying to create awareness about what Obiano was doing. I can't remember writing any script that sought to chronicle P2B's inconsistency. But I remember that when P2B left APGA, he made a comment that didn't go down well with the leadership of APGA. He said he wanted to go to the center and that APGA was not the kind of vehicle that would take him to the center. In a sense, he was actually alluding to what finally transpired last year when he ran for president on a bigger platform than APGA. We must know that APGA is essentially a party with a stronger appeal in Anambra and not anywhere else. So if you look at P2B's political aspiration, he wanted to lead Nigeria. And he said APGA would not serve that purpose. It was not a purpose-built vehicle for the realization of that dream. And he said he was quitting APGA. And then the people, the leadership of APGA, and APGA has so many passionate members. Peter had been the arrowhead of APGA in Anambra for a long time. He received the totem of APGA leadership from Nanyo Ojukwu himself. And I recall that, in some viral video clips that circulated that time, there were instances where Peter had sworn that he would never leave APGA. So what happened was that I suspect that some of these characters latched onto those existing materials where he had sworn never to leave APGA, and in a blind anger put them together and said inconsistency or something like that. I'm giving you a candid view of what may have transpired. So such a video, of course, it exists, but it was the party fighting back because APGA, members of APGA felt that APGA was the party that made P2B, that gave him the platform to begin his political dream in the first place. I remember that when Obiano was in power, there were also endless waves of speculation that Obiano was about to leave APGA. Now, if you ever rule Anambra on the platform of APGA and you decide to leave any day, you better prepare for a similar treatment. Because I don't know how much time you have spent in Anambra as an adult, but if you live in Anambra and you you witness APGA. APGA is not a political party, it's a movement. People are passionate about it. Very passionate. To go against APGA is akin to committing social suicide in Anambra State, especially if you have been a beneficiary of APGA one way or the other. And you come out and you do not just say, okay, I am leaving the party, because whatever has a beginning must have an ending. But you sit back and in public, you deride the party that gave you a chance at leadership. People didn't take kindly to it. And that, I think that was what happened to Peter. And what I'm telling you now, if you do a search on these things that I'm telling you, you see all these things that I'm telling you. Peter's remarks that may have triggered the reaction from APGA members. Now, to also remind you that it is politics and all is fair in love and war, is it not still the same people who felt aggrieved about Peter's decamping from APGA that stood firmly behind him when he ran for president on the Labour Party platform? So, in politics, there are no permanent enemies.
All right, thank you, CM. Let's go to Loco P.
All right. Good evening for me, everybody, and thank you so much, Mr. James Eze, for some truths you spelled out, or let me say most truths, and working with them too. And first thing first, I want to start with this, like disagreeing with you when you said security vote was being sorry, Obiano was requesting because security votes. I would like to say that when public funds is being given to you, anytime, any day, you're supposed to be questioned if your answer is clean and answer to it, regardless of or not. If you get your turn, you're the only person that is doing it. If your hand is clean, answer to the question and just leave it, let it be. That is one. Then two, I also want to thank you for the part you alluded where Soludo is now receiving 30% derivation. So would you say with Soludo's first 2 years in office, comparing it with other expertise of first 2 years in office, if he has failed woefully or is doing well? And lastly, where's Obiano? Is he still in EFCC custody, or is somewhere in Nigeria going to receive his case, or outside Nigeria coming to answer for his case?
All right. Thank you for your submission. I appreciate your opinion, but when I said what I said about the security votes, I was not even speaking my opinion. I was speaking as a matter of law, because I've lived in Nigeria long enough. I've heard arguments about security votes and about how security votes are spent. There was a particular instance in Ibadan where a strong man, Lamidi Adedibu, was quarreling with the former governor of your state, and saying, security votes, bring your security votes, let's share it, because that is our money. It was in a public domain. Most governors see security votes because what are security votes? You know what the governors do with the security votes? If you get to understand how states run in Nigeria and how peace is guaranteed, and what elements and pillars that support a peaceful existence in a state, you will understand. So security votes is not just about money to the police. It is money that the CEO spends to guarantee a stable and peaceful state. So when security votes are spent, sometimes they are not receipted. If you buy security vehicles for the police, or you give the police money to buy vehicles, you don't go looking for, asking for, okay, can I have a comprehensive, detail? Can you account? Because they're not accountable to you. But in order for you to guarantee security in your state, you know that you have to provide security vehicles, or the police will not be able to move around. So I don't want to delve into that because I'm not a security expert, but I know that, the governors are given enough headroom by the Constitution, to decide how they spend their security votes. That's one. As for Soludo, and his performance, I think it is early days yet. As
I'm using first 2 years of his predecessors.
Yeah.
First 2 years of not 8 years. 2 years versus 2 years of his predecessors. That's what I'm using, not the full 8 years.
Yes. I think it is unfair to even begin to look at Soludo's 2 years in office. Any objective observer or analyst will just look at specific things that directly affect the lives of the people, like security. Mm-hmm. If Soludo had held security down, I don't think anyone will be grumbling about whether he is not building a skyscraper or he has not built a monument in Oka or anything of that. Anambra is a state that doesn't even need much, because the entrepreneurs are there. All they are clamoring for is provide the enabling environment, and we build things ourselves. I witnessed such miracles when I worked with Obiano. When we arrived at Anambra in 2013, 2014, the most popular spot in Anambra today, known as Club Road or Abakaliki Street, was a place that once it was 5 o'clock, you dared not walk or even drive or, pass through. One, there was a mortuary located on that street. And people who had fears of spirits and ghosts dreaded going there. Yeah. Again, criminals were always there. You see, Chinonso is laughing because he probably remembered this. So the place it didn't actually exist in the people's imagination. But when Obiano took over and cleansed Anambra, cleansed Oka, and restored nightlife, investors flooded that street. And if you go there, if you see the number of nightclubs that exist in that axis, and what Obiano did was to put a security point there, a security vehicle, put street lights there, have the whole place illuminated, so that people can come there. If you get to Abakaliki Street now, the whole place is bright. Soludo has taken it further by reconstructing the entire road and making the place, look a little more urban. And that's continuity of vision, sustained vision. Somebody sees, there is growth coming in here. That for a society to be stable, even the vagrants must have a place where they go to cool down. If you love a bottle of Ompa and you want to relax at the end of each day, there must be a place where you can go and have that beer in peace. Everybody must not be a philosopher like Rudolph or Go. So there are people who should go to the beer parlor and have a drink or two at the end of each day. And he created that, and Soludo has sustained that vision. So what I'm saying in essence is that it's too early to judge Soludo. The only thing is, we wish he could tackle security head on. You see how I've heard people, say that if only Soludo had tackled security with the same determination that he deploys in tackling the revenue drive, especially the type that has led to people getting their legs broken in Onitsha, that, exactly. Maybe the insecurity problem in Anambra would have been over by now. We just want him to show a little more resolve to deal with the issues head on and demonstrate his position as the chief security officer of the state. Because nature abhors a vacuum. Once you don't take that space over, the criminals will take it. and begin to make headlines, so that instead of people here reading stories about you, they are reading stories about the exploits of the criminals, and that's what's going on.
So, the last question you asked, Obiano, where is he? Is he in the FCC custody or is?
Obiano was in court on the 13th of November in Abuja. He's not in FCC custody. He was in FCC custody in the beginning of his ordeal, but he has been allowed to go freely and then appear in court until the court determines his case. So that if he's guilty, then he will face the consequences of guilt. But if he's innocent, he will be allowed to rejoin his family in America. And I think that's fair enough.
Thank you very much and for your questions. Sorry for your answers. And I'm speaking from we are close to the Southeast. I'm not from the Southeast. And one thing I agree with you that you said, like Nigeria has moved on. So it's now left for the people of Southeast to start building. And like you said, the only existing one there is Innocent Motors, Innocent Chukuma, and other billionaires. You understand? Everybody must not be in politics. Everybody must not be in politics, you understand? So it's good for other billionaires to come to the Southeast and start building the way Innocent Chukuma is doing his own. That was the point I was trying to say when what's his name? Say the CM. You rudely interrupted me. Tell me, because if I blow your cap, not try me.
All right. Thank you, Local P. Let's go to
good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending where you are. My name is Aika Lamefla. I'm from Imo State. I'm from Olu Senatorial Zone precisely. I want to thank you you already answered two of my, from Jefferson, from either Chinonso and the Ego's Eye. I think you did answer the questions why I really entered this platform by this time. And I want to thank you for your academic work and academic excellence. It's not only to talk about the government that you were part of it. I want to appreciate your academic achievement and your excellency in your field of profession, and I respect that.
Thank you.
For the questions you have answered concerning what is going on in Anambra State, like you said, I'm from Imo State. I am being governed by the Supreme Court governor who never won an election in Imo State. And the story in my state is a complete different, but I think from the perspective of what you have been saying since, I think Anambra is trying to turn to Imo State in terms of security. But I hope not that it doesn't go to that level. So my question to you, and I want to, because I've been following your conversation with Dr. Rudolph when both of you were having the interview, and I can see a neutral person in you. I can see your neutrality in your answers and your conversation. And I did hear you when Rudolph asked you about the political parties, talked about the APC and Labour Party maybe. But I think Valentine Ozib, I think, he's not hiding his ambition to go back to be governor of Anambra State. Right from the time he joined Labour Party up to today as we are talking, I think he did something last, if not early, this 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. Anambra Chawap. That is his whatever. So, based on what you have been saying here, I want you to be honest with me. Will you be surprised if Professor Chukwuma Soludo becomes a one-time governor in Anambra State? The why I asked that question is because I am a true Igbo man, and I want the best for the Eastern Nigeria. But I think when you were explaining the letter that Chukwuma Soludo wrote, and I came back to me to understand that nemesis will always catch up with people, but we don't know when and how, but it's true. So I think you made a statement we shouldn't compare Soludo for 2 years. But I personally have to do that because you know why? I am going to do that based on what Legacies is doing in Anambra State. And based on what the governor of Enugu State is doing in Enugu State, even though he never won an election, because I have to be factual. He never won an election. He was a government. He was a court governor. NYC said he never. So it doesn't matter. And I cannot, for me, because I see you as an honest man, I can never condone falsehood, because these people, I am telling you now, they are even though they are doing something that is good, can never make me to accept them as governor of Enugu State. So the point I'm saying now, based on this, what I just said now, is it going to be shocking to people that are members of ABGA who, like as you said, is like a movement, like obedient movement, if their governor becomes one-time governor in Anambra State?
I tell you, that's a very difficult question. It's difficult in the sense that I know that APGA is a very strong political movement, but I also understand the nature of the Anambra man, which I have seen play out at repeated times. If you have read Things Fall Apart, you will recall some of the epic moments in Things Fall Apart. It reflects the Anambra man, the Anambra mind, and how the Anambra human being reacts to situations around him. In Anambra State, no man, no matter how wealthy, no matter how gifted, no matter how brilliant you are, you cannot rise against the clan. You can't win judgment. No man can win judgment against the clan. That is the theme of Arrow of God by Chinua Achebe. Read that work again and you understand what I'm saying. So, no, I know that while I know that party is a strong political movement, APGA, I also know that when the Anambra people resolve that they have had enough of you, no party will save you. I know the factors that contributed to Obiano winning a landslide victory for his second term, and he won 21 local governments out of 21 that exists. It was because Ndi Anambra said, enough. Nobody can impose anyone on us. No matter who you are, you can't tell us who will rule us. We will determine who will rule us. And everybody came, they came from different parts of Nigeria, settled, they came back to Anambra on just a few days before election, campaigned for Obiano. Some people had village feasts, brought everybody and said, look, you must vote here. People in the diaspora came back home. And by the time the dust had settled, the opposition was crushed completely. So, Ofonya de Silora na Anambra, you dare not. That's why I said it's a difficult question, because even when I recognize the supremacy of the party and what the party can do, I also know that if Ndi Anambra feels sufficiently disenchanted with Soludo's leadership, they know what to do. But I pray that they don't do it, because they are very sophisticated people, and I know that they understand the virtue of patience and second chance. That if Soludo has not shown signs of the greatness that we expected in the beginning of his administration, it does not foreclose the possibilities of his rising to his full height as time goes on. He has only done about how many years? 2.5 years out of 4. You know, if you 2.5 years out of 4 years, it might seem like a short period for him to prove himself. But if you remember that Sam Mbakwe had only 4 years to build all the things, all the legacies he left in Owerri, in Imo State. You know that it is not really about the time frame, but about the resolve of the leader. His desire to build a house in the memory of his people. So Soludo can be, his administration can end dramatically after 4 years. He can lift the society to the point where everybody sees his re-election as a sacred duty. And everyone begins to work for him and say, because you have done this, you deserve a second chance. So that's why I said it is too early. Let us be patient. He can still achieve much, even within 1 year. Obiano built the airport in about 15 months. 15 months. And he built that airport in the heat of COVID-19, 2020, when there was no movement, nothing. But work was going on. So a whole lot can still be done. I think we should still give him the benefit of the doubt, because he is a gifted individual, a brilliant economist. You know, if he decides, he can inspire all of us and rally people to war by showing in strong terms, you know, that he is capable to provide leadership for the entire Southeast. I tell you what, my brother Ike, when I was campaigning for Soludo specifically, it was because I thought that Soludo would catalyze development in the entire Southeast region. Why? Anambra has the human capital. Anambra has everything that you need. The proximity, the biggest market in this part of Africa is located there. And now Anambra has an airport. Obiano intended it to be an international airport. So, and there are so many possibilities. So I was thinking, Soludo's exemplary leadership in Anambra would inspire other Southeast governors to do their best to develop the region. I also thought he would provide leadership as the professor of note that he is, an acclaim. I thought he would be such an inspiring leader that it would be easy for him to rally his brother governors together to a round table where great ideas that will uplift the Southeast region will be hatched. He had occupied such posts prior to becoming governor. When the Southeast met in Oka for a historic occasion known as the Alex Ekweme Declaration, when they took a stand on restructuring Nigeria, it was Soludo that was the chairman of the committee that was drafted to articulate the position of Ndigbo on restructuring in Nigeria. So he's always had that prominent position. He's always played major roles for the region. So I had envisaged that it would be very easy, now that he had executive powers, to actually animate some of those ideas that had lain dormant for years, most of which came from him in the first instance. Now you see why some of us are expecting so much from him. And we are hoping that in time he will realize that even those who criticize him out of love, and not because they don't like him. It is because we want to rouse his spirit, the Igbo spirit, the can-do spirit that is resident in all of us. Because we know that if Anambra becomes better, the rest of the Igbo brothers of the Igbo states will wake up. In an encounter with Donald Duke, the former governor of Cross River State, when I was working with Obiano, Duke had come to visit Obiano, and when he was leaving the governor's lodge, I met him because I had always admired him from a distance. After I had visited Calabar, Tinapa, and Obutukato Ranch and all those places, and I had seen his legacy. So I walked up to him and told him, rather, fiendishly, because picture me telling Donald Duke, look, you have to be a madman to come up with the ideas that I saw in Cross River. And he looked at me and laughed. I said, look, I am so fiercely proud of you, because what you did in Cross River was exactly what the Emirates, in Dubai, that's what they did. They conjured an imaginary kingdom into existence. And you did just that. Tinapa, if you've been to Tinapa, and the time that I visited Calabar under Duke, I came out in the night. I was seeing a friend of. I was taking shot, and I couldn't empty my bladder on the road as we do in Nigeria, because the whole place was pristine clean. I felt I'll be doing a disservice to the environment. You can imagine when a leader leads you to a point where you have internal checks on your actions, on your natural impulse. That's great leadership. And I told him, what you did in Calabar is unforgettable. And his response, he told me, I'll tell you, young man, do you know what I discussed with your boss? I say, what? He said, I told your boss that he had a role to play. That if Anambra gets it right, then the rest of your Southeastern brothers will get their own acts together. And together, the region will be a better place. I still believe that if there will be a serious renaissance in the southeast of Nigeria, the governor of Anambra State must lead the charge. Anambra has the highest number of billionaires in Nigeria and, supposedly West Africa. So what it just takes is a visionary, inspiring leader to bring these people together and throw a challenge at them. And we begin to see results. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, James. One more question from the comments, and then you can give us your final concluding thoughts. We really appreciate your time. I know we agreed to 2 hours, and we've done more than that. So this is a question. It says, can you address Willie's accusation against Obi asking for kickbacks from his election? This was said publicly in his debate for second term. Are you aware of that, and can you address it?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I would say that people should be able to understand when political leaders engage each other as politicians and they are hurling missiles at each other. I would rather ask the person who threw this question, did Willie organize a press conference to accuse Peter, or did he say it as a result of, his struggle to save his political life during a campaign? Things acquire meaning based on contexts. In any case, we should be able to know when a comment is premeditated and when it was essentially uttered to serve a purpose. Because Peter didn't want Willie to have a second term, and he didn't make any secret of it. He was promoting Oseloko Obaze, and he was making an inroad because he's a charismatic figure in Anambra, and people adored and loved him. And I think, pushed to the wall, his political opponents had to respond. And there were also things that he threw at Obiano during that exchange. So why are we not remembering those ones too? So I love the person and the mission of Mr. P2B, but we must also remember that he's a human being, and every human being has their own personal battles. So he made enemies, and he fought them, and he's still fighting them. So we should put things in their proper context. If my political enemy throws a jab at me and I respond in like manner, all is fair in love and war. I think we should not hold on to such exchanges. And when politics, when it is over, once it blows over, people move on. The fellow who asked this question, would it surprise you to meet both Willie and Peter, having a dinner together sometime? You just never know. So that's it.
All right. Thank you so much. Any final thoughts?
Well, I think my final thought on Anambra's political future is that it's early days yet, and we all have a responsibility to build a prosperous state. And we must also remember that once elections are over, what sets in is leadership. And every individual in the society has a responsibility to play their part and, ensure that there is stability and progress in the state. We all share in that responsibility, and we must never forget that. I think there is still enough chance and enough time for us to begin to see positive results from Professor Chukwuma Soludo. I campaigned for him. Some of the things that I wrote on what he represents are still there on the internet. If you Google my name, you might see some of the things I wrote about Soludo. I didn't write them because I didn't have any conviction in his ability. It was because I believed he was the best when he ran for that position. And it will be to the benefit of Anambra State and to the joy of Nigeria if he performs well. If he ends up discharging his duties to Anambra State creditably, then we will all be happy. It's when development is going on well, it doesn't matter who is in charge of the process. It benefits everyone, both the opposition and the party in power. So I think we should all live in that consciousness and work together to build a prosperous state. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, James, for this wonderful time you spent with us.
All right. Yeah, my pleasure.
All right. Next time, maybe we'll have a debate between you and Dr. Law Mefo. That would be interesting.
Okay. That would be wonderful.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much. We take a break, and when we come back, we do feedback. Yeah. Thank you, James.
All right, then. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Bye.
thank you everybody for staying with us. That was a conversation with James as a poet, writer, former chief press secretary to Governor Willie Obiano for Anambra State. Where I'm waiting for KJ to come and take over from me. I have a meeting to attend, but in the meantime, let's have a feedback from you guys. Jefferson, let me start with you.
Yeah, I will say that James actually did his best to actually give us, at least to give an interview and to give the audience more of an insight on governance and to encourage us to revive the spirit of the Igbo nation, for us to keep on being resilient and to rebuild our society far beyond what it is today, despite all the setbacks and modalities that we are currently facing. And I'm also happy for the fact that he acknowledged that most of the things that will be said regarding what he did as a governor and the money that he saved, it's actually there in the works. You know, it's one thing for someone to actually say something, it's another thing for someone to make a count, to be an accuser, and it's another thing for those information to be verified. Because when Obi said go and verify, at least he's a witness, considering the fact that he worked in administration, he directly with Obiano administration that actually took over from Obi's. They took over from Obi. Yeah, so I would have wished, another thing I could have done was I would have wished and asked, though he may not be in position, to have asked him, why is it that Soludo currently cannot at least take a cue from Abia State governance? Alex Oti might not be 100% perfect in his approach, but at least there's something to learn. You know, we don't, and if there's anything I could learn currently from Alex Oti's current administration, is not to give anything to chance. Anything that needs to be resolve it within the least possible time. And one of the mantra of Alex Oti is, there is no time. There is no time to waste. Let us keep up the pace and make sure that we achieve every stone that is undone. So that is it. I wish to also ask him if he knew Chukwumerije Dike, because he's another poet that if we have been listening to him, I've actually gone to one of his poetic shows where he's actually how will I put it? He's there's a word for it. He's actually sensitizing Nigerians, politicians, and everyday Nigerians to actually see ourselves beyond tribe. It's something that we have to, it's something that we need to learn. It's something that we need to correct, because as whether we like it or not, we have not really learned anything. You know, the poet actually, yeah, so sorry, I'm soon finished. So we have not really learned anything, and I know he's a poet, I know he's into politics and all that, but I would have wished to ask him if he's familiar with his works. So, I mean, let me just conclude with that. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Jefferson. Chukwumerije is on our list of guests that we are working on getting on this show. So hopefully very soon we will have him. All right. On that note, I have to run. I have a meeting that is already on. I will hand it over to KJ to round up with the feedback and any other conversation. I will see you guys in 2 weeks' time. Next week is holiday here in America. So I wouldn't be here, but the show will be on. We are working on people that will run the show. But thank you all, and I will see you. KJ.
All right. Remember, I greet you. But Bro Rudolph, please, we are asking you to mind people you need to leave this platform to their hand, because there are those who come to spoil it. Though. Except Oga Kwejo, I observe him very well. He's a very intelligent and well-organized man. I give him kudos. But for the other people who bears a big name, they are messing up.
All right, thank you. Thank you, guys. I will see you.
In the lab. I beg to disagree. I beg to disagree. No, me, I the boss. I beg to disagree.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Gentlemen, you are welcome. And I want to say that I've been following from behind. So I've listened to all the contributions, especially a wonderful question that the man took towards the end by Oga Ike. And even the contribution of Loco everybody's contribution is greatly appreciated. You guys made the show very, very interesting. And the guest was a very sound man, so he was able to bring a lot of wealth of wisdom into what his answers. Chukwumereje, we used to be in the same university, so I know him very well. Soon he will be on this platform, and then you can equally ask that question. Very, very, very intelligent poet. Okay, so yes, who is the next person to speak? I guess it's Chinonso, right?
Chinonso, yeah.
Yeah, Chinonso, please go ahead.
Oga KJ, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
And you are one of the person that always, if I look at your face, I would like to be in this program.
Thank you so much.
You are one of them. So you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
The issue na Igbo people say one adage. Na na-eji ụtụtụ ama njọ afịa.
That is it.
That is why I said that Soludo is going to be the most world governor ever so far in Anambra State. I work closely with Peter Obi. That is when first time I come out as a councillor. I put my pictures everywhere and do my campaign. After my primaries, Peter Obi denied me access of being a councillor. And he told me that the person that affects me, he want to give him the councillor after all my expenses, and he did not balance me 1 naira. I take it like that, and I leave it there. That is when I find out that in Nigeria, the authorities give who they want, not who won the election.
Okay.
And since then, I swear with my life that Peter Obi will never win anything because he deprived me after my primaries and the hoping of winning the election. He said no, that he have a person he want to give it, that the person has been there more than 10 years before me. I go to him and say he will never win. Instead of Peter Obi to win, let Amadio win it. That is for me, Chinonso. That is why I said that Governor Peter Obi, the only way I hate Peter Obi, I've said my own. I don't paint words. That is me. The only way I hate Peter Obi about killing Masab, put them in Oji River. That is only my anger with him. That's why that that thing he did well. You see this man they call the governor.
Do you have part to back that? So do you have part? Don't be allegation, please. Don't.
Whatever we said have an evidence. Let's not dive in there.
Please don't interrupt him. Let him finish. We'll ask him a question. Take it easy.
The evidence is everywhere, and whatever I say today, I can defend it because since I was born, I live in Biafra land or so-called zoo before I left and changed my mind about them and see that this is not the good side. So for Governor Willie Obiano, this man spends more money in security outfit when he was in the office. Nothing eats his money. He was the first governor who awarded my first ever he lost to work in my office. Not even one. One he lost, one Sienna. All these things is money. And he's paying. And his first tenors, first 2 years in office, all the MDG work, he gave me one. I accomplished it, he paid me. So that is the first time we said, this is going to be a changes in Anambra. Since he left, before I left Nigeria, Soludo is already in office. I never see anything. The only thing he's quickly to do is to increasing taxes on the pharmacies. He's increasing taxes on the people in the rural areas that even to feed is a problem. If you are driving a man, you are before under Willie Obiano, you are paying 1,000. Now you are paying 4,000 or 3,000. What for? And no, there is no MDG work going on. We have more allocation in Anambra more than any other state. There is no good road he's building. He's just doing propaganda. That's why I said for me, it's not all about the grammar. It's not all about the big name. It's what you have upstairs. What can you offer to your people? Do you understand your people? Do you know what they need? In time of Peter Obi, the good side of him was in my state, in Anambra, we have 24 hours light. Do you see how I prove my evidence to you? Fact and figures. I don't beat around the bush. That time there is light in Anambra, and that is only one thing I would take, mark him, give him 50%. Every other thing he did on his own time, he tried. But Willie is my best governor since I know what is called politics. That is who I really appreciate so much. So, my people.
All right.
I think
there's a question, a follow-up question I want to clarify, just for purpose that do you have any evidence that Peter Obi during his time was able to remove some people from earth and put them in the river?
Yes. If you give me your WhatsApp number, one of these days, I will forward you the video clip.
Okay. All right. That goes the locals answer. All right. A good say.
Who tells you the answer be that one? That's the answer.
Okay. And you said if you wanted evidence, you say he has video evidence. And anybody, if you care to, he'll forward it to you. So let's go ahead. All right.
KJ, welcome once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for making that the comment or contribution will move a normal way supposed to move, not like forefather that somebody will jump from nowhere and begin to comment. Yes,
exactly.
And so we have to look into it. I give you applause for that. But I want to say concerning our brother Chino, so I said that I have to start from he said that Peter Obi will never win any election again in Nigeria because he denied him what he thought that was his own rights or what he had fight for to get. And he raised hand for Willie Obiano for what he did. In this life,
I think it was selfish
he
of him,
must.
No, you guys leave him. If we need to ask question, we'll ask. Take it easy now.
In this life, what I'm trying to say in this life that I must not please everybody. There must be people that I will hurt. And any place you see a good leadership or a good king, there are some people that step on their toes to give the quality leadership that they need to give. That's the truth about it. He will face somebody and then he will be good to some people. Like in this platform, there are some people that will come to here and say KJ is the worst the person that he has here. And some people say that it's so good of him. So that's one thing in life. So I will not say because of somebody offended me, I say that he will never achieve his career or his dream in life. No. The time has come and passed. They have to face another way of life. I have to face or I have to move on. You have already moved on, you have moved on. That's on. So another thing I want to talk about is say that Peter Obi chop people's head and put them in the Ojo River. I want to say the truth. I want us to have a clarity over it because this thing I was saying here now, a lot of people are watching it back home. A lot of people are just in comment section listening to this thing. Peter Obi is the governor of Anambra State. It's not the head of the. It's not the one. It's not the inspector general or what they call it, chief security or what they call it, security form that is carry on the duty. His own duty is to make sure that he give order. Let this order carry on to make sure that the peace and the tranquility in the society or in the state. He did not come out and carry knife or carry gun and reach to cut people's head. You have to let's say the facts. So by calling Peter Obi is the one that this such a certain, I feel that it's not fair for say such a thing. For instance, KJ may decide now that my time is 2 minutes. I cut 1 minute over from it. Doesn't mean that the root of Konko who hand over to him to champion this platform is the one that cut my time. No. So let's say the fact in a way it should be. The Peter Obi will give order. The people that give order, like Willie Obiano, who give you order, give you healers and all the rest of them, to assign you to a duty for you to carry a duty. Your own duty to make sure that he did the right thing to make sure they come back with a good report. That's all. It's not Willie Obiano that will carry your hand and begin to do your own job. You have assigned you for that and you have to do your own. Finally, the man that we have here, Mr. James Eze, I learned something from his hands. What is that thing I learned from his hands? Despite he had worked in a government or he had worked with a governor, he did not live a life as a politician, or he did not drum his comment as a politician. Anyone that you have to give you the honest truth, he will tell you the honest truth and go his way. He did not stand to say, because this person did not work under me, this person, I did not work under this person, I will condemn that person. No. He will tell you the truth, that this is the area that he knows, this is what he knows about this, and that is final about it. That's why when we are talking about Soludo, you're trying to make it understand. Now you cannot judge him based on the 2 years and the year he can make a change tomorrow. Which I came here and told him that, okay, let's check within what's his name? Alex Oti and Soludo. Now he's trying to make the truth straight.
Okay. Okay, I'm sure that I didn't want to stop you so that I don't cut off one of your minutes. And so, but I'm giving you 2 more extra minutes, so you have finished that 2 extra minutes also. I just want to say this. This is how I know. I lived in the North. I didn't know anything about the Eastern politics, but from my researches. In the North, for instance, what Chinonso is trying to say is this. If you have spent over 10 months campaigning, spending money, at the end of the day, the man who is at the head says he does not want you there because he has another favorite candidate. You know what they do? They call you and ask you how much is your expenses. They refund your money or they try to meet you halfway because they always realize that one person is more important. So the person that people who are in Nonso's cycle will not go against your own interests later in future. That's how they're able to manage their people. It's not that anybody, people who have been in positions are people who have actually merited it, but they find a way to accommodate those who have spent their time and their treasure in trying to get that position, so that everybody can go halfway. They meet you halfway, and you can go happily. Okay, it's not so.
KJ, sorry, KJ, I understand what you're saying.
What I deduce by what you're saying is that you cannot, tell a man that you are spending this. Okay, you have won. I say now you don't want him. A friend of mine from the North, the same thing happened to her. Okay, she won election. She was more favorable than by her people. But the person, the powers to be, said, "Look, we don't want you to go to the house. We want somebody else." Okay, and they sort themselves out. Now, can we do that in the South so that we also be able to encourage our people to be in one? Is that possible? Is it something that is doable? I'll ask Nonso that question. Nonso, do you think that's something that can be
Please,
done?
let me finish this before Nonso continue.
Hold on, don't be in a hurry. We're there here. Nonso, do you think if that was done for you, you will be happier?
Please, can you come again?
If Obi had called you and sorted your expenses throughout the time you were campaigning, would you have been happy with that? Or if he giving you a position without while you are campaigning, will you have been happy also? Which of the will that make you happy?
I could have been happy if he even called me and said, so I know you won your primaries and probably you won your normal election. Please, I want you to pardon for me. Later, I will give you one office that you could not be campaigning to. I don't need money. I want to see how to make the money. I could appreciate that within my heart. That is who I am.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. What I want to say is, I heard him clearly. It's not only him that have that kind of experience. I understand here. In this platform, I have once again, I have been in politics in Nigeria. There's a party called NDP, National Democratic Party. That party was championed and developed by IBB. I was a youth leader in Abia State as a whole. I I organized for the party, fight for everything, finish. At the end of the day, they are looking for a candidate that will go from the ward level, councillor, and all the rest of them, both local government chairman. Now, I use my own power that I campaign everything, do everything within myself. Do you know what happened to me? At the end of the day, I pick a form for councillorship. Even IBB, I was have a meeting with IBB in a hall. Do you know what happened? At that minute, I will pay for my form or do everything. That minute, they take away the form from me and give it to another person to run. I did not fight anybody. I just see that the politics that's the way the people out top there decide to run for it and do it. I move on with my life. So everybody may have their own experience in the politics.
But
in the
that
way
is an
it
injustice
goes.
now. That is how corruption started. This is an injustice. What is happens like that? In other countries, it happen like that? Is the question.
Thank you. Well, I think we have extensively dealt with that. Everybody has a way of reacting to a situation. And so sometimes it may not be what you think or what you like, the way the other person will react. But I think in the long run, all I'm trying to say is that if justice is done to all, everybody will be happy. Loco, what do you have to say?
Yeah,
concerning what the man, our panelists,
yeah, exactly.
because
I wanted to start with Dave first, then before addressing so I don't want So's issue to take the shine of what we started with. You Stan, nice, conversation, nice interview from Mr. James Eze, and also appreciating for spilling out some truth, especially the part where he said Nigeria have moved past the civil war, and they need people from the southeast to start internal development, just like Innocent Chukuma. You understand? And I said this yesterday, and I think I was having some unreasonable argument from some panelists. I don't want to mention anybody's name so they will not be offended. Not this panelist, but in the previous show. You understand? And that's for that. And I appreciate his coming. I hope we'll see him next time. Then for Chino Sozone, I want to ask, sorry, under Peter Obi's administration, what position were you contesting for or were you campaigning for? Under what office? Is it local government chairman or councillor or what chairman?
It's councillor. I said it's a councillor.
And I'll tell you this to your face. I think you are lying. No governor ever will have time. Instead of him to be dealing with local government chairman, will not be dwelling there or meddling the affairs of councillor. No governor. You get my point? If anybody wants to mess you up or wants to punish you or maybe cheat you, whatever, is the party chairman or the ward chairman that will even do that when it comes to councillorship. Not governor is too big to have anything to do with councillor. Is the best he can deal with. He can wants to go to so low is the local government chairman, because he knows that's where his what's called roots grassroots politics is the chairman, not councillor. So I'm saying Peter Obi did this to use this, my brother, in case you've been misinformed. Let me not say you are lying, but you've been misinformed that they just use his name to lie to you, so you just chill. The person that fucked you up.
I am not misinformed. I am not misinformed.
Okay, so hold on, let him speak. You have
trust me. Look, sometimes I don't like politics, but I've been in the game of politics way back. No governor has time to do it, to meddle into councillors' affair. You understand? It's only local government chairman that does that, or party chairman, or even ward chairman. You understand? No governor will stoop so low. The lowest he can go to is local government chairman's affair, not councillor. So saying Peter Obi did say this to you, this and that, my brother, that is a lie. He didn't. But people can tell you, we have message from Peter Obi that you should not do this, you should not do that. They can lie to you about that, and that will come from party chairman or ward chairman. But the governor, my brother, that's a big lie. Trust me. That's just my comment on that.
All right, so what do you have to say? Hold on, Mr. Ike. We're coming. Let's clear this.
Well, the issue is that for me, let me not go dwell into it anymore. I think I have moved on with that. But this is my grievances, if you ask me. And no one should attack me on my grievances or tell me how to say my grievances. In Nigeria, what I know they do is that way Hope Uzodinma was in the fourth place and they put him in the first place. This is how Nigeria. I am in a room with a big person. When they called me and said, he called a big man like him and said, tell Chinonso to stop, that I have somebody who have already been there before him. This is a phone call one-on-one with the big man, which I will not mention his name, who is working close with him. So whatever I'm saying, because I know that the war, I might say something I said, look for Chinonso. So if I don't have evidence, I won't say it. That is who I am. And for me, who has left Nigeria politics and moved for Biafra struggle, no, it's over for me. This is me.
Thank you so much. I like the way it ended, but I want to say this for the little I know. If the governors are not interested in who becomes councillors, I don't think they'll be able to win the local government election there you are talking about. So maybe you also need to rephrase that, because most of the, like Benue as I know, the governors work with councillors. You line up, you meet with the governors, because they want to know the strong people who are able to take the local grassroots politics. They want to go down to there because that's where the power is.
Okay, sorry, that is when they have won their office, not when they are vying for the position.
Okay, whatever which way it is. Thank you. Let's move on. All right, Mr. Ike, your turn. What's the striking thing that you heard from our guest today? And was he able to make a lot of sense for you?
Yeah, he really made a lot of sense for me. Like as I said, the question I wanted to ask my brother Jefferson and the Eagle Square, and probably Chinon, so they asked the question, and I decided to rephrase the questions when I went back to give some few examples about when I gave an example of the governor of Abia State and the issue of Enugu State governor when he was saying what she is doing. I say, yeah, I don't know, I'm not in Enugu State, but even if he's doing a good job, he's an illegitimate governor of Enugu State because he never won an election. And I do not give any credence to illegality anywhere, right? So, and the question that I asked him, I know he is honest, but as a party man also, he couldn't have told me, yeah, it is possible that Soludo can be a one-time governor, right? But he's trying to tell us to make me to understand that we should not get Soludo after 2 years. That's why I came in with the issue of Alexot. You know, Alexot is not God. It's not 100% perfect, but at least within the short period of time, not only me saying it, Nigerians are saying, whether a Igbo man or not, everybody is talking about what the governor of Abia State is doing. So that's why Soludo has been there 2 years and he's still, you know, Anambra is trying to divulge into Imo State, what Imo State is, you know, because he is busy writing notes about Mr. Peter Obi. He is busy trying to put down Mr. Peter Obi, and instead of facing the government of Anambra State, you know. So that's why I asked that question. I think it was a very honest conversation from Mr. James, and I think he spoke not like a politician. He spoke also not like somebody who has worked with the government. That is the area I was really happy with him, in whichever way. So, but finally, before I give another person the opportunity, my brother Chinon, so I want to advise you, or I want to encourage you to know that when you continue to keep this kind of hurt in your heart, I want to tell you that it will always be a stumbling block to what you want to do in life. Mr. Peter Obi you're talking about right now, probably if he asks him who Mr. Chinonso is, he never in his entire life, probably he will tell you he doesn't know who Mr. Chinonso is. And you are here being offended because of what happened. He doesn't know. And sometimes there is power in our tongue when we speak word. And when you are speaking a word, you should also put yourself. You first of all think about yourself. Have you ever in your own life offended somebody? Because when you say because Mr. Peter Obi denied you not being a councillor, and because of that, he's never going to win any election in Nigeria. The question that we should be able to ask ourselves when we are trying to speak a word that has consequences is, Have I ever done something wrong to somebody that I realize and recognize that I did that? And even when I realize and recognize that I did that, did I ever ask for forgiveness? And if you say no, that's why they say that the hand that is pointing to somebody is also pointing at you. So please, I want you to, when you're in a public space, when we want to say certain things like that, you should be able to construct your word so that it doesn't have, there is power in our tongue, right? And I think somebody also advised about the issue of the people that was taken out and put in the ocean or river or whatever. Please, we are in a public space. We have a political figure like Mr. Peter Obi, who everybody wants to see anything they can do to bring him down. That was why I came into this platform today. And I thank God that my brother Jefferson was the first thing he asked Mr. James was why I came in. Because there are so many news. And he confirmed it here, even as a member of OPGA, that this thing is not existing. So please, we should be able to, think about what we project. You say you have video. We are in internet. People manufacture people manufacture so many videos online that you cannot prove. So please, let us be mindful and be sure for what we are saying for the good of everybody, because I'm not saying it that I am not perfect, but also I make choice of the words that I always speak anyway, because I am a leader, and as a leader, you have to watch what you say in public, because it will come back to you tomorrow, right? So that's my own candid and honest advice as a brother. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Ike. And again, to prove the point or to talk about it, we try as much as possible not to carry any news that we do not have any proof of. And even at that, we still say allegedly. So whatever he said is allegedly. And so I will not, put this channel under that is allegedly to be what he felt or what he saw. And based on that, we'll move ahead. You see, the thing I want you guys to understand before I come to Mr. Righteous Man is this. Sometimes, one of the things I've noticed is being an Igbo man who has lived in the north. When I take a position against the Igbos, the northerners help me. When I take a position against the north, the northerners now remember that I'm Igbo. So those things, it doesn't worry me anymore. I've grown up right from my primary school. I've grown up facing those things, so it doesn't bother me. Okay, you cannot you cannot love me only when I deny the reality that is on ground in my community, because you want me to please you. But you see, when I bring about the reality that is supposed to be, and then you find fault with me, it's okay by me. You can criticize me, you can say whatever you want to say. It doesn't really bother me. Okay, so having said that, I'm only trying to say that so position is well understood, and Eagles Air and Mr. I's position is also well understood. However, let's pay more attention to the guy who came today, because he discussed very maturely and spoke eloquently about what he knows. It may not be the position of all of us, but at least we know that is his position. So based on that, Righteous Man, did you listen to him? And if you did, what is your takeaway?
My brother KJ, good evening from here and other panelists. I did not listen to him. I'm just coming over to hear what you guys are discussing. But from what I could pick up from our brother Chinonso and the other guys that have spoken, if it is about Soludo is not doing anything in Anambra State. Is one of the greatest mistakes Nigerians will do is to elect any well-read, in quote, professors. I just want to give an advice to that my brother who was seeking for a political office. That's Ogachin also. My brother, one thing I always be mindful of in my anger. In my anger, I don't draw a line, because when you draw a line concerning an issue, you have assumed the position of Almighty God that rules over, and when He rules over, nobody counters it. So that statement that Mr. Peter Obi will not ever win election in Nigeria or rule Nigeria, you have assumed the authority of having the final say or final determination. I didn't hear when you said it, but from what the speech Mr. Oga Ike made, it seems that that was what you said, of which, honestly, as a brother, I will tell you that is not correct. Even if he has stopped your political ambition, I always say in this platform, I'm a Christian, I'm a believer. Sometimes things happen. I see God walking through somebody to save me from something that would have consumed my life. I said it somewhere in the church today. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks or say. It doesn't change who God is. Whether you acknowledge He exists, whether you do not acknowledge He exists, whether you say He exists, whether you say it's a camouflage, it's a scam, it doesn't change anything in Him. He remaineth the Ancient of Days. And He has spoken through people in the time past and even today. God saves men in diverse ways. Maybe God would have used Peter Obi to save your life by not allowing you to occupy that political office. I have a friend, we were living in Lagos here. He's from Nkwere, in Nkwere, in Anambra State, your state. Okay. So both of us used to be somewhere in Germany. Then he came back to Nigeria. We're living in Lagos doing business. And 1999, 2003, he returned back to Anambra State, got himself into politics, became somebody very big. I won't mention the administration. If I mention, you will know him since you were into politics in Anambra State. Last time I spoke with him, I called him. He was in Switzerland. So he came back a month later. My very good friend from his constituency called me and said, "Have I heard?" I said, "What is it?" He said, "Your friend is dead." Before he died, he was a personal advisor to one of the governors of Anambra State. I was shocked. When I got to Anambra State, I called his security officer to verify before I could go to his house. He told me, "Say yes, your friend is in the mortuary right now." Okay, so there are diverse. What I'm trying to say, there are diverse ways God can use. That's why I don't want you to think that Peter Obi was a stumbling block. It could be a way God wants to save your life. Maybe if you had gained that office, you may not be in the land of the living today to live among the living. So count it joy. Count it joy when something of that nature happens, and put it by the wayside and move forward in your life. That's just what I want to say.
All right, thank you. I agree also.
Please, KJ, please let me just in a short word.
No, hold on.
Just a short word, one word, please.
Say the one word.
I understand and I thank everybody who advised me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Mazi Prince, you've been behind. You say I didn't let you in. I'm not seeing you.
Of course you did not. Don't even start with me. Don't start with me, please, KJ. Good afternoon, house. Good afternoon, house. Or whatever. Good evening, wherever anybody is. First and foremost, I am calm.
Calm down. Listen to me. when somebody is moderating, not every time people come to the backstage that you see them. And I can't be concentrating on the backstage and also concentrating on what the people are saying so I can ask good questions. So when you come that way, you're coming hoping that somebody is trying to stop you. Nobody's trying to stop you. Am I going to be the only one talking? So please calm down and make your point. There's nothing personal. I hold nothing against you. Thank you.
Okay, and KJ, I noted it. I did not shout at you. I did not abuse you. I only said, ain't you gonna let me in? It might sound different, to you, the way I wrote it. That's fine. I understand. I totally understand it. First, I didn't even want to come in now, but based on what Mr. Chinonso said, Mr. Chinonso, with all due respect, I'm not here to attack you. But first thing first, I stand on what Eagles Air said. I stand on what Mr. Ike said, and I stand on what Mr. Righteous Man said. But the thing I want you to know is this. This is social media. And you have just come to lay an allegation. Did you see Peter Obi do that thing that you just said? Because if they come after you,
if you come to this level of this platform will be too hot. I said I have heard from those who said I don't want you to say it again. That is the kind of one thing I have.
Okay, Chinonso, that you heard it from people.
I have things I will turn upside down.
Please do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. I only ask you a question.
No.
Okay.
Remove my name from your mouth.
KJ, can you take the floor, please?
No. Remove my name from your mouth, please.
Hold on.
No.
This is
remove my name from your mouth.
KJ, are you gonna mute him or is he gonna interrupt me all through?
Now, if you keep shouting,
if you continue, I can leave the platform for you. Now you can vomit whatever you want to vomit there.
You can leave. Get the F off.
Everybody calm down.
Look at me, accent now. You are an Igbo man.
Okay. It's okay. Now listen, I want to address him. Let him speak. And even at that, I don't want us to go back and forth. If you have any reservation on what he's saying, I will give you opportunity to rebut whatever he's saying. If we keep shouting, how then we attract people to want to listen to us? Yesterday, some panelists and other people who I had lined to come to this program, because of comment from a comment section, are saying they don't want to come here and anybody to insult them. These are people who are accomplished in their lives. Please, let's calm down. This is not a place where if you want to insult people, go and start your own channel and be using that place and insult whoever you want to insult. Let's calm down. Nobody is here. Nobody's being paid. You in the panel are not being paid. You coming, you're not being paid. Why don't we have to break our head? Make your point simply, and that's it. Please. Go ahead.
So KJ, you took me out. I did not say anything. He's the one asking me to get out. And now you took me off.
Calm down. Lower your voice.
I am calm. No, Jefferson, I'm calm. I'm not, what I'm just pointing out things. I'm not. Jefferson, can I talk, please?
Let him speak.
I am calm.
Calm down. You are still
Jesus Christ.
Jefferson, let him speak. Don't worry. Leave him. Let him speak.
You see, this is what we talk about all the time. Everybody's moderating. I am talking. I am calm. The only thing I'm trying to let him know, if you didn't see something, don't say it. It's not fair. You cannot, it's not only when you shoot somebody that you kill somebody. And now, the next thing he's going to say, if I'm an Igbo man, are you more Igbo than me? Are you more Igbo than me? Sometimes can we say some reasonable things? I am the way I am. I am not angry, but the only thing I just have to say, please do not disturb people for anything. And for you saying that Peter Obi will never, if Peter Obi becomes president today, he doesn't take anything from anybody. If he doesn't become a president, he's already rich. He's already funded for his family. But we cannot come online and destroy people just for political reasons. I also have my cousin, Emeka Achike. He's my cousin, he's my maternal cousin from Odekwe. And I know how all these things went through. It's not even him. Do you imagine how many people meet him as a governor and tell him things? You didn't even go from your ward chairman. You didn't even talk about your local government chairman.
But,
and then other party people.
Mazi Prince, you are taking us. This is not the topic we are discussing. We are looking at.
Okay, I'm just addressing something. Can I finish up what I'm addressing now?
Too long to address it. They've been addressed already.
Oh, Jesus Christ! How many minutes have I spoken now?
Just give me 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds.
How many minutes have I spoken now? KJ, you see, this is one thing. That's why I don't like coming on when you are moderating, because anytime I want to talk, if I don't say what you like, you will get me up.
I have had enough of this. I'm going to deal with it right away.
Wait,
please.
Okay, you can take me off if you want to. You can take me off. That's how you are, and you call yourself a Christian. Get the fuck out of here, please.
Please take him out. Please take him out.
No. He has gone himself. Don't worry.
No. Let him go, please. Let him go. Sorry,
right.
Sorry, with due respect. With due respect.
No problem. Guys, calm down.
What you got for here?
I have no problem.
Why you calling you somewhere?
I have no problem. All I wanted to do was for us to stop dwelling on the things that we are not here to dwell on. We are here to dwell on what is the response to the guests that we have today. And that's all the work I have. And I can shut down the this thing if we're not going anywhere with that. That's what we came to discuss. China also have made a statement. Jefferson have corrected. Egu have corrected. Mr. Ike are giving me a correction. You come and you're shouting on everybody, and you don't even want to hear anybody's suggestion. What is the reason? Is that the major issue I'm supposed to be discussing? No, I won't condone that, because the more you are discussing that, the more you are extending that same idea.
Mazi is still suffering from election hangover. That's the problem.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Welcome, Chim. Yes, Loco. Yes, Righteous Man has spoken, right? Yes, Loco. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, so relax, everybody's just passionate sometimes, you understand? And why I decide to ask Mr. Moderator KJ, where I not like matter, you know, you understand? Just to allow him to moderate. So sometimes when somebody's angry like that, right? Just leave them, let them be, you understand? Sometimes if you don't allow them to outburst, you understand, they become frustrated. You understand? So you maybe like okay, take 30 seconds to round up, and even if he has nothing to say, he will just by himself shut himself up, like, okay, no problem, boom. You understand? But if you are arguing back and forth, this and that, he will depend everybody. You understand? So that's why I just want to.
Sorry, let me just correct that, Loco. You know that some of things that some of the panelists come here to do, they will never do it in other panels, in other channels. They will never dare to do it. But they do it, we keep quiet so that we all can have a conversation. It does not mean that when you come here, it means that you have come with some kind of idea that's going to change the world. And if you're not allowed to talk, that means that nobody's like, who can anybody do talking for? I'm not Mayegu, I can't talk for 3 hours alone by myself. So even at that, it still brings in panelists to come in. So what we are simply saying that allow the moderator to moderate. I am looking at everybody. I will allow everybody equal time to respond. But when they are going away from our major topic and trying to turn it something that is very minor into a major, and I'm saying, no, you have done enough of that. Can you move to is that the wrong that I've done?
Yeah, no,
I don't think so. Go ahead, sir.
You understand? They're just like you. When I see this shout, sometimes I just wonder that you using your own money, paying your own money, you use your data to come and give yourself headache in the platform. Why? It's not really worth it, you understand? So there's sometimes if you want to vent, maybe you like the program so much, just for peace to reign. Yeah? It doesn't take anything from you, even if you decide to keep quiet for the other person to start to shout. I was talking just now. I think we and say that village headmaster, CM, he hasn't come back since. You say he was like, hey, what's up? What is that your name, sir? Addressing me as if he doesn't know my name. Addressing me like, what is that your name, sir? I'm shout for him back now. But there's no point. I don't have that energy for that because I can't be having anything go of him. So I just get quiet, allow him to even the time you come meet myself, make me vex the more. But just let it go. It will not take anything from me. You understand? If finish when it's time for me to respond, I respond. And that's it. So but sometimes we all should just calm down. I know it's sometimes passion or whatever, but that being said, for the man, like I said, I've said what I said. I love what he said about the Southeast, developing themselves, all the rich men coming to develop themselves to copy what Simoto is doing, and that's that. So I think let me just over to Simon Ekpa. You see that I will not come up for jail. Okay, you don't come up for jail. Okay, let me hand over to Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa, over to you.
I mean, where's Simon Ekpa here?
No worries.
Is it cheap?
No worries.
Cheap. So you have to remember.
It's cool. What is that name yesterday?
Don't mind Rastaman. Actually, I don't have anything to say about the guest. I'm here for another topic. So I'm not from Anambra State, so none of the conversations bothered or interested me. I watched it. I have nothing to comment. Let those who come from Anambra State. I have no stake in Anambra State, so
all right.
Not interested.
Thank you. And then I want to also say this. We see when we have two panelists that are going at each other. When you take out one, it doesn't matter who you take out. It can be the person who is leading it or the person who is not leading it. All you want to do is create an environment where both of them can listen, not because you love one above the other. I don't know where these people get all this.
Actually, KJ, I would like you to bring him back because I want to.
Take him out. He took him
no.
Okay.
He left. No, he left.
No, for now. Let's for now, please. No,
for me personally, I think his problem is the American election that didn't go his way. I am being honest with you.
Irrespective of what the outcome
I'm not saying irrespective. I hear you, Jefferson. I hear you. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, we need to diagnose where his problem is. His problem is that election. He's still carrying on with it. And I know him. I've watched him. I've studied him. He's still carrying on with it. For him to use a vulgar language on air, he didn't care. He told somebody to F it. How can you say that on air? Something that people are going to watch. And then secondly, why I actually wanted to take him on one, because you see people who say, I'm not saying I agree with Chinom, so I'm not saying I agree with him, but for somebody to come here to want to come and something he was guilty of doing every day before that American election, every day he was doing it here, accusing somebody of something he had no facts about. Now suddenly today, somebody who he feels he likes has been falsely, in quote, accused, and he's taking up arms. People need to go look at themselves in the mirror and stop these things they come here to do. I'll end there. Let's move on that topic.
Thank you so much. And let's move on. I want those of you in the comment section, trying to calculate me. Mazi Prince, a personal friend. Look, this is my phone number. This is my cell phone. I have his phone number. So it's not even a question of I'm meeting him. I have a personal relationship with him, but if that does not matter anything to him, it's okay. So let's move on. That's not the reason why we're here. All right. So now we have been able to listen to everybody, and there was a trending topic I would probably want us to touch before we all leave this place, which is the fact that Dr. Ruben Abati, who I have so much respect for, I started following Dr. Ruben Abati in Patito's Gang. I don't know how many of you know Patito's Gang. That's the program where I first met. I knew the guy was very good, both of them. Of course, Pato Tommy is a very, very, cerebral guy. All of them there. But we are all shocked, those of us who are from the eastern part of the nation, that when he made that assertion that Igbos do not sell land to outsiders. So I want us to touch that briefly before we go today. The question I want to ask to Igbo listeners and those who are here is it true that you Igbos don't sell your land to outsiders? If that is the truth, why? Yeah, I'll start from you, Jefferson. Oh no, let me start from Chim so that they can make good comment before we move to Jefferson and go around.
Okay.
But KJ, we don't sell our ancestral land to people we don't like now.
Exactly.
That's why we don't have Ministry of Defense built in Oka, because we don't sell our defense. Because we don't sell our parcel of land to our forefathers, so people we don't like. That's why the roads that are federal roads are not being done. We don't sell our land to people we don't like. especially if they are from Yoruba land, according to Mr. Ruben Abati. That's why we don't, all the security architecture is up north and all those things. You see, the truth about the matter is, on a more serious note, we claim we run a federal system, but we are centralizing everything in some places. So what will bring Olu to Enugu or to Oka to live if there is no posting that will take him there? People don't seem to. I've made this argument here before. I grew up in Lagos. I went to nursery and primary school in Lagos. My foundational education was in Lagos. But I also know that the federal government of Nigeria, in its inequity, is suffocating that Lagos. Because if you decentralize some of the things that I have in Lagos, and because everywhere in this world is policy, government built policy. In the United States of America that we quote all the time, or even in Canada where I live, everything is not centralized in Washington and Ottawa. They are spread. If you're doing taxation in Canada, you go to a place called Manitoba. Anything that has to do with tax is Manitoba. Wherever you live, that's where you're going to be. In fact, you don't have to go physically anyway because this is a technological age. You communicate with them. But assuming you had a need to go physically, you will move from there to where their office is, which is in a different region altogether. It's not in Ottawa. If you're doing anything shipping in Canada, you'll be going to the maritime provinces of either Nova Scotia or going to Newfoundland. It's not in Toronto. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when we consciously decide we want to impair a particular part of this country through policies, these are the things we begin to see. Because the truth about the matter, I'm not blaming any Yoruba man. What will the Yoruba man be going to the east to do? There is nothing for him to go and do there. Let's be honest. What is he going to the east to go and do? There's no federal infrastructure that is carrying him to that place. Did you not see how all of a sudden a Gwari land in the middle of the part of Nigeria called Abuja suddenly became a popular place everybody is going to? In the 70s, it was a no man's land. Nobody was there. But through the act of governance, government policy, Abuja became the federal capital of Nigeria. And then even after they had built it and people were not moving, a man called General Sanya of Abacha of blessed memory came to office and insisted that everybody must move to Abuja. What did he do? He moved Maritime office to Abuja. He moved. Maritime has no business in Abuja, but he moved and he warned all civil servants. It's either you move to Abuja or you lose your job. So between 1993 November and 1998, when Abacha died and left office, he forcefully made Abuja to become active before the civilians came into office in 1999, and of course, it became a hub. I did my youth service in Abuja. It was a dead town. I used to walk miles before I find a bus. The era I saw that there was nothing. Nobody was going there. But today, Abuja is a beehive of activity because of government decision. So I'm not even blaming any Nigerian. I'm not blaming anybody who does not go to the east to do anything because there is nothing for them to go and do there. The people who come from the east themselves, because of their nature of business they do, they are busy looking for opportunities elsewhere. So when an ignorant man that we thought had an education in a prime environment and makes uninformed assertions, you need to cry for that man called Ruben Abati. Maybe what he's looking for now, he's looking for a way to get into the government of his this government that is clearly sectional. He's looking for a way to get into their good books, and he thinks the only way to do it is to do the FFK type of thing of propaganda. Well, good luck to him. These people tend to forget that everything that comes will go. There is always an end date to everything. That's what some of these people don't seem to realize. They think everything will continue the way it is. So maybe he's right. We don't sell land, but we don't sell land because there's no federal presence in Alibo.
Thank you. Yes. CM, go ahead. Let's make sure we go around so I don't have to come back.
Yes, KJ, I know I was here briefly before. Are we still on a review of what?
No,
do I go? Maybe let me take it from Chim's. Yes, I heard Chim mention about it. Yes, it's quite topical. You see, for those who do not know about it, it's better I refer you to the Guardian newspaper article of December 16th and December 23rd a week apart. I think they gathered on Sunday. The week they killed Bola Ige. There was an article about he wrote, Obasanjo, secession and secessionist. Yeah, Jesus Christ. In fact, when you read that and you start to wonder whether, I don't know what the Igbo did to Abati. All that he was writing about January 16, 1966 coup, from beginning to end, they're all false. He manufactures what he calls his own fact and then put it there and start to discuss it. I think a lot of Igbo journalists took him to the cleaners. It was that same type of mindset. I thought Abati has reformed. That same type of mindset that he brought because he's claimed T.O.S. Benson, who married from Imo State in a place called Mbieri. He married from the Obaji family. Obaji was a former minister for education, throwing that extended family, somebody Obaji. Now, look at the logic. According to Abati, T.O.S. Benson, because he married Igbo girl, Igbo lady, and had a daughter, he felt to do a favor, let me go to my in-laws' place and build a house for my daughter and for my wife. There's nothing bad in it. But according to Abati, because I'm quoting Abati, I don't know about this, he said when he went there, they said, no, we don't sell land to foreigners. That is what Abati reported. But do you know that, thank God for some people, some people are well read, they went into the archives and found out that the community that in Bieri donated their land free of charge to T.O.S. Benson. So if I marry from a town and I want to buy land, they say no. They not give me free. Which one is better for me? Which one is better? Which one do you believe? So that is the type of narrative Abati is building. Ndi Igbo know they sell land. Ndi Igbo know they sell land. These are all lies. I debunked it in one platform. There's a school called Lagos Business School, somewhere in Lagos. There's an equivalent called Onisha Business School in Onisha. A business school is not a plot of land. It might be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know it. To enter a business school where you give MBA, people sit for ICANN and all those things. That Onisha Business School is 1,000,000% owned by Professor Dakpo Olusegun Shogbeso from Ago-Iwoye in Ogun State till today. The question to ask is, the land on which that school was built, did Professor Shogbeso carry it from Ago-Iwoye to Onisha? Or he bought it from there? But he doesn't know all this. Now, one Professor Keike Chukwu said, there's a place in Omwa here, an area made up of Yoruba landlord. In fact, there are even Igbos buy land from them now. If you have to listen to the interview, that it seems to say, So there are a lot of examples to give, but I don't know why Abati should be messing up Ndoka or Baigbena. Meanwhile, Ndoka is Igbo, the owner of Arise. He's messing himself up. People say he had a PhD. He had a doctorate. I have a doctorate too. And I know what you go through to have a doctorate. You have to do research. And in doing research, every line, you will read it 10 times to know the meaning, to make sure you didn't copy it. In other ways, you come out with facts. And before you finish it, if it takes you 5 years before you finish it, who is making him? If it takes you years before you finish it, the day you are defending it, that day, maybe we are wasting time. Somebody must have published some part of it. They call it plagiarism. You fail. It's as simple as this. So when you see people that say they did research, they had a doctorate, always be careful with them because everything is based on logic. Abati, I'm really querying his PhD. He can't go beyond, he can't be objective. not to talk of to contribute to war store of knowledge.
Okay.
I'm querying it. I'm coming. Let me not lose my thought. He sits there and talks like a motor-park tout. He doesn't even show that he went to school. You don't say such things.
Okay, CM.
What is
I have
your
to
own?
stop you. I have to stop you. Okay, thank you, CM, for your contribution, and I appreciate how far you have been able to dig into this conversation to bring out those facts. So we know the family, we know the situation in contents, we know the people, the land offered, and we know that the land was even finally given to the man free of charge. That's
I don't believe him.
Oh, come on, man. That's a well-researched issue. Now, for the issue of the Ruben Abati, I, for one, will not take it away from him. He's intelligent. He's also well-read. So I will not question his ability. But you see, knowledge is not something that one man can put in his pocket alone. That's why I say when you come to, it's not like wrestling. When you go to wrestling, those of us who used to have wrestling in our communities, when you go and at the wrestling ground, you don't say you get power pass until you have walked away without your back touching the ground. You don't know whether there's a stranger that came into the village yesterday who is more stronger than you, since you are the village champion, and then he'll just come and embarrass you. So what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say that let us not always think we have all the knowledge until let's say the part we have and the other person will say their part. Having said that, we welcome you, forefather. When is your program starting?
No, it's not starting today. I'm taking a day off. I have some serious stuff.
Right.
But I just wanted to add to the conversation. I think even if Igbo don't sell land, you have to apologize for that, because if you think about it, the population is very high in that region, and the land is little. So there is an argument to say, okay, why should we be selling the little land we have? It's not like the north where there is open space. If there is high population density, you can see why people don't sell land. You hear this even in Rivers State when I was growing up. You hear it that in the Kwere side they don't sell land in that area. So it's not a new stereotype or trope that they use towards Igbo speaking people in Nigeria. And maybe there's some truth to it and there's something behind it. But if you look at the map, it's a very tiny area for quite a massive group of people. And you can see why. Why should you have to sell all those land? If you don't have land, why should you sell it? I don't get it. Is it by force?
Okay.
If the other people want to sell, they sell.
Land so much.
No, forefather.
It's not your turn.
It's not your turn. It's forefather's turn. I gave him.
Wait, Mr. KJ, please. Mr. KJ, please. I want to beg everybody.
Well, local, please. Hold on. Forefather, make your point.
No, the point I'm making is it's not necessarily. The point I'm making is that it's not necessarily a bad thing for people not to sell the little land they have. Because why would you want to sell the little land you have to go and disadvantage yourself somewhere else? It's not logical behavior. And sometimes people just, blame people when they don't understand why things are the way they are. And personally, if I was the one looking at the Southeast on the map and say, okay, these guys don't like to sell their land, I can understand why. There's not a lot of space there. And so if they don't sell it, that's not even, all those people that use it as a negative term, I don't think it's right. It's not a good thing.
Okay.
Let's say if a northerner has a big land and they don't want to sell, you can argue that, okay, that's big. Or let's say the South is they go sell it, they will sell it to River State man, but they won't sell it to Hausa man. You see what I mean? There's a kind of difference there. You see what I mean? But land is precious in some areas. I've been to the south, somewhere in the south area where they were saying that the land in that area is so expensive because there's little land compared to other areas that have a bigger land. So for me, it's neither here or there. I don't think people should be using it as a negative thing to persecute people.
KJ, please, 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
No, all right, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
It is not 30 seconds, please. It is not really that people don't sell land is the issue. Is the intent. The intent behind that statement is the intent that matter. You go to some places in Lagos, they say, no, this land, they put signboard, this land is not for sale. It means they're not selling it. But is the intent. Igbos. When you say Igbos, we are talking about 60, 70 million people home and abroad. You are not giving them an identity. They don't sell land. Can you imagine? And somebody with a PhD is a lie.
Okay.
Anyway, it's a Nigerian PhD. Like,
No, but even if they don't sell, why should you apologize for that? That's the question. Why if you don't sell land, why should you apologize for it?
Forefather, hold on. Okay, before I come to you, Loco, I
don't understand.
Hold on, before I come to Loco. Loco, I want to explain this thing. Because I see people using the term Omona. Omona simply means a family. Yeah. Family simply means your clan. Your clan, for instance, the people who are related. If you go to Igbo land, there are land that is related to every one of you. All of you are related, that have stake in it. And in my own place, we have a place called Umuna. It is palm trees. It's a almost like, I don't know, maybe like 1,000 or 2,000 hectares of palm trees. Now you can only go to that place and cut palm tree. You can't go and And now I can now meet local.
I hope you mean Olona settlement. Is that what you mean? Olona settlement.
Well, it's Umuna Allah. Okay, that is Umuna, the land for the family. Now, if I sell it to inheritance without consulting every other person, I would have done wrong. So, if for such a land, it's difficult to get it to be sold because your generation owns it. You understand what I'm saying? But the one that belongs to my father, which is what I've said the last time we were on this panel, that anybody who wants to buy it, I'm from Uzwakoli, you come, I will sell gladly to you. Okay? As long as you're not going to come and make it a Ruga, I will sell gladly to you. Okay? Yeah, and you can build.
Keep your finger down, my friend.
Now I will buy. Okay. Having said that, please, Loco, go ahead.
See, fine. Thank you for what you just said now, because I was even going there. Because look, sometimes context matters a lot. You understand? In as much as he was just repeating what somebody told him, it still now depends on the context with which he received it from the professor, TOS. You get my point? Because if at the long run, what he intended buying, and they gave him as a gift, there would have been no point telling it to Dr. Abati, saying, I want buy land over this, they're not sell for me. They say they don't sell land to stranger. You understand? He's just repeating what the guy told him. You saying the intent which he says is different. Not that he is now saying Igbo do not sell land. I think that is where he may be wrong, generalizing just one incident to the whole people. And even if he's wrong in that part, Igbos, Hausas, you may be judged. How strong is that same thing? I will start from 1966 coup when they target Igbo coup. Just few Igbos that were there. They said the whole Igbo coup. You understand? Same thing. The Igbos are also guilty. Just the same marginalization they're having in Lagos. Just Tinubu and his family and his boys. They are targeting the whole Yoruba is against them. You understand? So Nigerians are guilty of this same thing. You understand? But that's why even if you say Abati is wrong, to some extent, the way you tell it, like the whole Igbo people don't sell land. I mean, you're just hearing the story from one person. You understand? And his experience. The person did not even maybe tell you, or even if the person told you that the whole Igbo, you would have at least, as an educated person, correct him like, are you telling me the Igbo man from your wife's village and the Igbo man in maybe the far end of the southeast is the same message they have? No, you're only telling me the story and experience you have from your wife's village, and they might decide not to sell for you. That they might have their reason. Maybe the only land allocated to them for them to sell their family is inherited land, which they might say no. It to honor their parents. They don't want to sell the land you are choosing or the land you chose for you to buy. We don't want to sell this particular land for you because it's inherited or it's whatever. You understand? Maybe if you have gone to somewhere else in that same village, maybe somebody else would have sold for you, but you wanted to buy from that family. And the only free land they have, they might have allocated to sell it to anybody else. The one remaining is not for sale. You understand? The man must have been misattributed it, and you don't forget, a story told is a story uttered. You understand? And it can be misattributed. So the intent.
But the whole premise of the conversation is wrong. Look at what I just discovered now. The southwest is twice the landmass of the southeast. And if you look at the population of the southwest, if not because of Lagos, they basically are the same size. So what do you expect to happen? When such a large population, you have twice the landmass, you are going to see certain behavior that are going to relate to that land, that is going to show that they appreciate their land a little bit more because it's scarce.
No, Papa, what I don't understand is different. The thing is this, right? If they are saying from your own premise now that because of the population, right? If we start selling this and that, no, we want to reserve it for development in the future. So hence we are not selling. That is even a more encompassed, but saying because of just one incident, because of just one incident, you now said Igbos do not sell land.
Okay. I'm seeing it from a long time stereotype.
Okay,
the stereotype has been there for a long time. So when I was growing up, it's not Abati that started it. It's a long time this thing. I didn't know what the context was. But if you look at the landmass in that region, you can see why. I don't understand why. If you have less meat, you don't have access to meat, and some other person is eating nama every day. That person is more likely to share his nama than the one that has very little access to meat. What did you expect to happen?
That's why I said context matters. Context
exactly.
Matters.
I don't understand it. I've been hearing this for a long time.
He's just repeating what somebody told him. But saying Igbo people do not sell land to strangers, it might come up wrongly because of the tension on ground already. So as a journalist, there are more ways we would have presented his case.
No, see, hold on, Loco. My challenge with Ruben Agbachi, and like I said, I respect him. I've been following for years. My problem with him that OG gave him an opportunity to make clearance.
No, tension day before. You know,
no, it doesn't matter.
Before that time.
She said, no, listen. She said to him, this thing have been interpreted in many other ways. Would you want to clarify? He said he cannot do any rubbish clarification.
There was tension in the studio already before that segment.
What is the tension?
No, Loco P, no, don't do that. No, there was no tension.
There was arguments.
Sorry, can you get to that? Can you get to
look
that?
The two panelists, look Rufai and the other girl, Rufai and Nigeria.
Okay, sorry, I don't want to be accused of jumping in with when it's not my time, but that's not correct, Loco P. What's his name? Ruben Abati has a tendency of looking down on his co-panelists.
Yes, true.
He has a tendency. This is not the first time. He feels he's very superior because of his so-called PhD.
Yes, true.
And he keeps looking down on those young people.
Yes.
So that was it. He exhibited the same thing to OG. OG came in a very professional way and said, Dr. Abati, your last statement is generating some blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Could you please give him opportunity and look at the way he responded to her? Go back and play the way he responded to her.
See, that's why I said there was challenges in the studio, because you remember he said, if it's your opinion, then I will come for you. You get my point? There was already tension in the studio first. And I tell you,
why would he come for the person who has going to there? Would they be hanging out together, drinking pepper soup together because you gave them an opportunity?
You know your mind.
No, I want to understand. Anyway, let's go. Yes. Sorry, Jefferson, I wanted to come to you, but righteous man, you are in Nigeria. What are you hearing?
So now, what are you hearing?
So far, that's
okay,
it.
What are you hearing?
Listen to it.
Take me backstage, please. Take me backstage, please.
One brush, and they
what are you hearing?
Again, replay the tape. I was specific about
take this in a way so that I make my contribution before you play it. I beg.
No, hold on. You make a contribution. Hold on.
No nonsense.
I think it's
no, I have already had this man.
A politician, a veteran journalist.
Okay, go ahead. You want to say something, the righteous man? Righteous man, you want to say something? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. It seems I will know you better if you describe where you lived in Rivers State, because my mother is from there. I was born there before the war broke out.
That's not the purpose of the conversation now. Can you
hold on now? Hold on now.
Now you change gear. We're talking about Abati. Now you want to know where I live in Rivers State. you change gear. We want to talk about Abati.
Yeah. We are talking about Abati. Chin, please cool down. CM, cool down. You see, you can hate the people, but you can never stop them. My gross and my annoyance is the way this man called Abati responded to OG. It was so embarrassing.
he intentionally shot that lady down as if that lady worth nothing. The lady herself was embarrassed. When I was watching that clip, I was almost shedding tears. I say, look at the people that call themselves elite class in Nigeria. Look at a little thing that you can humble yourself and explain. In fact, Abati was ready to trash that lady, not minding that his last wife, OG, is older than his last wife. At least he should accord that lady that respect. He's a mother of kids.
Just deal with the issue. Leave personal attack. Just deal with the issue, please. Deal with the issue. Let's
Abati is good at making sure that he profiles the Igbos. Anything that have to do with Igbos, he profiles them and makes sure that he gives them a bad image to the world. Now let me come to counter whatever he must have said or whatever story somebody must have told him. I have a medical doctor. His name is Dako. We've been friends for years, ever before I traveled out of Nigeria. When he finished his medical course, he served in Enugu State. After he finished serving, he started working in a hospital there. Dako bought 2 plots of land in Enugu, built a hospital that is still operational today. He has 3 daughters. Those 3 daughters were born in Enugu and they all marry Igbo people. The day one of the daughter was to marry, I called him. I said, are you not coming back to Ogun State? He said, no, my children will not even agree. I have invited my family people from Ogun State to meet us at Enugu. My children speak Igbo more than Yoruba. And the 3 girls married all Igbos. In fact, he should be about, I think, 62 years of age now. He still lives in Enugu. His business is still there. So when people come on the air to give a negative picture of the Igbos, it gives me pain because it's all ethnic profiling to give people a bad name so that it looks as if they are so bad. Now in Inewi, when there is a hotel I normally lodge there, then those days, my tailor in Inewi is a Yoruba guy. My tailor.
Okay.
By name Ade. Ade has his own. KJ, wait now. You give people time. I will just zoom off now. I won't appear here, please. Ade bought land in Newi. How did he buy that land? The guy was so good that one Newi guy that is an importer that he makes clothes for asked him to look for a space that he will, even if he doesn't have money, he will give him money to buy that place and make it his workshop. The guy got half plot in Inewi. Up to today, Ade is still there. So when people who doesn't travel, who have not mixed with other Nigerians, comes to the public to profile a particular race or particular ethnic group to be evil, it pains me. And we are talking of building Nigeria to make it a one nation. And you are discriminating without facts and figures.
Thank you. You see,
Abati should do more than that.
Can you hear me? Why I didn't want you to mention those individual cases would be the same thing that they said about Abati. That is a single individual case is mentioning. So I wanted us to discuss on a general term. Do Igbos sell land? The question I'm asking is because majority of Igbo land is made up of is held in the hands of churches, the Methodists, the Assemblies of God, and all the rest of them. If you go to Uzoakoli, the leprosarium there is owned by the Methodist College. The women college that used to be the only women college in Nigeria where women are trained as teachers is in Uzoakoli. It's owned by the Methodist College. It was destroyed during the war. It is still standing. So if you are passing the market in Uzoakoli, you can still see it by your right hand side. They destroyed, nobody have taken over. It's still there. Now, the Methodist College Uzuakole is owned by the Methodists. These are all large portions of Uzuakole. Okay, and then so when you say that Igbos don't sell land, how did these people get these ones? Okay, and I know that for sure. If you go to Holy Ghost College, it's no more here. These are also places owned by other people other than the Igbos. What I'm simply trying to say is, when you say that, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to just sell the Igbos as being unwanted people who don't give what belongs to them to others? And if that be the case, is there any, and I'm coming to you, Mr. Ike, between a human being
sorry,
and land?
KJ, please, 1 second, please, KJ. KJ, one second, I want to leave, please.
Come on, hold on. Is there a difference? What's bigger, the human being or the land? Because Igbos allow their daughters and their children to marry every other person, every other place. In fact, I know Igbos that married aliens. Which is more important to an Igbo man, land or human being? Yes, now you can say what you want to say.
Okay. What I want to say is this. Let's be mindful and also watch and read and follow updated news that the next President General of Ohanes Ndigbo is coming from Rivers State. And those who said that, those who said part of Rivers State are not Igbo, and those who say part of Delta State are not Igbo. We have 7 states that makes up Ohanese.
This is the reason why.
See, now that you just dived into that one again, I begin to find out why Kweli was saying that they're not Igbo.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't want us to scatter this thing that will be dragging to every direction.
KJ,
I ask you a question. Hold on. I can ask you a question. In Igbo culture and tradition, which is more important, the human being or the land? Okay, Ike is not with us.
Yes. Ike, please let me add this. Ike, before you come in the whole of the southeast, there is Redeemed Christian Church owned by Adeboye.
And the old land.
Did he bring the land from Abeokuta to southeast?
Okay.
Redeemed Christian Church from Enugu State down to Abia, everywhere. More than 500 branches, if I may say so. And they own every place. So that land on which the churches were built, did he bring the lands from Abeokuta?
Before Redeem, Kumuyi's Deeper Life has houses all over the place. They brought it all the way from Ayobo.
Okay,
thank you.
That's the question I want Mr. Ike to answer for us. In the Igbo culture, which is more important, the human being or the
land? Sorry, KJ. I'm leaving. I don't want to answer that question, but I have 2 things I want to say.
Okay.
I was thinking that by now, Ruben Abadi should have been fired by. Is it Arise? Arise, right?
Yes. Obaibera, yes, Arise.
Right. So by now, I think he should have been fired by now. For me, not because of what he said about the Igbos, but the way he treated Ojiokwe, right? His colleague in the profession, in the industry. But I don't know why he's still there. But secondly, about what he said, I'm only living here with only one word from the word of God. Whom the Lord have blessed, no man can curse. That is an Igbo man. That is what an Igbo man is. It doesn't matter. People like Abati, it doesn't matter what they say. For whom the Lord has blessed, no man can curse. I leave it for you. Probably I might join because I'm going to the church and I will come back if possible. God bless all of you. If we don't see, I wish all of you the best of the week.
Thank you,
pray for me.
All right. Thank you.
You know now that the righteous man went and opened Ikwere Wahala. When you start with that one, it's not going to end, though.
Okay,
it's not going to end.
Yet. Let's go back to Igus. Your comment.
No, I'm supposed to make a comment too. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Igus, please pardon me. Jefferson, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I had to stop you, Igus. So, that's a very, very sensitive topic. About Igbos not giving land. In fact, it's an extensive topic. Chim has said something that makes a lot of points. You know, before and after the Civil War, of course, people were stayed all over the country and all that. But, you know, I have once challenged my non-Igbo friends, Yorubas, Hausas, blah, 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 and asked them this question that we, the Igbos that live in Lagos, Warri, Benin, Kano, and other parts of the country and build houses and expand, how many Yorubas and Hausas have migrated all over the country the way we have migrated, or come over to the east and more the way we have done? It's a very big question for them to ask, that needed to ask, because we can start from, we need to start from that point. Because if you notice, the average Yorubas, they hardly have properties in other parts of the country except in the southwest. The average northerners, they rarely have properties in other parts of the country except in the north. It is a trend. If you do the analysis, you will see that for yourself. So if there's anything that is viable, of course, we cannot be entirely selfish, because we cannot go to other parts of the country and be getting land and establishing there, and they don't want to establish back, and we'll deny them. I mean, thank God for social media and thank God for the information around us. Anybody can step to any part of the country. Of course, and I also know that the Igbos have some peculiarity with land too. So we cannot deny that there's some peculiarity with that. So I believe that's what Ruben is holding on to. But what I am extremely angry with Ruben Abati for was the way he behaved in the studio. When his colleague, because in a professional team, you agree with me, and most of us are working in professional fare, you agree with me that when you are working in a professional arena, there is a way you conduct yourself, be it in Zoom meetings, be it in your physical meetings, be it in conferences. You have to have a level of decorum. You understand? You know, of course, journalism is in a different league of its own. So basically, when he was actually trying to state the facts, and Ope, the lady, was letting him to understand that, look, you cannot really paint everyone in that note. His reaction was very, very brutish, you know. And he said, "Oh, I'll give it to you. You know." In fact, if you ask me, he was literally bullying her on the studio, and Rufai was equally there too. And of course, he didn't know what to say, but it was a very, very crazy scenario. And I feel that in the professional space all over the world, one should be able to moderate how we behave when we are carrying out our professional activities. If it's an informal gathering, we are free and liberty to do whatever, even though we have to still do that in a more moderate manner. You understand? So on that, because me personally, I still love Arise TV. I love Ruben Abati too. Sometimes he can be objective sometimes, but on that one, he failed woefully. And I do not subscribe to that. In the issue of land, yes, equally me on the personal note, I've been thinking of it for years. I know that we have been enjoying land in other parts of the country, you know, and of course, if they want land, they are free to come. But again, to the question I will ask our non-Igbo friends and brothers and sisters is, will they want to come over and settle in the southeast freely, the way we have been settling in other parts of the country? Because most times too, I think it's a give and take situation. And even currently, for instance, in Lagos, you know, you will still see some people still say, "Oh, yes, they used to sell lands to us," but to some extent, because of the way things are going now, people are like, "Oh, don't sell land to Igbos again," or anywhere the Igbo people have land and there is a little chance of contention. "Oh, let's destroy that property. Maybe they didn't get the land papers correctly and all that." So that's why I'm seeing it. So
Okay.
I don't know. Anyone can be able to correct me on that.
Jefferson, yes. Jefferson, I want you to put this into
CM, hold on. You know, I've given enough time. Let Nonso and Eagles also contribute. They can come start all over again. Yes, no, so go ahead. Do you have anything to say?
Yes, I have something to say. You know, there is this particular thing between Abati and this name Igbos. I want to make one reference of a sister, Amaka, who live in Canada. What's happened in the office that make her name bullied all over the social media. That's what Amaka did. If it's a Yoruba man did it, they would have used pillowcase and cover it up. But because of it's an Igbo person that said this thing, that is how they see it. And the Abati is somebody also believe himself that he know more than all of us who are here today. And in level of his own generalism, he think that whatever he said goes like that. That is who he is. So for me, the way I see Abati, I see him like one Aburo man who is loading a bus in a Oshud. That is the way, and I don't even pay attention to Abati 5 past 1 minute. I work with whatever he's saying. And because of that lady, is an Igbo lady. Look at the way he just bring. In fact, he could have just used cutlass if they are easy possible to cut off his neck. Her neck, that was his neck. But the issue is this: did Igbo sells land? Yes, so I have a Yoruba guy who is a teller. I even be a witness to the land he bought in my community. He built shops there and he also living there. He has also helped us train some of our brothers and teach them the handwork. Even I know two people he teaches handwork free because we help him, the youth help him to secure land where he built, and he's even living there till now. And it has passed more 10 years. So because he never traveled down to Southeast and spent 2 or 3 years, that is why he can open the mouth and say, and that's name called Igbos. That is how he stand on his head. So he can always say whatever he wants to say. And for me, I take it, I want to take it and let it out. So for me, Igbos sell land. That is one thing I know for sure. For those who will value that cannot come and fight me on my land. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ego Square. Kulata is asking you, can you buy Umona land in Igbo land?
KJ, let's not do that, please. Don't anybody who is going to be, if that person wants to talk or contribute, should come to the show and open his face. Let's stop doing that. Actually, I was going to say that. Let's stop giving people free pass.
Okay. No, hold on. A lot of questions are coming on that, so I want to deal with it. Not because he's the one asking the question.
No, don't pick. You're picking. Why? Okay, there are other questions of other people you can pick.
Yes.
Why is it his own that you're picking?
No, it's because I have seen more than 10 different other questions. The same
Please
thing.
forget that and just
hold
let's
on,
focus on
Chim,
the
hold on. I want to explain the concept of Umuna. Umuna in Igbo language.
Now, do we have to go back again?
No, hold on. I want to be certain about what I'm saying. Umuna land, as you heard, Umuna is an Igbo language for family. And Umuna in Igbo land is not one single family of your father, your mother, and your brothers. It is the clan. It's like a clan. In my own family, we are like over 200 of Umuna living all around the world. So if we, like I gave an example of our patronage, which is the palm tree plantation. If I want to say the palm tree plantation right now, I have to contact every one member of my family all around the world to accept to sell that land. So it's difficult. But if that Umuna land had been divided among the different families, okay, you can sell your own. But once it's not divided, you can't go and take the thing that belongs to all of you and sell it to an individual. But so in every family, Umuna land is divided as the parents and grandparents, as my forefathers died, the land is divided. The followers, a land is divided until it gets to my turn. Okay? So the one that are held in trust cannot be sold. But like I've said to you, Chim here is ready to sell his land. He has land to sell if you want. I have land to sell Muzako if you want. Please,
I don't have land to sell. I don't sell land to foreigners, so I've told you.
All right. So for whoever is asking that question, I hope you have answered. We don't. Umuna simply means a communal land. Communal land belongs to every person in your family, in your lineage. That's the right word. In your lineage, and you alone cannot take it over and go and sell. That would be going against the custom and tradition of the land. Having said that, let's move forward. Now, why I say let's move forward, because if you, I don't know if Father has that video. I'll try to download that video, because some people are saying, let us see in content. Let us see in content. There's nothing in content. When I watched that video over, I was disappointed myself that Dr. Riba Abati could have made that kind of statement, because people don't think, like Nonso spoke. Nonso, you don't think that Ruben Abati, OG, and Erufai, they are all friends. They meet every evenings. Okay, they hang out most of the time. So that is where I'm even surprised the way he responded, because they are all friends. I know they are all friends. They meet outside of the office. So
so the thing is, Abat is a very tactile person. Tactile. I won't explain. Just go and check the meaning. He's very tactile. So something must have happened. But
all right.
One thing I want to say is this. Please allow me. You see, if they say Ndi Igbo are not sell land, let's remove Igbo. How many non-Igbos are owning land in Calabar? Is Calabar Igbo land again? How many non-Igbos are owning land in Abuja? Is Abuja Igbo land? Na Igbo man, they sell land for Abuja, no be Gwari people. Okay, if Igbo man refuse to sell for you in the southeast, did what is the name? Did the TV man refuse to sell for you in Boko? Did the Kanuri man refuse to sell for you in Medugri? So when people say Igbo, okay, let's remove Igbo. You should have said that it's only Igbo doesn't say. Why not go and buy in Medugri? But Igbos go to Medugri and buy. Why not leave Lagos or Southwest? Go and buy in Medugri. Abuja is for everybody. Abuja is no, they say it's everybody. How many of you bought in Abuja? Is Abuja not good? Or because you didn't buy in Onisha or Newi, you say Igbos don't sell land? Now look at another logic. Don't you know that because somebody said this is deliberate, they don't want to buy? Because if you come to Newi and buy, somebody like what is the name, Oyedepo, who bought land all over East and built his churches. The day Oyedepo was supposed to demolish Igbo property in Lagos, we demolish his own. So why people don't buy in the East is because they have the intention that they are going to demolish your own anytime you mess up. So in the Igbo, which one will you demolish in retaliation? You don't have. So it's it's logical that don't buy there, because let them buy here. We destroy their own. No, excuse me. Let me bring it home. In last year, February 2023.
And that is true. What Sam is doing is actually true. It's unfortunate.
No, listen. Some of us do research. If they had been buying land, they agree to their own, come and buy. By the time they destroy Igbo, the way they were pulling houses down in Lagos, it's okay. Some of us have access to Caterpillar. We go down to the east and start pulling down. Everything will normalize. But they know that they are as rich as Dangote is. Dangote can buy land, but they don't want to put it in the east. Such that if the Almajiri, they instigate their people, destroy Igbo property all over Sabongeri, Ndi Igbo, which one will you destroy in Aba that belongs to Alaji? Which one will you destroy that belongs to the Yoruba people in Aba or Newi? Nobody. So it's a tactics. We know what is happening. But when people like Abati, for those who they saying, I mean, for Chinonso, I will give you this. Write it down. The Guardian newspaper, December 16th and December 23rd, 2001. The title is Obasanjo, Secession and Secessionist with Igbos. Ruben Abati wrote it. Go and read what he wrote about January 16, 1966 coup. Even people that were not even part of in the army, he included their name as part of the people that planned the coup. This is Abati. They say he has PhD. So Abati has been having this, having this hatred, this bigoted about Igbo. Every time he talks, he's trying to prove. I don't know why people. I don't even look at it because I know he's empty. He's not secure. That's why sometimes when I look at him talking, I say this Ndoko Baigdena is taking a risk. Don't worry, one day they will tell you that Allen Onyema is already carrying Igbo in APs. He doesn't want to carry any other ethnic group. Just mark this headline and look at my face. Go and write it down. It will come one day, they say, Allen Onyema, he doesn't carry us. He just say, no, only Igbo single they carry. This Allen Onyema you are seeing, that have been rescuing people all over the world, free of charge, Nigerians, from China to India to to South Africa to go and carry terrorists from Sudan. People who went to Sudan to go and learn terrorism. Alan Onyema brought them free of charge when Sudan was in South Sudan was having problem. So this is the type of something Abati is doing. Why in to call Baigbena? Is still leaving him to come and be messing his things up. That is what you know. If you tell Abati,
Okay, all right,
Tony
all right.
Elumelu,
No, now,
if you tell Abati, if you tell
CM,
Abati Tony Elumelu is Igbo, he will tell you Tony Elumelu is not Igbo. But in Zogu, Chukwuma Zogu is Igbo. But Tony Elumelu is not Igbo. So that is the tragedy. That is the problem also. I want you to internalize. This is the problem the Igbo are facing. Is deliberate. They don't want to buy land because if they do, they destroy your own in Lagos, you destroy their own. That is the issue.
You have 1 minute. I want to start from Father. We'll go around. You have 1 minute, Chim. 1 minute.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what I said in a more refined way than I said it earlier. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of this unnecessary ethnicization of things. But the point is remained, like I said, for those who want to hear and for those who know the history. How many major critical federal institutions do you have in the Southeast? The only people who are being transferred to the East are only people who are in the army. Maybe they send somebody from one battalion somewhere and send him to Enugu, what they call that, infantry or whatever in Enugu, or police officers. How many major federal institutions do you see that drive people in that direction? To an extent, even in the private sector, you don't have to move somebody from the Southwest to the South. It's all you simply need to do, GT Bank, and then just go and have a branch in Enugu or Umuahia and employ graduates from that area and not necessarily have to bring anybody from anywhere. But when it's a federal institution, then people are forced. If you're a federal institution, then you can move a director who is of a Nigerian of Kanuri extraction and you move him to the East, or of Egba extraction and you move him to, to wherever it is. These things are not happening that much because the federal presence in the East is very minimal and lacking, is a fact. So I don't blame, I repeat it again, there are germane people from across other ethnic groups, whether they are Yoruba or Kanuri or Boko or that want to go to every other part of Nigeria. But when it comes to moving them to the East, it's very minimal. I went to secondary school in the East. I had 2 classmates, I won't mention their names, who are Yorubas. 2 of them actually one comes from Ondo State, the other 2 come from Kwara State. I won't mention their names for privacy reasons and for the fact that, it's unfair to start pandering people's names. When I went to university in the East, it's the same thing. I had people from other places. In fact, one I can mention because he's prominent and I can't hide it. The former IG of police of Nigeria, who at the time when I was in university was the commissioner of police. Remember, Abia State has had 2 commissioners of police that were from the Southwest. Their children were in the university with me. Their children, I won't mention the girl's name, but if you can remember any IGP that was from the Southwest, he used to be the commissioner of police in Abia State, and before he eventually became the IGP of Nigeria, his daughter was in university with me. And then eventually when I went to do my master's, I met her in UI again. So there are people who want to go. I personally, I have people in my family married across ethnicity. But the fact remains that there are people who want to go across this country, but the federal government doesn't give them that opportunity. Like I rightly said earlier on, for those who will tell us somebody built Lagos, Lagos was built way, 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 way from the colonial era to when it became the federal capital of Nigeria. There is nothing in Lagos State up until 1999 that Lagos State government will claim is their own. Many of the infrastructure there were federal funded infrastructure. For anybody who wants to be honest and tell themselves the truth, is it Kata Bridge? Is it Third Mainland Bridge? All these things are federal might. So where there is federal might, anywhere in the world, where there is federal might, people migrate towards that direction because federal might pulls people. When you cite institutions of federal worth in any place, it's going to pull people towards that direction.
That's why I have said, if the federal government of Nigeria really wants to be fair to everybody, decentralize certain things, and then you see what will happen. I personally believe, not from a standpoint of maliciousness, Lagos will be a healthier place if you decongest it, especially the port structure. Open up the other ports, give the other ports in Nigeria equal attention the way you're giving Lagos, so that people who want to, somebody from a business guy from Makurdi doesn't have to come to Tinkan Island to come and clear his goods. He can clear it from Port Harcourt. He can clear it from Warri that are probably closer for him. But these things are not happening. So when you don't do these things, you congest a particular place. And the whole idea in modern governance, why you don't, you try to decongest places, is to decentralize federal institutions. Pentagon is not in Washington. It's somewhere else. And that's the same way you have to decentralize it and move them off so that people can move around and the country can have a presence of everything. But when you don't do that, that's why I'm saying, in fairness to certain people from other parts of the region, there is nothing that is going to attract them to come to the Southeast, except somebody who is genuinely, taking risk and wants to go and do business. He sees a business opportunity in the Southeast and he chooses to go there to go and do that business. Kudos to that person. Other than that, there is nothing governmental that is going to make someone say, okay, I want to go to the Southeast. It's a fact. It's a fact. So that's where I want to leave this conversation. I don't want to contribute anymore to it. As for Ruben Abati, it's very obvious. Yes, he's well educated, but his education is serving. In fact, let me be honest with you guys. I find it very, very dirty, that thing he does. And and I told somebody, who is this? I know I've been saying it for a long time. So crude.
Yes.
You see anybody saying, what is that rubbish he does? And people say, I find that thing very nauseating that he does. So he's a crude man. Yes.
All right,
very,
Jim, let me stop you.
Very crude human being.
Let me stop you. Hey, look, Ruben Abati had his first
Please, can I say something?
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Ruben Abati has his first degree in theater arts. So sometimes he brings theater into it. And he's a good actor. Well, you see, some people also have said that the way he opens up the thing is what gets them to keep watching it. Whatever it is, whichever way, we can't like everything anyway. All I was saying, this particular one, he got it wrong. But I want to say something. The Bible says that knowledge pops up, and it is from him that I've come to really test that word of God. That when you have knowledge, it pops you up, makes you think every other person is beneath you, and sometimes he comes across that way, which I don't think is very good. But I heard what you said, Jim. Let's move on to Ego Square. What do you have to say?
KJ, the issue is not the issue is Ibophobia. That is what we are talking. I gave you an article he wrote.
Okay, I will go check that article. Please give me that article.
Yes,
the article on the comment section, Chim. Is this sorry?
Yeah, put it on the comment section so we can also put other people can read it, so to the benefit of every other person. Yes, Ego Square, go ahead.
Ego Square.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say in effect that when you talk about lands, buying land and selling lands, and whether land and a human being, which one is more important? Land is important, human being is important. What do I mean? If you have a land and nobody is lived there, then what's the need of the land? So two of them are very important. Then buying land and selling land, it cannot come to the land that is in the front of my father's house, and that's the only plot of land that only interest we have to enter into my father's house. He asked me to sell it to you, I will sell it to you. I will tell you the land is not for sale. That's the truth about it. Now, you talk about the kinsmen land. Any land that owns by kinsmen cannot be just sell out like that. There must be an agreement that concerns the land. And it cannot sell what you don't have. Though some people do sell it, but any land that belongs to kinsmen, you cannot sell it until the land is shared, because that land stands as something like inheritance to them. So probably the man that came to buy land, the land he may point at it may be the land that belongs to kinsmen that are not made to sold. and they tell him that this one is not for sale. Please, we are going to show you a place. If you need a land, show you a place where you're going to take it. That's the truth about it. Now, in concerning Ruben Abate's reaction towards the land and what he did to Ojeneka Obe, the story started from Thursday, not Friday. So the main story started from Thursday, when Ojeneka Obe carried as a trending video. That is what is trending. But sometimes we don't understand the gravity behind the statement that Ruben Abati made. Just if you understand the gravity behind that statement, you understand that Ruben Abati indirectly had paint Igbos pure black without any respect towards it. Because
I think Eagles air is frozen.
can you still hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. So if you look at what the Abati said and what the statement used to drop, and whenever it comes to Igbo issue of a thing, he found that even when they ask him a question to comment on Igbo something, he used to maneuver it. He will say another time maneuver it. I used to watch that segment every day of my life. So Abati is the type that one day Rufai Hosseini remind him the way he used to attack people when he was a spokesman to Goodluck Jonathan. The way he used to attack people, he used to speak to people. So the way he attacked Igbos is not a different thing, because I know the way he used to say something, and he feel that he know it all more than every other person that is there. He feel that because he has a PhD, he's better than every other person that is there. Because he is in the law institution, they have become a lecturer in University of Lagos, Southern lecture, that other people have not been there. Because I could remember one day, one man from the River State, there was a studio there. He was asking the man a question, and the man was trying to explain himself to the question that Ruben Abati asked him. There's one attitude that Ruben Abati gave to him. Ruben Abati said to him that
I remember he said you are not you can't teach me anything. You are not qualified to teach me anything. I mean, you are too small to teach me anything.
Strongly. Not only that, he opened his mouth in publicly in national, international television and said to the man, I don't know their academic level. Which the man replied to him and said to him that I have a PhD in so degree. He withdrew his statement little back. So in terms of Ruben Abati, the way he reacted to Ojeneka Obe on Friday, I feel so bad about it. I feel so sorry for her. That's why he said that they have no apology to her. Even Ojeneka Obe tried to hold herself and drop the last statement that she dropped and continue with the program. So in this context, what pains me, what I'm trying to look into it, is the gravity behind what he did concerning Igbos. And he had condemned Igbos. I have to be sincere about it. Okay. He had painted Igbos black. And this, please let me round up. And this thing he said, don't be surprised tomorrow, the thing will create a problem between Igbos and Yorubas. It will create Igbo. It will rise up in 2027 election. The thing will come up. I'm telling you the truth. The thing will come up based on what he said, because this thing now will come now. Some people put the video apart, and when the time comes, they use it against Igbos. So people that surprise. Even forefather, nobody knows he had education. He always said that he grew up in River State, but he cannot say that he's from Swahili place. Even condemn Ruben Abati and what he said. So that means what he said is very bad and terrible. We have to be sincere about it. And I feel bad about it. And This will make me to have a little respect for Ruben Abati, despite his educational career and degree. In fact, the way I look at him, based on statement and what he used to do, even if Rifai was saying that he's in the same studio with him, sometimes Rifai was saying you say something, in the openly, he debunk it and speak to him ordinarily, which is very bad. So personally, I feel bad about it. But one beautiful day, you meet somebody like him that will take him back. Thank you.
Oh, KJ is out. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So
Yes.
okay, it's back now.
Your approach will okay, go ahead. Sorry, my internet went off. Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. Let's go to Forefather. And there was something you said I wanted to also elaborate a bit. I have watched over the years, sometimes that Dr. Ruben Abachi comes across too brushly, against his colleague. I remember the lady
himself after what?
The lady that was reporting one time and called him Ruben Abati. I was so angry that the lady called and said, "Look at this small girl. Why you are calling me Ruben Abati? Do you know how many years I got my PhD before you were born?" These were all on air, and I felt that was an abuse, And the same thing I reported, it just happen again. If I look at it from a professional point of view, he was not supposed to do that to Ojiokwe because she was only trying to help you launder your image that she felt was bastardized on the internet. And I think that it would have been the best for him to use that opportunity to readdress himself. Even if you felt that you had made your point, but somebody saying, "You know what, I give you an opportunity to clarify." There's nothing that is wrong you clarifying again what you said. Now, Umunna, the land Umunna, is just like saying the property of the federal government. Can one individual sell the property of the federal government? No. Okay, it's only the government that can decide to sell it. It's the same thing as the land that belongs to Umunna. And if the people say, "Okay, this is Umunna," meaning it's our collective patron land. I'm trying to remember the right word. And we're not going to sell it to you, but we'll give it to you free of charge. What is wrong with that? Anyway, I come to you, Forefathers. What do you say? And what's your own point of view? Do you have any more video to show? Because I see people, Chim sent me a video right now of the same issue being discussed on Saturday morning. But yeah.
I think maybe Nigerians were a little bit bored, but there's an element of seriousness to this because, one, this is not new. I've said it before. Like when I was growing up, I heard some of these comments, and it just shows that some of our people are very lazy. They don't like to check information sometimes. When people do something, you have to ask yourself, why are they like that? There's often a reason. Like if you go to Dubai now, I don't think foreigners are allowed to become citizens. Even if you go and have a child there, they're not going to allow you to become a citizen because they know their population is little. If they start giving everybody citizen, they will become minorities in their own country. The same thing with China, because they have so many people, they don't want any other to become citizens. They make it harder. But why Europeans do the opposite? People behave differently. And this thing, and I even see it in some Southeastern people when they are talking about Northern, they forget that they are not like you. They are different. And if Southeasterners are not selling as much land, you can see, based on the landmass they have, there is a reason why. I don't understand how that is even controversial at all. If you have less of something, you value the ones you have. And Nigerians make a lot of they say a lot of things that come from. That's why it's a trope, because it's not based on actually thinking about the person, trying to understand why they are like that. Okay, if they allow their people to like KJ is saying that they give their women in in marriages and men in marriages. Why? You can also see that the culture will tilt in that direction because they have a small land. They have a small landmass. People have to go out. They have to find out. It's just what it is. And human beings react this way. Southwest is twice the size of the 5 southeastern states.
We don't give men out in marriage. We don't give men out in marriage.
You go and marry.
We don't give men out in marriage. We give women out.
Okay. What do the men do now? What do the men do? They go and marry from outside. Either way, they do that. But my point is that this thing, I think John Abati is representative of quite a lot of Nigerians. Let's make no mistake. This is something that is common amongst many Nigerians. They believe that people don't sell land because of some kind of hatred of others. And you see, that is why it's good to actually understand things a bit more in life. Because if you don't understand, like an Igbo man, I will just start defending themselves. Hey, why are you accusing of that? Because no, you don't have to. You have less of something. Give us your land. Let's see what we're not going to sell. That's what you should be asking them. If you have more land, we have such a large population, and we have very little land, and you think we are going to be selling the little one that we have? Give me your nama. If you have a 5 nama, give me your 1 nama. Let's see how you like it. The human beings just have to be a little bit more open when they're having conversations. I think then you start seeing the truths of why people are the way they are. It's not because Igbo people inherently just love land. It's because it's scarce. It's more scarce in their areas, and they have to value the little ones. They still have to farm. They are naturally an agrarian society. So the little land they have, they farm it and they live on it, and you want them to be selling it. It shouldn't be like that. You see what I mean? So if the northerners feel free to want to sell land, let them sell. If Middleburg want to sell, let them sell. So if people don't want to sell land, it's not by force. As a matter of fact, they can decide that they will not sell one land to any tribe. If you like, don't sell them land. It's not by. This is how the international world behaves. Some people welcome people, other people don't welcome people. So this is not controversial for me. So let's just take it easy. And I think this our conversation needs to head in this direction so that it doesn't become a rotten problem.
All right.
What is something about some people that like to talk about property? You see, this is another thing. Troop. I'm trying to bring out all the tropes they have about Igbo people. Like they say Igbo people value property a lot. And they value property more than human beings in Nigeria. You see? So, hold on, me.
Forefather, don't open a chapter you cannot defend, please.
That's my fault. Not me start up. I came to find it there. So
why will you amplify a statement you cannot justify?
I'm not amplifying it. I want to explain what is going on. So some people say Igbo people value property more than human beings. And sometimes I must say there are some people on this panel, when they are talking about stuff, somebody has died, Igbo man has died, they'll be talking about property. Why? No, because I find that quite offensive. And it's part of our culture where we don't value human life. Somebody died, you are busy talking about property. Why? I want to understand that because I'm not exactly sure why that is the case.
Okay, you finished, so we don't have to talk over.
Yeah, finished. Yeah, I just thought I should open that one too.
All right.
Since we are all coming out,
please
with all
let
our
me.
truths.
Hold on.
Please let me address. Let me address Kulata. The insult is becoming too much.
No, hold on.
No, that Kulata need to be disciplined. KJ, you guys need to do something about Kulata.
Hold on.
Honestly.
Listen, you guys, I don't know. I can handle anybody. I'm a full-grown man. Okay, please. All right. Jefferson, go ahead. I want to go in that order so that we don't jump everywhere. Welcome, Jagun. I will soon come to you. Jefferson, go ahead.
Sorry, I want to get it now. Are we? What direction are we? What are we really discussing on currently? Because I know we were discussing about
that you people you prefer to own land and sell your children. So, what is your take on that? Is that true that Igbos love property more than?
Don't defend yourself. Don't defend yourself. Why should you have to defend yourself that you don't sell your land? It's not. I don't know why you guys have to say, because when we go to their place, they will not sell and they will sell. They will sell. If the land is not valuable to them, they will sell.
Forefather, I'm saying two things. Listen.
What am I saying?
I'm coming. I'll try to explain. As an Igbo man, when an Igbo man leaves his community and he drives all the way to Sokoto, what he's going to do is not because he's not going to Sokoto because when he gets there, he's going to get a government work. Because he knows he already has a business mind. He wants to go there and find out what do they not have in that community. He goes back to Onitsha or to Lagos or to wherever he buys his goods, buys that goods, goes back to Sokoto and puts up a store and starts serving the community. He's not going there because he's going to look for work, but he already have work in his mind that he can do. The same way, if you go to the east, what is attracting you to the east? That's what CM first said, and Chim also buttressed that. When you go to the east, there's nothing that is attracting you there. We go to the east because it is our place. But other than that, what is attracting you to the east? You don't have any, it's just now that Owerri has come out to be one of the places you can rent all kinds of hotels. Before now, you don't have any beautiful hotels in the east. You don't have good roads in the east. You don't have lights.
Oh, come on, man. You see this kind of stuff. That's not true. There's
not
a lot. That's not true. What do you mean? There's nothing in the east. There's a lot in the east. There's Onitsha market that the whole West Africa comes to.
You see, you are going back to the same thing. What is the federal? Is Onitsha market going to attract a young man from Lagos who just finished university to go to Onitsha market? What's he going to do there?
Okay, I get what you mean. If you are talking about that, it's the same thing for Zamfara
what
now.
What I'm saying is there's no federal government presence that can attract other members of Nigerian community to the east that much. So apart from the central bank that has branches in the east, I don't think you can mention any really meaningful government agency that can take a lot of people that will make them move to the east. So we're saying that even as a destination, it does not attract foreigners and investors.
Because it's inland. It's like expecting people to be going to Benue State. It's inland. And then even Lagos doesn't have a lot of this thing.
People go to Kano.
People go to Lagos not because of federal this thing. It's because of Lagos is a business hub.
Kaduna.
And the seaport.
I take it that you don't know Nigeria very well, so let me leave it at that.
I know Southeast enough. We drive past
Jagun, please fire.
I thank you. I greet everybody. I didn't know that this was going to be the discussion, but I did want to join the evening's discussion. This is Sunday, isn't it? If I get it right. KJ, a fantastic job as normal. Forefathers, keep your bridle, keep your energy, my brother. I must say, as far as tropes are concerned, I am one who dislikes tropes coming from the East. I hate them. And they come by the millions and zillions. And regardless of righteous man and people I respect on these people like CM, I'm going to speak it as it is. I don't know about you wanting to pretend about this or that. I'm going to speak it as it is. You see the trope. You see one trope. You know me. No. You see one trope that I don't appreciate. Igbos are the most Nigerians. What rubbish! What absolute tripe! You see, where I see that Igbos can travel all around the country and set up themselves in any way they wish and be in peace in other people's terrain, and don't recognize that those other people have welcomed you into the terrain, I think it's the most rude, blasted, uncouth thing I've ever come across. You're telling me that we are the most Nigerian of Nigerians, yet you're bringing Biafra. What an oxymoron. These things do not stack up. These two things do not stack up. They don't stack up. You can't be Biafran and be the most Nigerian at the same time. I'm afraid that doesn't work. It doesn't work. I don't know when you're going to get into your head. KJ.
Okay. For
KJ, why is he disturbing me? KJ, why is he disturbing me?
Please, if you comment, I'm going to have to take you out.
I'm going to say it as it is, or I'm not pretending with you people here.
Hold on, before you go ahead, Jago,
what is this guy
you know
saying?
that there's something.
I'm saying what I just said. You just have to understand it, listen, and then put your full. You just can't hear what I'm saying.
It's very wrong.
Okay, fair enough, but I'm continuing. And let KJ speak, and I will continue because it's not your turn.
So
you're disturbing me.
While you argue on that, I agree. I see your point, but you know that in Nigeria there's a group of people called the Arewa.
Okay.
Are they Nigerians?
Arewa.
Right to bear that.
Arewa is the name that the Northerners call themselves. That Hausa. They
Okay.
call them.
What's really the reason for calling themselves Arewa?
You tell me, bro, because I'm not here for quizzing. You tell me.
No, because you said the Igbos they want to be
Bro,
Igbos.
I don't know if you recognize what I'm saying, KJ, but I don't. What I'm putting forward is not an argument. I'm not here to argue with you. You and I know very well that Igbos have said to themselves that we are the most Nigerians. Because why? Because we're in every part of Nigeria. But they didn't recognize that those people. Wait, why is this man talking? If that was me, they would have thrown me out. If that was me, they would have thrown me out. Thank you. Now, I say it like this. Whilst you are boasting that you are the most Nigerians and you are all over Nigeria, at the same time, you'll be using your mouth to speak Biafra. Okay, that's one. That's one. Two.
Why people use their mouth to talk Oduduwa? Why people use their mouth and talk Oduduwa?
Allow him. Allow him. Please. Allow him.
Why should I talk Oduduwa? I'll talk Oduduwa if I want to. You spark brain. Let me say this, KJ. The other trope I dislike immensely because it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. You see, you just said that why are they coming to the East? I've been to the East on several occasions. I don't see what you see. Yes, it's underdeveloped. But you see, where Onitsha is, you see, when I crossed the Onitsha Bridge, the Niger Bridge a couple of times. And when I get to the other side, I get out of the car and I stand and I look at Onitsha and I imagine what that place is supposed to look like. Because how it looks, I haven't been there in a while, but how it looked when I was there, it's not supposed to look like that. I tell you why. Because you are on the banks of the Niger. When you the Niger River, I've crossed it at many different areas. I've crossed it over to Nupe, I've crossed it at Lokoja, and I've crossed it at Onitsha. And when I look back at Onitsha, and I see and I give memory to what I know that terrain looks like, it is one of the most beautiful places of Nigeria. But none of you recognize it. None of you recognize it. All you people are doing is running away from your. I put to you that the government has ill managed that terrain. I would agree with anyone on that level. But Onitsha is supposed to be the most serious capital for the Eastern region. But it's not. It's not. I've also been to other areas in the East. The greenery there is what do you mean there's nothing to do there? I don't even understand. There's so much industry. There's so much. I mean, when you make statements, I wonder are you hearing yourself? Are you hearing yourself?
Okay, thank you.
And Enugu was the capital of Eastern region, if I'm not mistaken.
And it was lovely. Enugu was a lovely place.
Let me ask you, please, KJ, not random, please, because sometimes we are here to learn. Jagu said, thank you, you mentioned it. You've been to the East, it's not developed. In the year 1991, Babangida created Osun State with capital at Osogbo and created Anambra State with capital at Yoka. Can you tell me Osogbo and the Anambra State, which one is more developed? That's number one question. In the year 1996, hold on. No, question number two. In the year 1996, 1st October, Abacha created Ekiti State with capital at Ado Ekiti. And then Ebonyi State with capital at Abakaliki. Which of these two states is more developed?
Well, I can't say I know. I've been to both areas in Osun and Ekiti that you speak of. And when I was there, I was quite young. And Osogbo, where I had one of my grandfather's wives were there. So I used to frequent there quite a lot as a young man. Osogbo is a very old city. It's been there for an awfully long time, right? 1400s, talking about. The place is a mud disaster when I was there. Extremely higgledy-piggledy, but the people have a deep affiliation with that place. So whether or not it is developed to the standard that you like, I would tell you that there's deep culture in that place. You can't play with it. This is what I know. The same thing with Ekiti. These aren't people that just came out of the woods yesterday. They've been there ages, and they have constructed a culture there that works for them. The fact that Nigeria as a whole is highly underdeveloped, I think that's a different argument, if I could put it to you like that.
Okay. You see, why I have to ask that question was, when you said the Southeast is not developed, I want something relative. Let's make a comparison.
No, I didn't say it just like that. Please.
No.
Wait. Let me tell you. Let's not argue. Let's not argue.
No, I'm
Let me
not
just put it
arguing.
right. Let me just put you right. Why are you doing this?
It's what you said.
No, it's not. Let me say what I said. Oh, don't be like that, CM. Please don't be like that. We respect each other better than that. This is what I said. I said, although there are areas in the East that are underdeveloped, and that is the fault of the government. That's what I said. Take it like I said it. Don't stream it into your narrative.
So
I'm not gonna
I grow
I'm
the
not
business.
gonna allow that from
I
anyone.
grow the tools I use to grow the business. It's getting harder to predict the changes
Okay.
in the organization.
Now let me address Kulata before I leave. You see, please, you people should be my witness. Whatever I say, record it. Kulata, I am not a transvestite.
Oh dear. Why, my brother CM?
No, listen. Listen. Please. Excuse
I'm
me.
on your side
Just
or where
please.
Kulata is concerned. He's a bloody idiot.
On my honor, you are not. He's listening. Please, Kulata, I am not a transvestite. Let like beget like. I am not, and I'm not aspiring to be. So please, you know yourself. I am not a transvestite. Please.
Okay, CM, it's okay. Gentlemen and ladies, we have tried as much as possible to keep this conversation civil. Let's continue on that order. If it becomes what we cannot eventually be able to put across properly, we'll probably have to shut down for today. Like I said, some of the people who have made comments are making some of our guests who go to read they don't want to come here. If your comment become a bit over bullish for us, we'll take you out. We'll checkmate you. We can even ban you from coming to this channel. I say it again without missing word. If your comment becomes too bullish and that our guests will begin to feel like when they come here they get insulted, we'll take you out. We can even ban you. The channel will still continue. Thank you so much. We appreciate your being here. So also appreciate our also giving you the opportunity to participate. I think that's very mutual. Thank you. I will allow Mr. Ice, if not now.
I don't think CM has finished though. I don't.
We have not finished, but they're not on camera now. Let us move on.
No, CM. I don't mean me. I mean CM.
No, I don't want CM to talk.
Oh, okay. Sorry, CM. Don't take nonsense to heart.
Sorry. I know you are.
You are bypassing me.
Don't worry. Let me hear from. If not now.
So, what exactly do you want me to weigh in on? Sorry, I've been on camera, but I've been battling with my speaker, so I wasn't really hearing anything for a long time.
All right, let the righteous man weigh in. Then after that, you can now come in. Yes, go ahead.
KJ, respectfully, I acknowledge your last statement as regard to those who are making bullish comments. But please, I am not fighting anybody. And I'm saying it with a cool mind. Please, there is a law that forbids bullying, social media bullying. Kulata has bullied me so much, not today, not yesterday. And if this studio or the management of this studio, when I say you guys, I'm sorry, I was not referring to you as a small guy or you can't handle it. I was referring to the management of Iroko TV and Dr. Damage's show. If they will not handle Kulata, especially on bullying me in particular, I know what to do. And I promise I will do it if it continues. That man should be very careful.
Bros, no public threats.
And it's not a threat. It's not a threat. He should not continue to bully me. He should not. He should desist from that act.
I appreciate what you're saying, but you got to be careful, bruh.
All right, thank you so much. Like I said,
That doesn't bring our big brother Steph to understand our conversation now. It seems to me that our conversation is again, unfortunately or unfortunately, I don't know which, based on the whole question of the East and Biafra and how they are looked upon and how people look upon them. And I think we should have a mature discussion about this, not just emotion. Oh, I don't like what he's saying, so I'm going to interrupt him. Nah, that's rubbish. Don't you understand? That's rubbish. And then other people will be, wait, please, Ejo. We're bringing our man in. We're bringing our man in. We're bringing him in. And I'm wanting to have him, because I know that whatever Steph has to say, it will be tangible. It will be something that we can all hold on to, not the flim-flam that these Biafrans are speaking about. I don't know if that helps you, Steph.
I'm trying to hold on. Jabun, I'm trying as much as possible not to say anything. But even your framing of the thing, and
Okay.
that's the work of the moderator, not for you to frame. And
Okay, you frame it. You frame it then.
Don't also say the other people's contribution are flip-flop. I don't
Flim-flam, bro. What am I gonna say?
If we cannot respect one another, then
Bro, what? Tell me, KJ. What will I say if I want? Wait. Let me ask the question to you. Let me ask you the question. You're not letting me ask you the question. The question I have is, if we disrespect somebody else's position because we believe it be full of fallacy, how do we put it? Because it's going to come across like an insult anyway for those who have emotional disposition.
Okay,
I think the Biafra question and the quest for Biafra is unwarranted, it's displaced, and it's not doing anything for nobody. So I pronounce all of that as rubbish. Full stop. I don't know what you want to say. That's my thinking. Okay. That's how I feel.
Okay, but you see, your thinking is not.
Sorry, KJ, I need to speak. Please. KJ, I'm supposed to speak, please.
Hold on. Your thinking is your own thinking. It's your personal opinion. You are entitled to it, but when you now make it an insult, you see,
I didn't do that once.
Listen to me.
I didn't do it once.
Light begat light. If you, for an action that's always an equal opposite reaction. Let me
put this to you. If I met you, if I met you, and we were obviously going to be cordial in our meeting, but then we came across within our discussions many things that we laughed and joked about, and then we came across one piece of our conversation that we disagreed upon. Now, in me disagreeing with you or you with I, if you feel that my position is untenable, is everybody still here listening?
Yes, we're hearing you.
I can only see Steph at the moment. Yeah, if we had a discussion and we had a disagreement, and you believe my position that it's not that you're hating me. You don't like my position. That is what we can't recognize here on this platform where everybody's insulted. Oh, don't insult me because I'm a big baby. Come on, grow up and stop your stop this nonsense. We can't. Politeness is something that makes things easy to go across. That's what politeness is. But truth is more than politeness. And my opinion, I believe if we went into the moon, there is no Biafran who can handle me in a discussion about Biafran. Bring Simon Ekbao, bring Nnamdi Kanu, I'll break them into 55 million pieces. That's just me. Me.
That's your opinion.
Yes, it is my opinion. You don't have to repeat yourself.
It does not mean that it is correct.
But it's my opinion. It's my opinion, and I'll put it out. And I didn't insult anybody.
That is how they behave. That is how they behave.
Being too full of yourself, unfortunately. You are being too
full of yourself. It's because I'm getting fight back.
People to express their opinion. I have to tell you the truth. That's what you are. I'm sorry, I must tell you the truth.
All right. And I want to repeat that. When you come onto this platform, it is not that you are now solely in control of what should be discussed. What the moderator puts out is what they're going to discuss. If you don't feel comfortable discussing what you are free to sign out. And then if you are discussing with your very mighty idea, he said he doesn't want to take your idea right now, please obey the moderator. Or simply, because if all of us are talking at the same time, nobody will hear anything. And if you come, no matter what, if you are even Professor Emeritus, when you come here, it is still your idea. Allow the moderator to moderate. Whether you agree with him or not, allow the moderator to moderate. Please. And I don't take it kindly when you come and you are insulting people. Biafra is a whole nation. And there are more than 30 million people who believe in that cause, whether you like it or not, that's the truth. It's the same way we see when Republicans lose election or Democrats lose election, and those who are Republicans become enemy at their insult, they insult you, attack, you don't even want to hear. Wow, since when have the world come to a place where whatever you say should be the sacrosanct? It does not have to be questioned. Since when? Since when? And this issue I discussed, we didn't raise the issue. Dr. Abati went to TV and said Igbos don't sell land to other people. And we are the Igbos. Well, there are different Igbo people here from different states, and they're telling you that this is not true. And yet, we can't even have that discussion without argument, without even people telling you that what you're saying is not correct. Come on, guys. You see, this is the, if you're, okay, we'll do a program here. What's the Igbo question? Because this is what I see. Every time there's an issue about Igbos to be talked about in Nigeria, other people who are not Igbos have a better understanding of what the Igbos want. It's not good now. Let's leave all this thing. Let's leave all this thing. You cannot tell us that what they're saying is rubbish. People have laid their life on, for this cause. You say it's rubbish. Even if you don't believe in it, but if you don't believe in what they're doing, but that's what they believe, the cause of which they've laid their life down, at least give them some understanding. Even if you don't want to give them, also give them some sympathy that this is what the people have laid out their this thing. You are calling it rubbish and constantly insulting the people will not change that. If it was going to change it, it would have changed it since 50 years ago or 60 years ago. Because we're not talking about the Igbo question now. The Igbo question, the Biafra question started in 1967 or 66, as the case may be. It's not today. If the idea was going to go away, don't you think it would have gone away by now? And the Mayflower is not going away. It's not something that has called for a discourse without anybody losing their head. Come on, guys. Dr. Rudolph, the trial, not going to tell a lie. All right. I want to hear from I speak the truth. No, other people just keep your cool.
Okay.
I want to leave just so maybe 1 minute because this is 2 a.m. where I am.
Okay,
it's
sorry.
It's a topic under discussion.
Okay, Chichinan, so go ahead and just have 1 minute. Please don't go back to
yes, number one is that Oga KJ, please try. You are the controller of the platform. You have right to mute everybody. When you want me to talk, then you can unmute me, even without unmuting myself. That is number one, because to find out many mics are free. So that's why anybody can come up at any time, challenge and talk. Then for the forefathers,
mute the people and they will mute themselves out. That's what they do.
Yeah. So then for the forefathers in Southeast, we have a lot of land that they don't even know. In my area, we have a land that passed 1,000 acres. Since I was born, nobody has ever walked that place, and not an evil, and I saw an evil bush. And also, you think that the Southeast is only the Anambra that you see on the road. Go inside rural areas, you will see a bush. I said for over 40 years, nobody has even walked there. More than that. So for me, in question, whether the way it's here do not see. Father, honestly, I want to know where you're from.
I thought because they're going to travel, maybe the person not going to talk, say the case go break.
Because I have where I'm from. I don't know why Father is not a proud of where he is. Father, I want to know where you from. As an Igbo man or in the entire southeast. I support that one.
AJ,
They
your
include
volume is
may
loud.
God grant us all
Speaking
our
on the
good
phone.
desires and all our good wishes.
Can someone tell
What I
KJ
talk
to
myself
talk
to you,
his
I want my Biafra. That is what I care for. Under Simon Ekpa. Everybody good night.
This is ridiculous, man.
So,
KJ.
because that's the reason why, like I said, I ordered for this one.
KJ, you're on show.
It's just not worse than anything I do.
Because the
KJ.
is $64.
He's having a private conversation live on the air.
And then one of them, because of the
And he's got the other side on loudspeaker.
Oh my God. KJ.
Unfortunately, you can only do one thing at the same time. Or you can't do two things at the same time.
He's busy having a conversation with his girlfriend.
Now, wow. And he's on air. His wife could catch him. His wife could catch him.
Can you mute him, Chim?
My mistake. Well,
KJ.
See how his voice don't go smooth. You say Pele.
Are you okay?
KJ.
Are you okay? They ask him. Hey, KJ, smooth operator. You are blasting out into the public.
KJ is making his money.
KJ. Yo. KJ.
KJ forgot that he's
KJ.
Hello, madam.
KJ. Yes, talking to madam.
You're on show now. Sorry, who was supposed to speak next? I was supposed to actually speak next, but I don't know. If not now,
it's me.
You said you wanted to speak. Okay. All right.
No, it's me. It's me.
No, you don't understand. It was supposed to be either me. If not now,
it's me that's
supposed to speak, then me or something. Yes. So, okay, if not now, you can speak now.
KJ.
Okay, I can hear you.
KJ, I must say.
KJ, we were listening to your love conversation with your girlfriend.
No, it's
terrible.
not my girlfriend. It's my sister. She's
Well, we shouldn't know now. We shouldn't know that. You should have muted yourself. You were disturbing the whole
KJ,
show.
we are going to share the money.
It's worse than anything I've done on the show. What you just did, my brother.
It's well.
We heard all the conversation we shouldn't be hearing. We heard everything.
Okay, sorry. But I wasn't saying anything wrong. That's out of this world. So
okay. Now I understand what you guys are talking about. Is what the conversation Ruben had with his colleagues. Actually, I was listening to that show that day. I believe live. I don't really think that Ruben said. Don't get me wrong. Ruben was talking about what he heard. You understand? He quoted what he heard, but the only area he made a mistake is that he seems to have drawn a conclusion based on it. But he started by reporting somebody's speech. You know, I don't even know how the whole thing, got to this extent. But it's good because he's not the only one that I've ever made statement that suggested such position. I think it's an opportunity for some people to say what they know about it. It's not entirely true, but the only thing that I can affirm is that land in Igbo land has a kind of is beyond a land that you march on or build on, if that makes sense to some people. That's why Igbo people, most of them worship the land. Most of them na sonsana. There is a kind of attachment to it. But to look at it as something that has to do with us and them, Igbo people and non-Igbo people, no, that is not correct in any angle, in any way. This same thing we're talking about, for me as a person, there was a time I wanted to buy a parcel of land in my own village. but that land belonged to, is a market for sale, but the land belongs to a different family. Even though it was in a market for sale, they ordinarily did not want to sell it to somebody who is not from their family. I'm not talking of different a Yoruba man or an Hausa man or whatever. You understand? Why? Because the land in question, the person that owned that land have died. The person has a family, and he doesn't have a child. So they wanted, as a there's how lands are distinguished in Igbo land. There's what they call Obeji, a kind of. Obeji is a land that is primarily meant to be inhabited by a member of the family as your own primary inheritance. You understand? So in that situation, they wanted somebody who is from that kinsman to be the one that is going to possess that land because of their cultural attachment or traditional attachment to that particular piece of land. You understand? So I was denied the opportunity of buying the land. I didn't see it as a bad thing. It's not because I'm not from the place. It's not because I'm not from the village. It's not because I'm an outsider. You understand? It doesn't work that way. There are so many other reasons why people that are not from Igbo people don't own land in Igbo land, and some of them maybe I believe you guys might have talked about it. Sometimes you ask yourself in the first place, in my village, is there really a reason why an Hausa person, a Yoruba person will come to my village to look for land to buy? What is he coming to do? If I'm buying a land in my village, I'm buying it because I want to build my residence, because I believe that wherever I live, I have to come to the village to assure my people, even if it's 1 week in 3 years. To me, I don't see it as an investment. You understand? So somebody who is from Nasarawa State or from Ogun State, does he really have that kind of reason, coming to my village to come and buy land to build? Because there's no business he's coming to do. There's nothing, in fact, that will bring him to that village ordinarily. But these things, I'm talking of my village, these things started changing like since 2000, since early 2000. Why did it begin to change? Early 2000, there is a university that was sited in my village, and there was an Army, Air Force school that was sited in my village. There was a law school that was sited in my village. And there's another private university that opened in my village. So this thing started drawing up so many people into my village. And if you come to my village now, for instance, the proportion of the population that is not from my place, that is not even from my state, and some that are not even from Igbo land at all have started growing. And so many families have started developing their family land as a kind of estate. What I mean is that draw it for development purpose, put access road in it. It may not be tarred, but well laid out. You understand? And people are buying, and nobody cares where you came to buy, because people that are buying, maybe if you are working in the Air Force and you are like you came from any other state, you discover that it may be cheaper for you to have the kind of house you want to live in by yourself. And some of them, I know that some of them started building. Some of those lands they started developing. I know some people that bought from it, some from my place, some are not from my place. And you can't believe that in my village, that some of those places I'm telling you about, you cannot get a land that is less than maybe 8 million, 15 million in a village. So that is where what Fofana talk about, the short supply comes in. So in my village today, it costs more to buy land than you can buy maybe in some places in Lagos like Ikorodu or stuff like that. Why? Because the supply is short. But that does not mean that there is a meeting where it is decided, okay, don't sell to this person, don't sell to the other person. My people like money. If you can bid for it, you understand, and you can afford it. Nobody cares who's gonna buy it. I'm talking about where I came from. So if there is any other place, maybe different thing is happening, I don't know. I can't talk about it. I'm talking about the experience that I know of. I gave you a timeline when things begin to change and stuff like that. And the reason why even most people that are saying they don't, okay, if there's anybody here who, if Jago want to buy a land in my village, I can assure him. If not, I can resell the one I have to him. So there's nothing like all these things that is going about on the airwave, Igbos, the same Igbo people that love money so much, they don't like to sell land to outsiders. Does it really make sense? It doesn't make sense now. If you want to, forefather want to build an industry anywhere in my local government today, I can get any person, any hectare of land you want. I can get it for you. They have to be ready to negotiate with the owners. And nobody will ever drag that land from you. Thank you, KJ.
Thank you so much. Sorry, guys, I just reading the comment people are making for.
I can't stop wondering whether when they sell land to Jagun, what will happen. Rubbish. A lot of rubbish.
All right.
I didn't rubbish the land, though. Don't misquote me, please.
No. I didn't. I know. That's what you're doing.
I speak with precision. It's only that you people can't handle my precision. KJ took me out uncouthly when I didn't say anything. There's somebody else was still speaking when KJ took me out, only to give himself a way to speak everything. But my brother KJ, to insult you, you're my friend. I will not insult you, but I will give you a different position on your thoughts. And that's basically the clinical line that you people don't draw. And when I say you people, I don't mean Ibozo. I mean people who are genuinely so emotive that they don't know what speech is. I'm speaking with accuracy. Rubbish is not an insult. It's a word. You go and look it up and you'll find out what it means. It's not an insult. So all that mamby-pamby talk, it was totally unnecessary. As far as I'm concerned, I'm an English speaker. I know this language. I don't need direction on this language at all. None. I don't need it. That's the fact.
Okay, you have made that point now. Thank you. Let us move forward. We've had, if not now, has again tried to lay it clearly for all those who couldn't hear us, and I think we should move forward. Forefather, do you have anything to say?
Other than you hear what if not now said. I think that he's somebody that can see beyond the surface, and people should be listening because he explained it now. The way they treat land in the Southeast is different from somewhere else, and you shouldn't have to apologize for it. And it's a strange thing, actually, because it betrays something else.
Hold on, forefather. The person with I need the guy behind the backstage to check any insult coming. If they have any insult coming from anybody, please take the person, totally ban the person, for now. I think we'll had enough of this nonsense. Thank you. Go ahead.
You jumped me, so you know.
Just hold on, I'm coming to you.
From what he said, it's just the truth of the situation, and we have to start having honest conversation. I think maybe Abati didn't mean any insult by it. He was just stating it as something that he heard, and those sort of things. I just feel like things will be simplified if we just put things on the table. and also learn about your own area and learn about other people's area, why their behaviors are different. Everybody has different behavior. Like sometimes some people will just come here and they will be so angry that people in the north, when they write jam, their score is lower. And like, why are you that angry? It's different for them. It's not just like it's different from the southeast. The southeast don't have any apologies to make. Why they value their land? They have too many people in very, very little space. What do you want them to do? Sell the little thing they have? I think this stuff will be simpler in Nigeria. And this is a teaching moment, actually, that when we approach subject in a honest way, you will see clearly that there's nothing for anybody to be that crossed about each other. Most people don't mean any kind of harm to the next person next to them. Yeah,
No,
they don't mean it.
Absolutely.
It's just all this misunderstanding.
Can I just break you a little? Can I just break you so far to speak? No, to speak to KJ. KJ, one man has written.
Please don't break in. Don't break in.
Bruv, I'm saying.
Don't break in.
I'm not trying to break. I'm speaking.
Allow him. Don't break in. Don't break in.
Yeah,
right,
I saw somebody saying something about the land. The land issue is a kind of symbolic of many discourse in Nigeria, where people come in a guarded way and somebody makes a clumsy statement and it becomes something that sets people ablaze for some reason. And like this issue now could easily be misconstrued and it turns to some southeast, southwest argument again, when it's just something that anybody with insight can see that, okay, nobody needs to apologize for what they said. It's just misunderstanding, really. And it really tells us something about, for me anyway, it's telling me something that is good to learn more. And I'm beginning to worry that some of all those people that I dismiss, maybe I should be listening a little bit more to what they are saying. Because when you dismiss stuff, it's because you don't necessarily fully understand where the other side is coming from. And that's how when people say Southeasterners don't sell land, they don't understand the dynamics going on there and they don't necessarily have a picture. And maybe they would never have access to that information. If I wasn't the one that decided I just look at the map, look at, okay, this one has double the size of land, the other one has very little, and the other one has a lot of... If you don't look at it from that macro point of view, you can't understand what is going on. And you see that all around the world. I've asked myself, why is it that UK allow people from China to come to the UK to become citizens, while the English people cannot go to China and do the same? Because of this type of dynamic, even international is not fair. There's no one rule that fits every nation. That is how it's going to be within Nigeria. And I think we have to start understanding that way, you start seeing that there is a lot of common ground that you can improve upon. Because when you're busy arguing about the little things, the peculiarities that exist, you are not building. You're busy arguing about negative and sending yourself in a tailspin. So yeah, that's something I've learned on this one.
Thank you so much. No, Chim, we're hoping to round up in the next 20 minutes. So I'll give you, when you speak now, that's your last take for today. All right, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, KJ. I'm a very compliant person. I'd like to follow the rules.
KJ, can you just look at the comment section? The private section, please. Please look at it, please. The one I've sent you, because I'll direct. Sorry, Jim. I was directing KJ not to break what my man is saying. KJ just made an underlined statement saying nobody should be insulting anybody in the platform, and then one man who is a renegade in himself has written a repeated insult towards CM, and CM has made his statement clear. I know that CM wasn't happy at all with that statement, yet you ignore it and you don't want me to say it was going to be a quick statement, so you see it and act upon it. I suppose doing two things at the same time is a difficulty.
Okay, Jago, I will address a bit of it in my comments. So let me start first of all on the subject matter. I shared something with KJ. I know he might not be able to share it in the group because it's a long video. And after I watched that, I dropped off to go do something and then clicked into YouTube and I saw that video. Same arise. Professor Kichuku was addressing the issue and literally just spoke my mind. They asked him all manner of questions. In fact, he even gave the context which CM had earlier given us on how that conversation that Ruben Abati gave, how it all started. And you see, I think it's a lesson for us all that when you are sharing an information that you were not originally privy to, you need to have an open mind as an intellectual to say, I heard, I don't know how accurate this information is. He was reporting something that the late T.O.S. Benson said, who incidentally was married to an Igbo woman, and like Dr. Okechukwu said in that interview, we don't even know the context in which T.O.S. Benson was giving that narrative. Maybe T.O.S. Benson was in a function and was throwing a joke and brought it up. Maybe it was a joke. You don't even know. But Ruben Abati has run along with it, presented it, and is not humble enough to say, look, guys, while I said this, I don't originally know the context. Incidentally, it was an event that doesn't have a video recording that we can go back to now today to review. But back to this whole issue of Igbos and not selling land. Like I said before, I will repeat myself again because a prof just said it on Arise TV in a better way. I might not be able to present it. Simple. What is going to drive the Fulani man to go to the east and invest? There is nothing. At best, the Fulani man will go to the east, sell his cattle, make his money, and go back to wherever, either it is Sokoto or Kano or Kaduna, wherever he originally came from to sell that land, to sell that meat. Ditto for the guy in Lagos who might have a business opportunity in the east. There is no infrastructure that will bring you there to stay. And so it doesn't make economic sense for anyone from any part of Nigeria to just uproot themselves, move to Umuahia, the capital of my state, and say they want to go and do business. Before the person will go there, he would have, assuming the person is a serious-minded businessman, he would have done his review to say, okay, going to Umuahia to go and do this business, I can see the potential, I can see what it will generate for me, and it has the potential of keeping me here. If it does not, that person will not be going to Umuahia to go and build a house and buy land. So the land in the east does not really have economic value, except in places like where our brother who spoke before, I think was it forefather that spoke last, the person who spoke before forefather said, because a university came up in his place and some institutions started coming up, it became an incentive for people to say, let's go there and go and stay. Nobody will move. In Canada, where I live, the population is so small. Why? Because of the weather. In fact, as a matter of fact, a lot of people come to Canada, get their citizenship, and they move to the US because the weather is a disincentive for them to want to stay. That's why the population of Canada, as big as a landmass, has never crossed the 40 million threshold. It has never. Because there's something that just says, I don't want to stay here. And on top of that, the government doesn't help matters with taxes. So there are a lot of things we need to always juxtapose when we are making all this argument. Actually, I'm suddenly beginning to feel very sorry for Ruben Abati. Maybe it's a lesson for him that before he says anything in the future, he should sit down properly and review it before he throws it out there. And then it brings out a bigger picture, which forefathers just alluded to. Maybe it's time for our federal government to begin to look at things. Like I keep saying, and I'm not saying this just because of an Igbo man. There is nothing that will drive any other Nigerian to want to move to the east. Listen, wherever there you have the government infrastructure, it pulls people to those places. It's a magnet. If you don't have Lagos has a lot that is pulling everybody. That's why the place is overpopulated. It has a seaport. For a long time, it was the federal capital of the country. And it has literally all the infrastructure and business structures sited there. So everybody migrates to that place. But I can tell you, if you begin to move things away from there and spread it, it will decongest Lagos. It's just a fact. So look at it from that perspective when you talk about land selling in the east. There is no plan. Nobody sat down anywhere and said in the southeast of Igbo land, don't sell land to anybody. It's an assumed erroneous perception that has continuously been, bandied, and people are certainly buying it. Nobody sits anywhere to say, don't buy land. It's not true. It's not true.
All right. Thank you, sir. Right. Yes. Who want to go first? Yeah, no, righteous man, you go first since you're in Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Since this is the last section of this platform today, I appreciate everybody. And I just want us to believe and know that we're all human beings, irrespective of the tribe. One blood flows in our veins. And so no matter how you see things, first consider your humanity and then use it to make sure that there is no insult you are giving to someone unnecessarily. If you look at is it Jefferson, the young man back there, there is a pyramid at the back of his, I think it's Jefferson. I see a pyramid at his back, the picture of it.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, that pyramid I think is in Enugu. Am I right?
Yeah, it's Unsude pyramids. It was there far back in the 19th century.
Okay.
So,
now, this thing is a tourism potential. In the history of Nigeria, if it was not IPOB, I wouldn't have known there was or there is a sorry, I wouldn't have known that such monuments is existing in the East. Because the federal government policy is to make sure, and I don't want you to agree with me, but I have grown of age, I've lived here, I have faced the quota system problem in Nigeria. My families too have faced it. The problem with Nigeria is admitting Igbos technically of being part of Nigeria. Technically, Igbos are not seen as part of Nigeria. It is difficult for those who do not agree with Igbos to say it is not true. Let me buttress my point by saying this. One of my uncles lives in Cameroon. He owns a very big estate in Cameroon. He's not a Cameroonian, he's an Igbo man. So that you were able to acquire landed properties in a foreign land does not mean that that land welcomes you. It is when the issue of politics comes in, you will know whether you are welcome in that land or not. Igbos have not been admitted to be recognized officially with the same mindset that the North, the core North, and the Southwest they have. Before this 2023 election, there was a trending video where, as allegedly, one of the governors of the North was calling a governor in the South here, Southwest, their plans they have against the Igbos. And nobody, either from the North or the South, debunked that to say is a false video. And little by little, they have started implementing it. Let me shock you. The most popular computer market in Lagos, which is occupied by the Igbos, at least 95%, they have been given quick notice to vacate that place and to move them down to Sangota, which is Ogun State, to go and develop that place again. But the popular Mushi market that is dominated by the Southwest people, nobody have ever told them to relocate from that place. So there is inequity that shows that Igbos have not been technically admitted into the mainstream of Nigerian politics. There is what is called federal government marginalization policy
Okay, can you narrow down?
Hold on. Let me end what I'm saying.
Yes, please end.
If you Google it now, Imo State has 200 trillion cubics of natural gas, the highest in the whole of Nigeria, and one of the highest in the whole world. Only Imo State. Why don't we have petrochemical industry in Imo State? Why?
Okay.
The money that was used in development of the eastern region of Den was from coal. Because look at the time they started drilling oil in commercial quantity. Enugu had been the capital city of the eastern region, which include Calabar, Bayelsa, River State of today. Because somebody was saying that it was money from the south that caused Adeka Borough to start the march for independence.
You have to round up. You are dragging too many things that will not be.
So what I'm just saying is this. What I'm just saying is this. Why we canvass for one Nigerianness, which is good, which will be beneficial for every one of us. Those canvassing for it should also put things that are right, that makes Igbo man to believe that he's welcome in Nigeria as a Nigerian.
Thank you so much.
You won't want me to be a Nigerian when in practical reality, you are just telling me I'm not part of this.
Okay.
That's just what I want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For those. Most of what you raised, we're not going to go into. So maybe when we eventually decide to discuss the Nigerian question, we'll talk about those things. Mr. Jagun, your last closing words.
Oh, thank you. Is there? I just want to ask real quick: is there going to be another session after this?
No.
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 Okay.
And
Yeah,
it's not going to be
clear. Thank you.
backstage either.
Thank
not even
you.
the women. Not even the women.
No.
KJ, I've not said anything.
I'm about to use my time now.
Now you have your
What
time.
about forefather session?
No session. Today we are on break. Make everybody go rest.
I asked the question. He said no. I asked the question. He said no. What is this? What is this?
Hey,
is it not my
guys,
turn?
Let him speak, man. Come on.
I asked the question. He said no. Why isn't that the end? People repeating questions. My goodness. My last comment, as that's what this is.
Yes.
That the subject matters that we are asking about and the way we conduct ourselves. I know everybody wants to point the finger at me and say, Jago is this, Jago is that, all kind of insults that you see there and you just allow. Maybe because you agree with them. I don't know. But we have to understand that the hypocrisy that comes out of all of our mouths on a regular basis is bringing this channel down. Hypocrisy from the management group is ridiculously high. It's untenable how hypocritical the whole management group is. It's terrible how communication is so difficult for us because we are all emotionally imbalanced. It's incredible that none of us is really taking a look at the mirror and taking a look at what it is that we want for ourselves, our family, and our nationhood. We prefer to look at obtuse ways of going around the back, and that going around the back hasn't purported anything in the last 30 years. We could go back further, but let's just say 30 years. So given all of this, I find it perplexing why, if it's only 10% that we might agree upon, why don't we endeavor into that 10% and see how it might grow? Because there are definitely disparate ways. I don't believe in half the things that are discussed here. I think they're nonsensical and they're not going to materialize to anything within any of our lifetimes. So whilst it may come across like an insult that I will call upon this thing as being nonsensical, I'm saying that that's what it is in my view, having looked at it over the last, God knows, 50 years. So I would like to end like this, that this platform is a fantastic platform for the people that come on it, for the people that make great contributions to the show, both financially in the comment section and those of us on the panel, and indeed those brighter moderators. What I would say really is that apart from we've got to grow up, I really do believe that that we have come with new laws for the panel, which I think largely people have tried to adjust to, even though they may have failed here and there, they've tried. What I haven't seen is any performance that is greater for the moderators. One in particular, but largely the whole group of moderators are not speaking to themselves, and it's quite clear that you don't speak to yourself. Or if you do speak to yourselves, you are as confused as we are on this broadcast. And I'm saying this out loud. You guys need to speak to each other and perform a balance. Prior to that, I want to do something on this show. I want this show to go places. And believe me, I can take this show places in the West. I'm not talking about in Nigeria, in the West. But when I look at it, and I look, do I really want to introduce this thing into my contact base? Because right now, I can tell you, this thing that we are doing, it could be a TV show for 2 hours in British TV. And if that took place and it was successful, it would go over to America. And we would have 2 hours each of our Black community speaking to each other on mainline TV, not just in the corner here with 200 to 500 people quibbling. You see, I don't believe that we know how to grow things as Nigerians. What happens is that things happen organically, which is good. But a lot of what we are trying to approve here has to happen by design. It doesn't happen any other way. It happens by design, which comes from thought, intelligence, and process. And I'm afraid, I'll end it now. Sorry about this. I'm afraid that we're not doing this on this channel. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution and your conclusion also. Yes, Mazi Prince.
Yeah, thank you, KJ. And I will simply say amen to what the last speaker said. When I said amen, meaning if you get it into BBC, probably it gets to CNN and all that, I say amen. I agree with you on what you just said. Having said that, I totally didn't want to weigh into tribal stuff, because even as we are speaking, somebody already told me that I'm not even from that tribe, as if it's only that tribe that actually voted for Peter Obi, or he is the one that gave back to me to know that I'm not from that tribe. But I'm not gonna go into that. I simply came in. I want to first and foremost, Chim, you don't know me. And when I say that with all honesty. Whatever that I'm doing now has nothing to do with election. I'm over it. It has come and it has gone. That Trump is coming has nothing to do with me. It's not gonna change my source of wealth. It's not gonna change the air that I breathe. It doesn't. That be it. However, KJ, I get pissed off because one, as a moderator, somebody made a bold statement, and I'm addressing it. When it came to my time, the next minute, oh, yeah, you want to gag me. First, you did not time every other person. You did not. When it came to my own time, now you wanna gag me. That is totally wrong. And even when Jefferson was also buying into my time, I was trying to tell you, this person is buying into my time. Can you control him? No, you wouldn't listen to me. Sometimes my voice can come as if I'm shouting. I'm not shouting. I have earplugs in. So sometimes some people on the platform leaves their mic on And what does he do? It makes it in such a way that as if I'm repeating myself. You know? And why did you take John Abba? I wanted to come, I wanted to greet him as an allergy that he is.
I didn't take him out, though. He took himself out. You see, that's what you say.
Okay. As an allergy. And please, those people who work on the background, when I was the one being interrupted, I was the one being taken out. That's not right. That's not right. And when I say the F word, I did not say F-U-C-K. I said F off. I know the rules about social media. And I know the work that I do as a public officer. I know the words that I cannot use on social media. So please, guys, let's endeavor to listen to people. That's all. When I got off, I got off because I felt that's my coping skill. I don't need to be on and with the whole thing continue. I have to practically, use my coping skill. And I got off.
Okay, I got you. Rest for the matter. Don't pass. Forget it. Just boom.
All right, thank you.
No, I'm okay. You could just take it back a bit with KJ because he was trying to moderate. He was just trying to do his job. I understand you were upset about the way he did his job, but for the sake of the family and everybody, if you can take it back, that would greatly be appreciated.
Take what? F off?
Yes, now young people watch this.
Is it a cuss word? Is it
local P wahala? Hey, mind your business.
Hold on. Look at me. Wait a minute. I just want to, forefather. If I say F off, I did not say you should go and buy. I did not say you should F off, like get away. That's what it means. That's the American way. That's the American way of telling you get off. That's it.
I understand what you are saying. Amongst us, that's fine. But because this is a channel and there are younger people watching and all that, so just
like KJ have told you, KJ is my friend. If I want to tell him, if I want to cuss him out, I will call him personally and I will cuss him out. He's my friend. But for the sake of peace, everything, if you take it in a bad way or whatever it is, I sincerely apologize for saying F off. Is that enough?
You're a big man. Thank you.
CM, why are you laughing? Close your
all right.
Why you laughing?
Stoko, your turn, please. Stoko, you just face your own turn and leave people alone.
No,
I was reading
something. Like peace. Let it go. Please.
Okay, it's your turn now. Speak, sir. Speak.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
No. I'm not that you were trying to speak. I wanted you guys, like Akwati was coming back to this issue. Don't pass. Like, let it go.
We have gone beyond that. Make your own contribution. Make your own final thoughts, sir.
Okay, is it final thought we are in right now?
Yes.
Okay. Me, I keep the vent trouble. It's Steph. I saw Steph with your baby. Steph, what did happen? Longest time. Where have you been? You understand? Where have you been? I just keep the vent trouble.
You guys, they chase me away with all on Igbo, Biafra, whatever.
I've been my brother. You see, people like us, it's not Igbo. That's why we are coming here to make people like you come. But people like KJ and CM with the headmaster cap, they make you people like us, they want wrong. So please, everybody calm down. We love each other. We are guys. We are mature men. We want to see each other.
I've on this platform for a long time now. And KJ is still there inside. Now, wow.
Yes, so please, everybody. Janaba, you come up, what did happen? Sure. I like your outfit too. Anyways, are we closing up? Are we rounding up for this?
Yes, we are shutting down.
Shutting down, okay. So everybody, thank you all for coming. People in the comment section, well done. Love you all guys, and hope you stay healthy and stay sane. Have peace of mind. For my Igbo brothers, you understand? My Igbo brothers, people like KJ and CM. Yes, if not talk to me about breakfast anymore, I'll get to not down. Now I'm having power right now. I have power right now. I can talk. So I could have meanwhile everybody here. I love you guys. Love to see you guys next time, man. You guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Local P. It's a.
Do we
it's
have?
one
Do we
love.
have? Is righteous man double? He has
Yes,
body double.
I say one is alive. One is the other.
Okay.
The other one.
All right. CM, please, your final thoughts.
Okay, righteous man is still here. Well, righteous man, probably let me bounce some points off you. You see, the thing is, anyway, we are closing, so I don't need to go. I don't want to go into long time winding lecture. But the thing is, my closing is, well, hey, no, let me not say anything. Thank you.
I'll tell you now. I said,
CM, let me just try and advise you. I know that you were hurt today somehow, but I ask you, with all the appeal I can give, that your utterances on this platform, for me, are very important. And I believe, whether I agree with you or disagree, that if you have something to say, my brother, don't hold back. Say it. Say it like the man that you are. Because I don't believe we're playing here. Many people come here to play and joke. That's not my belief. We're here to discuss serious issues. So, my brother, if you have something to say, make it now say, Joe.
Okay. For CM, please, do you have anything to say? If not, let's move on.
Anyway, thank you, Jagubet. Let it be. Let's. Tomorrow is another day. Don't worry. I take your advice on board. I like what you said. Thank you.
If you talk, I give you heading. If I make pen,
go ahead,
not
sir.
Good evening, KJ and fellow panelists. I've been watching you guys from the YouTube, and it's interesting. I always see how my brother quote a scripture. He always fascinating stuff. I was with my daughter, and I said to myself, how can God know that I will meet people like that? And he killed his beloved son when he could have killed the devil, and everything stopped right there. I don't know, maybe it's something that a person think he could have. Why should you kill a holy beloved begotten son and let the devil live and then torment, and then I'll meet people like KJ? Well, it's all good. The press secretary, he said he's not a politician. I said, how can you be a press secretary to a governor? You are not a politician. It's all this, and then make a big deal out of a reality of the land issue of Dr. Abadi. I mean, I may not like the whole language or his shows, but there are some truth to his saying, but he could have put it in another way around if he knows better. Like we have a compound that have people ancestral bodies laid there. You would not like to sell the place to people because that's your ancestral body. You can't sell it with grave and all of that. And it's all in some other part of the country are the same. You can't go to places and they sell some certain land to you because of the history behind it and all of that. But it's not a big deal. It's what happened in Nigeria. And also, it's okay if they don't sell. Everybody, every community have a different, every state should have a different, and people in general. It's not by force. There are, and also it's a very congested area, and shouldn't make people like a big deal. And there are some of those things, it's a political approach to it. It's not everything have to be vent. Nigeria has to be burned down because of certain things. And it is what it is. It's a good show. Good to see you. When you go to God, KJ, ask him that Jonaba said, why did you kill your son? And then you allow me to meet Jonaba. I could have killed the devil, and not not the son. So,
You see him in the air. You see me, you go ask God. So you say me, you go there, me, you ask God. Me, that person. So
you don't have to die. KJ have a direct connection. Can just a holy guy? It's not like you that on the street of Lagos they are giving you a go to go have sex.
no man. I thought I go fire that guy idiot. I go with punish him.
All right. Thank you so much, Jonava.
Thank you.
Thank you. And what you said makes a lot of sense because leaving the platform, we should live in peace. You didn't come here to make an enemy. And each time you come here and you're living without having some respite, it doesn't go well. So please, when you are coming, keep all the anger out. Come with a civil mind. We're only coming to discuss. Yes, forefather, I'm sure you have a lot to say at this closing remark.
You'll be surprised. I don't. Like everyone has said, I think it's good that we have honest conversations. One learns from it. I didn't see this one coming, and I learned a few things today that it turns out that Southeasterners should not have to apologize for not selling land. Because I know about that trope from when I was young. It's not new. And I think we'll probably do a show about the tropes in Nigeria that probably needs to be either held up or dismissed, and this is one of them. And for the people out there, this is going to be one show for a while. So I would say I hope you guys all have a fruitful week ahead, and go out there, hold your head high, and walk into anywhere as if you own it, and break new grounds, because that's what I'm trying to do. This world, there's no way you want to do great things if you don't have to do new things. So let's try to be learning new things every day, like I have learned today too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, forefather. Also, thank you for coming to help out. Sometimes get a bit rowdy, but God is helping us to be able to handle everybody. I know that if not now, you have made your final closing remark, right?
I've not made my final.
He just left Jefferson.
I talked just once.
I've not said anything.
If I should say something, the only thing I'm going to say is that you moderators should be helping us. I know that this is have your say. But if it would be possible for you guys to, in the other room, devise how to, reduce the number of shows that we have to be talking about Biafra, Igbo this, Igbo that. Maybe you can reduce it from once a month, no matter who want to use any scheme to bring it up. You don't have to shut it down. I mean, there are some conversation that is not really helping us. And for some of you guys that really have the mindset that you want to promote some certain things, when you appear to be encouraging some certain kind of conversation, that mounting, weakening, that these things is not really leading us anywhere. Because there are different things. Okay, let's not shy away from this. Let's discuss it. But you've seen that you've been discussing over week after, month after. It just end up causing more bitterness. Why do we keep talking about those things all the time again? It doesn't really make sense to me. So if there's a way you guys can discuss it among yourselves, at least to reduce the frequency so that we can concentrate our energies on what matters most. Thank you.
Thank you, Jefferson.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It will be more of a closing remark and a comment on a commentary. Well, the person knows himself, whoever this commentary is going to. I just feel I stand to be corrected, and I will say it again. Yeah, most of us who are Igbo, we are proud for who we are. Most of us who have settled in other parts of the country, apart from the Southeast, we are highly respectful of the space. And we bring value to this space. And we contribute to the economy. And we are hospitable as well, irrespectful of the backlash. You know, what I will not take is anybody that will claim that we say that we are not more Nigerian. We are highly Nigerian, and we love everyone, and we bring value, and we contribute. What I will not take is someone will say that we are not more Nigerian than the other or whatever. I will not take that. Because if we're not Nigerian, if we didn't like Nigeria as a country, we won't waste our energy trying to build other parts of the country. You know, and I've had this conversation even within my siblings, you know, my relatives, telling us that, okay, even within the Southeast, even if everybody wants to do whatever, that there is room for expansion. We love expansion. And there's nothing wrong with that. And if not now, you agree with me. There's room for expansion. That's why the likes of us move out and build and explore that parts of the world. You know, I just want to correct that notion because you know, because even Jalun brought it up and was like, oh, he was trying to mix the Biafra with the hospitable thing and all that. And it was, to me, it was not necessary. And was now trying to kind of rubbishing whatever we stand for. But it's fine. It's fine. Because at the end of the day, everybody's entitled to their opinion. But I will say it again, and I will say it for the last time, that for most of us who are proud Igbos, we add value everywhere we go. We add value. We don't constitute nuisance. We don't go to a place to go and kill people. We add value and we are respectful of space. What the issue is that we are being disrespectful. We are being disrespected. So that is where, and the thing already is not something I'm going to dwell on. It's not something I'm going to dwell on. And I want to conclude on the whole other show that we did today. The P2B legacy, the Willie Obiano legacy, and all of that. Soludo has a lot to do. At least you should take a clue from Abia State government and find out what he's doing different, you know. And for the issue of the land is a very, 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 very complex issue. Because I know that if we are going to expand and get land in other parts of the country in Nigeria, people will still need to come over and invest, and it's natural. So Kim mutually said so many factors that brought it up, but why people are not coming because of federal presence and all of that. I'm not to dwell on that, but I believe it's something that's going to be learned over time. So I'm going to rest my case on that.
Thank you so much for resting your case on that note. And I want to thank every one of you who have sat through with us, those in the panel, those in the commentary section who have actually added more funds to the talk this evening. I just want to thank all of you, those who have given us, who have been able to put, money to the words they've spoken throughout today. I want to thank one man went to more, Kulata, Kulata again, Kulata, and Kulata again, and one went to more, and Kulata, and Alexander Gomez, Igbo Basics, Alexander Gomez, one man went to more, Alexander Gomez, and Igbo Basics. All of you have been wonderful today. You have contributed to this channel, making it much easier for Rudolph to be able to run the channel. We thank you, even for those who have intention of doing something that they couldn't do it. Thank you, Madam Luke. I can see you also standing for Biafra strongly. And I want to say this on this note, looking at Madam Luke's this thing reminds me of what I want to say.
She's pretending,
Hold on, sir. You are rounded up now. Don't say that. I'm closing up now. I just allow you guys to be here so that we can be formed to close together. We do not just form these topics by ourselves. Some of the moderators pick out topics that is trending news in Nigeria or in the international community. We don't go to pick out the topic that we like to discuss. If we discuss Biafra, that's because what is on the news this week has been the issues of Biafra, which was triggered off by Simon Ekpa. Now, apart from Simon Ekpa being on the news, the Igbo question, which is the land question, was also one of the things that trended in the internet in the discussion with Nigeria, both home and abroad. So we don't go to create these things and bring them to come and discuss them. There are already been things that have been discussed. And then, secondly, you also, when we start the program, we give an opportunity to those who are here early to say, is there any topic we are missing which you think is of vital importance that you can bring in? If you bring it in, we normally will put it in. Sometimes what you bring in is even too much for the 3 hours we want to talk. We still create another, I mean, most of you can bear witness. Forefather, I don't know how he does it. He still creates another room and allow everybody to come discuss whatever they want to discuss, the issues that are troubling them. One of the things I think we should take away is that it is said that Black people don't know how to discuss difficult questions. Don't know how to have a serious discussion, without necessarily throwing tantrums or insulting one another. And sometimes this platform shows that we can't discuss those things, because these are things that other people can discuss without insulting one another and putting their issues frankly and across without malice or without malice. Yes, let's learn to do that. The issue of Igbo or any other minority in Nigeria cannot go away, except human beings like you and I sit down, look at those things critically, and adjust them to fit every region. There's a reason why the United States of America still gives certain regions of the country powers to be able to have their delegates decide some of these elections. If not, if it left to the population, California and maybe New York will carry everything, or Texas. But they make sure that even the places that have smaller population play a vital role in the decision making of who becomes who in America. I think we shouldn't reinvent the wheel. We should learn from those who have already done it and build from there. There's no need for us, if we decide to be together. And if we don't want to be together, why then do you want to blame people who say they want to go away? I don't see it. You can't eat your bread and have it back. Okay? Look, when the federal capital was created, the first thing they did was to allow that federal government offices should be distributed across the 6 area councils. But the same thing that is worrying us, that always worried us, made the military governments to pull back those places into the major seat of power, which is the Gariki area of Abuja. Instead of allowing the custom to be in Gwagwalada and immigration to be in Gwagwalada and other places far away, Jam and all that, distributed across, so that there is not going to be any place people are converging at a particular time, too many, and the development can go around the federal capital. But today, if you go to Abuja, you find out that development is just in the city, in the place called the Municipal Area Council. It's not supposed to be so. So when shall human beings who have brains made of God, in God's image, sit down and have a tough conversation on how to move their nation forward? That's what we try to bring here. And we hope that we're going to continue to do that as long as God gives us the ability to do. At times, if one of you who have done, you have all contributed, those who insulted, those who did not insult, everybody has contributed, and that's part of life. I will enjoy every one of you. Thank you so much.
Can I just share one breaking news?
Yes, please.
Let's do it professionally. We are getting fancy now, aren't we? See, Dangote refinery petrol price. Dangote refinery has cut the price of petrol in Nigeria, and this could be a harbinger of things to come. There is a potential for this one instrument alone to save this government. If that, because they said his production now has gone up to 50%, which is capable of supplying the whole Nigeria. If this carries on and it starts supplying Nigeria petrol, and the money we spend on foreign exchange starts going away, then the Naira starts appreciating. The petrol price will keep coming down. It will keep coming down.
Forefathers at 970 Naira. So it's not cheap.
It was 990, so they said it's a good thing, and they reached an agreement with all the people that are involved. So the point is that he's going to start supplying. Once he starts supplying constantly, and it means that our dollars, the money we spend on dollars,
As long as we are still borrowing, right, to pay salary,
exactly,
it's not going to come down. Don't worry.
Exactly.
No, that doesn't affect it. What affects it is what you do with your foreign reserve. That's
all right.
And the foreign exchange that causes that problem.
Can you take the thing off? Thank you.
Yeah.
No, forefathers they borrowed 2.2 the other day, and dollars is at 17. As at today, it was at 17.30.
Yeah,
17.30. So
meanwhile,
yeah,
the federal government still need like $7 billion to complete the new budget. So guys, we don't.
I mean, we're neighboring countries like Mali, paying off their debts one hand.
If you have the time, let's make this a discourse next week. And
yeah,
I think there is going to be, look, let me tell you, there's a lot of secrecy between the prices. If they allow Dangote to discuss his price, I'm sure that it will not even be up to 800. But that is what we can discuss on a different day. For today, it's been great. We've been able to hear everybody's contribution, and we are living without malice. Thank you so much. God bless all of you. Have a good night.
On. Thank you.
No,
where's national anthem now?
I'm looking for you.
The Coca-Cola anthem. That one makes sense, but
Fofa, you see it?
All right, guys, take care of yourselves. Huh?
Bound in freedom, peace, and unity. Hey, that's so. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, so compatriots, Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve without our might, one nation bound in freedom, in freedom, in freedom, peace and unity. Arise, my people, arise, my
Hey, you see there here? KJ.